Okay. I'll wait for it. Okay, testing Zoom audio. Testing, 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 testing. Testing, testing. There we go.
Good morning. Welcome. I wanted to formally greet all of you. We are in Corvallis this morning, so you're going to have to bear with us a little bit as we move forward because the way that the room is set up is a little bit different. I can barely see over the dais, so hopefully you can see me. For all the speakers that will be speaking, I just want to let you know that you have to actually manually push the button on the mic. It isn't going to be done automatic for you. So pay attention to that. And also speakers that come up to speak, you will have to push the button. So yesterday, we were really lucky because we got to meet with all the ACT chairs from out the state. And we also did a ribbon cutting on the Van Buren Bridge, which was wonderful. It was nice to see a project that has taken a long time be complete. If you haven't had a chance, take some time to go down to the waterfront. It's a lovely walk. And it's really shows that when you put your mind to something and look at all the modals and try to bring something together, you can succeed at something that is really worthwhile. And I think that new bridge and the multimodal part of the bridge for bicyclists is wonderful. So again, I want to encourage everyone to go take a walk down there. Today we have a very full agenda. We do have people that are here in person and virtually that will speak, and so we'll be calling on you. And right now we're asking that you keep your comments to 2 minutes. And we're going to keep moving along because, like I said, we have a very full agenda with lots of different things that we need to discuss and get through. So I think that's all I'm going to do as far as my remarks, and we'll just start with public comment. And I'm going to take the people virtually, sorry, because maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should bring you up. Okay, well, you can take it out on your brother. Okay, so the first person to speak today is Chris Smith. So welcome, Chris.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Chris Smith representing the No More Freeways campaign. And I have a couple of comments related to the Rose Quarter project. First, I'd like to reiterate our position that the proposed Phase 1B scope, even though FHWA may have ruled it meets independent utility, we believe from a taxpayer point of view, this is a significant amount of money spent on building a lane to nowhere that won't have value unless you find hundreds of millions of dollars more to eventually start rebuilding overpasses. We think it's irresponsible to spend that money until you know that you have that future funding. The more important point I want to make today is about the project management group for Rose Quarter. We've talked about that before. We asked that group, since it has significant private stakeholders, operate under public meeting law and be open to the public and transparent. Commissioner Baker, you suggested to Director Sumption that should happen. We appreciate that. We wrote to Director Sumption as a follow-up and asked her to open that process. She wrote back and declined. So today, I'm here to ask you formally direct Director Sumption to open up the project management group and have it operate under public meeting law. Would point out that when the agency describes this group to you and to members of the group, they draw it on the same level as the COAC and the HAB as advisory groups, giving advice to you about the project. We believe that it should be treated the same way and operate under public meetings law. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next, we will have Joe Courtwright speak.
Chair Brown.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, I can.
Okay,
Great. Thank
good.
you.
Thank you so much. For the record, Joe Courtwright, I'm an economist with City Observatory. Thank you, Chair Brown and members for the opportunity to testify today. I've submitted written material for the record, and I'll just summarize briefly. I want to make 2 points, and they have to do with honesty and responsibility. I think the Oregon Transportation Department is not being honest with the public and with the commission about where we are in terms of our climate goals. The statewide transportation strategy you adopted in 2013 commits Oregon to reducing VMT by 20% per capita by 2050. Your staff have prepared a report, which they submitted to the Climate Commission last month, claiming that somehow we are about halfway to meeting that VMT reduction goal. That's not true. All of the improvement in VMT that your staff takes credit for occurred before the STS was adopted, that is before 2013. And since 2013, we have not reduced VMT. In fact, over the last 5 years and over the last 2 years, VMT have been rising at per capita at a rate of 0.5% over the last 5 years and 0.7% over the last 2 years, at a time when each year we need to reduce VMT now by about 0.5% or 0.6% in order to achieve our goal. So the first thing we need to do is insist on honesty. And I realize it's a burdensome requirement, but we need to tell the public how we're doing. And in fact, we're not making progress toward our climate goal. And at the same time, we're justifying spending billions of dollars on projects that are predicated on increasing VMT. So there's a real contradiction between what ODOT is saying on our climate progress and what it's proposing to spend money on. Second issue I want to talk about is responsibility, particularly fiscal responsibility. You have 4 items on your agenda today that involve commitments to major projects: the Rose Quarter, the Abernethy Bridge, the Interstate Bridge, and the Center Street Bridge. And I just want to say, basically, your financial plan is to write blank checks for those projects. And I know at the end of your project, you're talking about your capital investment plan. Your capital investment plan is actually writing blank checks and then hoping somebody bails you out in the future. And that's not responsible. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. So next, is Zachary here? Oh, virtually.
I'm online.
Okay.
I'm happy to wait if you'd like me to.
Nope. I am glad that we're going to go ahead and take care of people virtually. So Zachary, good morning.
Awesome. Good morning. Thank you. My name is Zachary Lauritsen. I work at Oregon Walks. We're a pedestrian advocacy organization. I'm here today to just express some really grave concerns that we are sleepwalking into a pretty massive financial pit of our own making on the IBR program. And I want to be really clear to start that updating bridge infrastructure, not just IBR, but all over the state, is critical. You know, I grew up in La Grande out in Eastern Oregon. I personally know people in my life that if a culvert or a bridge fails, it adds 30, 60, 90 minutes to their trip to town. So this is very real. I'm also very plugged into the IBR program. I've served on their community advisory committee for over 3 years. I've been on and hosted tours of the project. I've met with the project team many times. It's not something like I'm parachuting in, just hooting and hollering. So I've continually asked the question, and this is on video, it's in meeting minutes: what happens if this project goes over budget? And I was told time and again by Greg and his team, it wouldn't. And when I'd press, the answer was, we'll work within our budget. And we all know that wasn't true. And phasing the project is not a real meaningful reckoning with the financial realities we're facing. I asked the questions about budget not because Oregon Walks is some financial watchdog group, but because we knew, and this is exactly what has happened, that when the budget's missed, our priorities are cut. And here we are today, and the plan is not to build the Max Line to Evergreen Boulevard in Vancouver. Now, the project team is going to tell you that the plan is to do that, but we're $2.2 billion short, And even with $1 billion from the FDE, there has not been any meaningful conversations about where we're going to land $1.2 billion with a B of local match. We just got done taking from Safe Routes to School. We just got done taking from Connect Oregon. We just got done taking from Oregon Community Paths to scrounge up the dollars to keep ODOT solvent and moving Rose Quarter forward. So the same question still applies. What happens if the new version goes over budget? Do we chop off the multi-use path? Maybe we go back to the legislature and ask for more money. These would be general fund dollars we can take from housing projects, from schools, from medical care. I've got a 4- and a 7-year-old that are having their school FTE cut. So I talked to electeds all over the state, and no one wants to ask hard questions for fear of being perceived as anti-bridge. And I think that is 180 degrees wrong. Some of you know that before I was at Oregon Walks, I had a 15-year career as a coach, a teacher, and an administrator in public schools in Oregon. When a student is struggling, and this project is struggling, that is the very time you put your arms around them, you ask hard questions, you demand answers. It's the time to be transparent. It's the time to be honest. Rather than pull back, we need leadership. We need oversight. We need those questions asked so that we're having real meaningful conversations about trade-offs. And that's the role I hope you'll play today and in the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, I'm going to ask Bob to come up.
Thank you, Chair Brown, Commissioners. Good morning.
Whoops.
Pull the microphone closer.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me start again. Good morning, Chair Brown, Commissioners. I'm Bob Courtwright. 12 years ago, you developed a comprehensive, detailed plan for reducing transportation emissions, the statewide transportation strategy. Every 4 years, you evaluate the progress to see if we're on track to meet our emissions goals. As Joe described to you, the evidence is clear. We're way behind. VMT is increasing, and we're not making the kind of reductions in vehicle emissions that we expected. Despite that information, the reports that the department has produced, including the last monitoring report and other reports, are making claims that just don't stand up against this evidence. They overestimate the progress that we're making and claim that we're basically on track to meeting our emission goals. We think that's the sort of thing that really requires a careful examination by you and by the Climate Commission. Our request to you today is for the staff to conduct the kind of open public engagement with stakeholders on the monitoring report that you're calling for in the proposed public engagement policy that's on your consent calendar today. That would involve several things. First, providing a draft report for public review and comment. That should include providing links and references that show the report is, as the agency claims, transparent, data-driven, and allows a deep dive into the supporting information. Then to provide a response to the public comments. We've commented in detail in the past, we've yet to receive a response. And then finally, by revising that report to reflect whatever comments and information the department receives. Our climate goals are challenging and will require major changes to plans in our transportation system. We're now between a third and a halfway through the time that's available to meet those goals. Again, as Joe mentioned, that starts with an honest assessment of where we're at. We're looking to this commission to provide the kind of leadership to address that issue. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And the last person is Catherine Bisco. And I believe you're in the room.
Oh. We might need to fix that order.
And you might want to, Catherine, pull the mic up.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me, Chair Brown? Chair Brown and members of the Oregon Transportation Commission, my name is Catherine Bisco. I'm here today to testify before the commission on my own time and speak briefly about the ODOT Emerging Small Business Program and fraud and mismanagement that I believe is occurring at ODOT through OECR that risks billions in federal dollars awarded ODOT by the U.S. Department of Transportation. I've made available printed documents that support this testimony and will follow up with an email summary given the limitations of testimony time today. I'm currently the Emerging Small Business Program Manager at ODOT in the Office of Engagement and Civil Rights Division, formerly the Office of Equity and Civil Rights. This position at OECR is the ODOT division. At this ODOT division has been responsible for ensuring the performance of federal small business programming necessary to comply with federal regulations and agreements and required for ODOT to accept federal funds to assist in transportation projects. I'm the state's subject matter expert in the ESB program, and I'm proud of our successful programming through our division and the team that delivers them for ODOT. My work portfolio has primarily been focused on federal and state small business programs, including the federal DBE program, the Mentor Protege program, the DBE Supportive Services, Unified Certification Program, and others, including lead roles in the development of ODOT's DBE Advisory Committee and the 2022 Disparity Study. My state small business program work is centered on the ESB program. We've not met before today, nor have I spoken before your predecessors in my near 5-year time at ODOT. You will not have read about the ESB program that I managed in ODOT's Executive Order 2215 reporting on small business programs. ODOT agency data systems do not account correctly for millions in small contracts with hundreds of contractors through this program. Executive Order directs agency support to the small emerging small businesses of Oregon as a priority for the directive, citing emerging as an equal to minority, women, and veteran businesses. Twice annual reporting to the governor's office is not known to include ESB program performance or data despite being provided. You will find the ESB program established in ORS 200.160 through 200.200. These statutes set the requirements of the ESB program, the Statutory Advisory Committee, and required collaboration with the OTC. These statutes also designate a restricted fund for the ESB program exclusively for ESB project delivery. Despite these statutory requirements, as of today, the ESB has been suspended by OECR managers since December of 2024. Access to ODOT headquarters finance team has been prohibited, and all ESB financial report availability suspended since September 2024, with designated funding for the program reportedly being reassigned to the OECR general budget and current funding and past biennium funding being unaccounted for. The 23-25 report for the program was issued without my involvement, is missing key data points that were in development, but most importantly is inconsistent with contract documents reflecting a disparity of an estimated $500,000 to $700,000, a 5 to 7% inaccuracy of funds reportedly awarded in contracts. That percent of error scaled to ODOT's approximate $6 billion biennium budget would mean as much as $360 million in unaccounted for funds. I'll fast forward my testimony to the fraud component of my testimony. What I believe to be occurring over my time at ODOT, and given my portfolio of expertise, which is now being managed by as many as 11 members of our 28-member division at OECR, are related to the following. Go
Catherine,
ahead.
I'm going to have to cut you off in just a few seconds. So,
I have 16 items to list for you. The rest will be in document.
okay. Thank you.
So those programs are where I believe there are mismanagement, fraud, and or otherwise misallocated funds. The Federal DBE Supportive Services Annual Agreement with Federal Highway, the $1 million Federal DBE Supportive Services Agreement with Federal Highway, the Federal Unified Certification Program, Business Oregon Interagency Agreement, the Small Contracting Program, Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act funding, the Emerging Small Business Program, the Emerging Small Business Advisory Committee, ODOT's Mentor Protege Program, the Mentor Protege Program Audit, Business Development Program, the Equitable Engagement Compensation Program, the Small Business Scholarship Awards, and Events Planning, DBE Program and DBE Program Advisory Committee, and the Office of Equity and Civil Rights Equity Line Newsletter. Thank you, Commissioners, for hearing my testimony today. I respectfully request that you look into these matters. I have reported these matters through the chain of command based on DAS policies that require us to report inappropriate workplace behavior. The Governor's Office, the Attorney General, and Secretary of State have recently been informed, as well as no action's been taken within the agency. I appreciate the time that Interim Director Sumption gave yesterday in this conversation. This is important in how it risks billions of dollars of USDOT dollars to the Department of Transportation. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know that you provided us with a lot of documentation. if you want to follow up with a letter to the commission, list out additional information, please do so.
I'll
Thank
do
you.
so. I'll provide the remainder of my testimony from today and also some summary information as well.
Okay.
Do you need
thank you
me
very
to
much.
recollate in an order? Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes our public comment period. I think we have a lot to think about. And I want to thank the people that actually came and gave us comment. So going to move forward to our next item, which is item B, the director's report.
We are honored today to have Kelly Brooks in the room with us, and I'm going to ask Kelly if she wants to come up. I was going to give you an update on the vision work group, but I think Kelly would love to do that for us this morning. Sorry, Kelly. She just rolls in.
Good morning, Ms. Brooks.
It's not on, Kelly. Push the button.
You have to,
So it's red.
yeah,
Now you can hear me.
now we can hear you.
Okay, great. Good morning, Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, members of the commission. It's nice to be here with you this morning. Yes, we had the first meeting of the Revisioning Our Transportation Future Work Group last Friday, the 1st. And went through a series of presentations just to get everybody up to speed on kind of the process that we've been through to date with respect to transportation funding over the past few years. Had an excellent presentation on the state of the system and the Oregon Transportation Plan by Amanda and Tova, and then Travis did his normally fabulous job walking through the state of our finances and just some high-level information on how transportation is funded throughout Oregon. And Chair Brown is on the work group, and Director Sumption was there as well. So you have good coverage between the three of us. So I'd invite you all to share anything that you thought was notable from the conversation. But in general, I think the conversation went well. We do have some AV issues to continue to work on as we proceed in terms of what folks could or couldn't hear. The meetings themselves were live streamed on the ODOT YouTube page, and they will continue to be so that folks can watch those remotely. Right now, we are in the process. The work group is responsible for the report. That report will be completed by the end of this year. We expect that table to convene about 7 times, ideally on a monthly basis. We're not trying to work people too hard. To make that possible, we have 6 subgroups that are focused on specific topics like maintenance, freight, transit, revenue and finance, livability and safety. And those groups will be composed of experts from around the state and folks that work in specific fields in transportation and users and payers of the system to help kind of research and pull together recommendations for consideration. So those groups are being stood up now. If folks have any questions about any of it, which I'm sure you will, you can talk to me. You can also talk to Susan Peisman, who is on, thankfully, being loaned over to this effort to help support and manage the project overall. So that's a high-level update. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
No questions. I think I have one comment. It was really nice meeting the other members on the group. I think that one of the things that is really apparent to anybody that has volunteered to do this, the workload is going to be extremely high as far as a lot of people are going to have to bring themselves up to speed if they haven't lived and breathed it. I think that, I actually, I'm fortunate enough that I've had to live and breathe this for the last few years. So I'm well versed in funding issues and what ODOT has experienced. But I think that overall, the feedback that I'm getting from people that are either on the subgroup or they want to participate, people are pretty excited about this. And I think that the one piece that we're going to have to be very clear on is transparency and education of the public. And so we want to get those audio problems fixed. Doing things virtually is not easy. And I know that the group is committed to meeting in person, but sometimes it can't be helped. So for the public who's listening in, that's going to be a really big factor because my phone was blowing up with text messages saying, we can't hear you. So hopefully in our next meeting, it'll go smoother and that we'll be able to. But in the meantime, we've given a whole packet of things to actually start reviewing. So I want to thank you for your hard work and for Susan's for pulling this together and any other staff that have been helping because it's a yeoman's work for sure. I mean, there is a lot. Yes, Commissioner Chang.
Yesterday, we met with the area commissions on transportation. They presented to us the prioritization work that they've done for the CIP. I'm curious, at what point and how will that information be integrated into the visioning group's work?
Oh, I'm glad you asked about that. So it's one of the things I'm most excited about is that this work is running alongside the CIP development process as well. So we have, and I don't remember the exact date of the meeting, it's either the 5th or the 6th meeting, where Amanda, we will be having a presentation and discussion about the CIP as well. So I really am truly very hopeful that these things all merge into one, right? So you've got the CIP kind of really telling us what's possible and what our priorities should be with the resources that we have and that we can forecast now. And then you have this group coming alongside saying, okay, what are we seeing as the greatest needs and where should we focus additional resources moving forward? So I do believe they will work together well. That's my hope. And if they're not, that you all will tell me. Yeah.
Well, and I think that was kind of the conversation around the table. One of the things that I think was very encouraging for the commission was to see the participation from each act, from each community across Oregon, and the importance of what is needed either to preserve or maintain our roadways. And they're very, very concerned. They want to be part of that conversation. And by each community prioritizing what's important to them, we know we will never be able to get to their lists. And in the past, I think that was some of the frustration that the lists were so long. And I think one of the members actually said, maybe if we just picked one project in each community and focused on that, that might be a beginning point, because this is a beginning set. I don't think it's the end, and we're not going to solve the problem completely, but we can start making headway into a phasing of a way to actually look at our transportation network and deal with gaps. Yes, Vice Chair.
You know, the one thing that struck me yesterday, and you know, predominantly the people speaking to us were county commissioners. So we can reasonably assume that they do represent their areas. But their overriding concern was safety. And the projects that they were bringing forward predominantly from their perspective were safety oriented. And I think the frustration that I heard from them is, you ask us, we asked them to bring their top priorities, but they said, these are the difficult top few, but they're not even close to what we think needs to be done. And I don't know how we communicate that, or how the vision panel, how we communicate it to the vision panel is one thing, and how we communicate that to the legislature and the broader public. I think that's a real challenge.
Yeah, I agree. And I just, if I can leave you with one thing today, it's just, I'm a big believer in just continual feedback and continual improvement and iterative. And we're asking a lot of people that wear a lot of hats to participate in this process so that we can cross-pollinate like these conversations, right? So there are ACT members that will be in these subgroups as well. And we intentionally have started from a place of, this is where we are. This is how we measure success with our KPMs. This is what those numbers look like right now. This is where we're supposed to be according to our long-term plans. Is this acceptable or not? Where is it not acceptable? And if we stay on the path we're on, what does that look like for us? And I hope that will spark that exact conversation, which is like, this is where we want to be. This is where we're able to get to. is that okay with us, or do we want to do something differently? And I think in many cases, the answer will be, we want to do something differently. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Anybody else? Commissioner Baker, do you have any comments? All right. Thank you so much for the overview.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. Okay, so I'll move on to the commerce and compliance Oregon Trucking Online redesign. And just by accident, I actually got to go out there. I think it made Travis a little jealous because I got to weigh some semis this week and meet with the team. But to see this firsthand was pretty cool. So they have a new secure platform for individual carriers and companies to pay taxes and renew plates and get permits. And I can't tell you how exciting this has to be for them because everything has been so paper and labor intensive, and some of it still is. But the division has more than 4,500 plus active accounts, and the redesign offers improved experience and accessibility compliance for those users. The modern design makes the site easier to navigate by computer and smartphone, and designed for better readability, and offers more accurate translation tools. So this is going to make it more accessible for everyone. And you can see some of that people keep asking me the difference between parks and ODOT. I don't usually have somebody following me around with a camera everywhere I go to visit staff, but it was a great day. I got to do lots of things. I got to take some calls from some of the folks coming in to get their applications handled. So I just want a huge shout out to Carla and her team for letting me come just crash on them for the afternoon. It was a great visit. DMV ID cards issuance to adults in custody to aid in the governor's efforts to end homelessness. DMV is partnering with corrections to provide ID cards to adults in custody. Preparing to re-enter the community in April, DMV and DOC launched their first 2 locations within corrections, and not having an ID upon release from custody can be a key barrier to finding housing and jobs, applying for benefits, and more. So DMV staff travel into the corrections facilities with portable photo capture stations and process ID card applications similar to transactions to an office, but they do it in the corrections facilities themselves. And then they're issued their ID upon release. The 2 facilities are Coffee Creek and Oregon State and the Oregon State Correctional Institution. We may be expanding that program here. It's been pretty successful, and I can't wait to get out and visit one of those as well. Region highlights. So Van Buren Bridge ribbon cutting, I hate to bring it up again, but you guys were just there yesterday, but it is such a worthy project, and it's super exciting to have a bridge complete. Thank you, Savannah, for your perseverance in getting that one done. It was a great site visit yesterday, and I just want to say thank you to the city and the county and all the partners who stayed with us during it all, and to be there to actually see the project complete was fabulous.
That project was actually finished early, correct?
I think it was done early.
6
Yeah.
months early?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yay!
And under budget, was it under budget too? Okay. Great.
That would be amazing. Okay, and an employee highlight. I don't know if folks heard this one yet, but recently we had an ODOT Region 3 employee that's on our Roseburg construction crew, was returning from a paving job inspection and came across a crash involving a car and a semi-truck that had stalled in the lane of I-5 just south of Canyonville. Our employee was the first one on the scene and was able to get one person out of the way and out of the vehicle before the fire and the crash intensified. The employee experienced burns to his arms and his face in the process and required hospital treatment. Unfortunately, one person did not survive, so our thoughts are with the family, and our appreciation goes out to this employee for his willingness to jump in, literally to jump in and help save a life. Region 5, current emergency repairs in Eastern Oregon. I think we have slides for that. She's trying to get them up. So we'd just like to share a few action shots of the emergency repairs in Eastern Oregon. Maybe? No. Okay. This work was done by the I-84 Quarry eastbound bridge near LeGrand, which had issues to the structure requiring frequent bridge deck repairs. Morning road patrol discovered a new pothole in the deck, exposing a grand view of the Grand Ronde River that hadn't been there previously, requiring immediate closure of the bridge. The Grand Bridge crew and the Region 5 bridge engineer developed an emergency repair plan and discovered additional full depth failures, but further repair was hampered by heavy flooding in the Umatilla County. The crew pivoted to countywide drift removal work to pull debris from bridges, culverts, and other locations before returning the bridge repair the next day. A specialized mobile concrete mixing truck was brought to LeGrand so ODOT crews could place a type of concrete that builds strength quickly, minimizing the concrete cure time from 14 days to a few hours. The repair was completed in a total of 4 days. The work is located in a curve, so spotters were utilized to provide advance warning to coworkers who had to work next to the center line. Great job to Region 5 and LeGrand employees for their quick work for this bridge repair and getting that community back up and running. And ironically, Deputy Director Brower and I were out visiting with OCAPA, and we were learning all about pavement and concrete and watching all the science behind it. So there's a photo there from us visiting with them as well. So great job, Region 5. And it's a great way to highlight for you the amazing things our employees are doing all around the state of Oregon.
Thank you. I think that sometimes we forget about all the work that is happening out there and the thanks. I know that in the past, one of the things the commission did was actually bring in employees and have the commission thank them. And I'm just thinking about this gentleman that saved someone's life. That's probably very appropriate to bring him to the commission, maybe when we're down the Klamath Falls area and we get to meet him. That'd be great. I think that we need some good news once in a while, or the bridge repair wasn't exactly good news because we had a failure, but that it was found before it was catastrophic. And I think that that's just shows the level that our employees go to make sure that you're safe out there on the road. So,
Sure.
yes.
I think this is a really good example of when we talk about maintenance, then people will think about it, the unforeseen things that just happen, you know, this or the slide on Highway 20, or every year the things that happen on 101. The staff responds very quickly to emergency situations and protects the public, and I think that's underappreciated.
Yeah. It's interesting when people criticize, but then when it involves themselves, all of a sudden it's an issue that they care about. And I think that we do a kind of a poor job of highlighting the good things that ODOT does, that's for sure. No, in my region, they used to send out a I think it was a quarterly, it might have been twice a year, little newsletter to our regional people, letting them know what was being done in the area. And I wish that ODOT would do a lot more educating. I know it costs money, but it's very important that people really understand all of the different things that ODOT is responsible for. I never knew that ODOT was responsible for DMV until I started complaining. So, you know.
What a great example of that was being with the Commerce and Compliance Division and in the weigh station and just watching the things that would come through in the inspections that are keeping you safe that you don't even realize that the ODOT employees are doing to keep us all safe on the roads. And there were lots of failures in my half hour in that facility.
So, thank you for your report. Any other questions for the director? Okay, Commissioner Chang.
I did have a question about that program to provide IDs to people without identification in correctional facilities. I'm guessing if someone's in a correctional facility without a driver's license or other state identification, that they might not have other identification either. And so I'm curious how that works to. You know, when I walk into the DMV and I want to get a driver's license, I have to show them certain kinds of identification in order to be able to get my driver's license. And are these correctional facilities kind of tracking down a bunch of information about people, and that makes it easier to get them into our systems? Or I'm just curious how that all works, and if. Yeah, that's kind of an obscure question to ask. So if someone needs to get back to me about that, I'm happy to take an answer offline.
I'm just as curious, Commissioner Chang. I do not know the answer to that. I'll have to check in with Amy unless Deputy Director, we'll have to check in. My guess is that there's information if you're in the Department of Corrections that they have some form of identification for you that makes it a little bit easier, but I will get that and get it back to all of you.
And I'm guessing too that they probably have an internal program to help them get the documentation they need.
Right. Right. Yeah.
is my guess.
Yeah.
So that
Yeah.
they're ready.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume,
You the real information.
I would assume when you get booked, they try to figure out who you are.
They know
So,
who you are.
thank you.
Go ahead, Commissioner Baker.
Just on this subject, this is an important project. It's important to do because when incarcerated people leave the institution, they have to have places to live. They have to be able to open a bank account. They have to look for a job. And if they don't have ID, then you can't start any of those processes. So this is it seems like it may be small, but this is one of those huge things to give those that have finished their incarceration an opportunity to start a productive life. So I'm glad we're doing it.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. And it's important to point out, we say quite often that the legislative body doesn't give us general fund, but in this case they did. That's how important it is for these individuals to have that leg up when they get out, to be able to have some of those barriers removed.
And if we do figure out that, corrections agencies have done all the work to figure out who these people are so that you can certify that and give them an ID, then that's actually a great example of, an efficiency, right? It's sort of like we get a twofer out of that, instead of them showing up at a DMV office and trying to get a driver's license or other form of identification, and us having to go through a long process of figuring out who they are and them providing valid other identification. So,
and to Commissioner Baker's point, right, that you'd have all that on top of you while you're trying to find a house, a place to live, and a job, and all those things. So having this piece is a really big deal.
It is.
yeah.
Thank you. All right. So our next item is a decision on our consent agenda, but I think I'm going to switch it and put it as D and move the committee updates first, because some of the updates in our committee will impact what's in the consent calendar. So I thought that was important that a couple of our commissioners are able to share some information that impacts that decision on the consent calendar. So we're going to move to item D first, now C, committee updates, and talk, each one, commissioners going to share some information, but I'd like to talk about the Audit Accountability Committee and the work they've been doing with Commissioner Baker and Commissioner Chang, and it has to do with that item.
Kick it off here. The Audit Accountability Committee met for the first time April 20th. We reviewed all the audits with negative audit findings. You'll find all of those details in the packet, and hopefully, Vice Chair, as we've talked about audits, that the written descriptions and the rating is what you're after. We reviewed the details of the audit findings with the audit team, the ODOT staff, were all present. Each item in the audit was reviewed, rated on a green, yellow, red scoring system. So the audit team got a little bit further and added to it. So you'll see various colors of green, yellow, and red, and also a directional arrow as to whether or not to make. So each of the audit items reviewed by the audit team, and again, all of those factors. Also, I think this is significant. What we were trying to do as part of this was to make sure that every negative audit finding had someone on the staff specifically. So there's ownership as well as status, and you'll see again in the rules that each audit item now staff assigned to. We expect to have our next meeting within the next 30 days. I think that my feeling coming out of that meeting is that we're on top of the audits. We've got clear accountability assigned, and we've got the rated status.
I would just say that this Audit Accountability Committee, I think, is an important opportunity for us to demonstrate that A, we're doing audits on these important questions and issues. B, that when the audits are complete, we are following up and ensuring that necessary corrective actions are being taken. Following that all the way through. And I'm really glad we're doing that. It was a great experience to look at these 5 historic audits, and to check out the dashboard that Commissioner Baker was describing, and just to be able to see, at a very granular level, how much progress has been made, and if there are any areas where we need to speed it up or kick in a little bit more. I mean, overall, there was a lot of progress being made across the agency. So,
Did everyone out in the audience hear Commissioner Baker? Because I wasn't sure if your microphone was on or off, because when I looked over, it looked like it was off, and I went, oh no, am I the only one hearing? Oh, great. Well, now I'm going to have to be like this all day. Okay. Yes, go ahead, Vice Chair.
I'm really pleased with this report, and I want to commend the chair for setting up the audit committee and for the commissioners for doing a great job of following up on this. I think your dashboard will be real helpful to us, as well as presenting to the public, letting them know that we are paying attention and following up on that. And following up is really important, and identifying a particular person to do that makes a whole lot of sense. So thank you very much for your work so far.
And for those of you that were wondering which consent item this was consent item number 7. So again, I am very pleased with the dashboard. I think that the work that you both have done, along with the staff, is wonderful. It's going to help us, and we look forward to additional reporting out as we move forward. And I think that the other thing is, with your dashboard, we probably will use this as an example for other things that we're doing. I think it's very helpful, and assigning a employee to a task and making them responsible is one of the things that we really need to do too. It's part of that accountability. So thank you. Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Chang.
This is getting outside the scope of the Audit Accountability Committee, but towards the audit function at ODOT. There were a few potential things this morning that we heard about in public comment that may or may not be audit appropriate topics. And I think it would be great to close the loop on that. If as we're responding to those public comments, if some of them are topics that are going to become a future audit, to just, at the beginning of our next meeting, something like that, or at least at minimum, get back to the public commenters and let them know that that's where their comment went. Just a thought. We receive public comment at the beginning of every meeting. Unlike some other bodies that I serve on, there's not a whole lot of, we don't really do interaction around public comment. And, I understand the reasons and the strategy and philosophy behind that, but it also is really nice when people give you public comment to kind of close the loop with them. And so I'm just curious about whether we can do that.
So I'm going to turn to the director, but I will say, I know that in the past, each one of the commissioners have met with the audit team to bring forth different subjects that we wanted to see audited, and then I'll turn to the director and see if there's an additional level that goes to the audit team.
Yeah, so I mean, the audit team is going to be looking at the things that you had already identified you probably are doing. If not, as an audit committee, you will be working with them to do your annual risk assessment and determine what audits you're going to do. You can also ask that team to do management reviews, so something that you may have a bigger concern about. I think when you're talking about public comments, there's other avenues that are identified in the enterprise. So there could be a Bureau of Labor Industries, there could be an Employee Relations Board, there could be other pieces, and we can certainly report back to you on some of this or give you some type of update in that audit committee if that would be helpful.
Yeah, just it's a great point that Commissioner Chang raises. And when we as a commission, for instance, hear the word fraud, that's one of the magic words. And that should, in terms of our governance, produce an action. And I don't know what the action would be that produces, but I would be really curious in terms of the governance in and around dealing with those kinds of
Yeah, so I think some of that has also been reported to the Secretary of State, who has a fraud, waste, and abuse hotline. So if there's anything that comes from that, we'll certainly bring it back to you. You've arrived. Yeah, that are associated. Yeah.
No, that's it.
Okay. And I just want to thank you both for jumping in, because it was one thing that I noticed as a former auditor and being with multiple agencies, not having that and not having that audit team supported to that level and managers to be accountable. That dashboard is amazing. Marlene and team did a great job. And so thank you both for stepping up, because I know you have a lot on your plate, but this will be very.
Hey, I keep turning my mic off and then I turn it on, and did I do it? Sorry, I'm a little hot mess up here this morning. And I just do, the one thing that I don't think people realize is that the commission, we're serving on so many different groups. And there's only 4 of us right now. So look at Ms. Brooks, we need a 5th commissioner, spread out some of the work. So more to come with that, but we're doing the best we can. And I want to thank each one of you, because I know it's a lot of work. Moving on. Yesterday we met with the ACs. So I don't know, Vice Chair, it was kind of the last time that you were actually helping with the ACs, but all of the commission was there. Commissioner Baker will be joining me now doing the chair act meetings. One of the things I think that came out of the meeting yesterday was that when Vice Chair and I first met with the ACs, probably close to 2 years, year and a half, close to 2 years ago, there was a feeling across the state that they weren't needed, that their voice didn't matter, that their interaction with the commission didn't count. They felt like they had been really discounted as to what they were doing as a commission across the state. And resetting everything was kind of a challenge. But at the same time, we had done our internal audit where we had kind of looked at the whole STIP and how we did the decision on long-term planning for our projects. And we thought it was a perfect time to get them back involved in what was happening across the state. And it was interesting to watch them over this period of time, because I think that they were really stumbling and really didn't believe that we were going to come out with a product that was worthy, that it actually was going to matter. And I got the feeling, and I'd like to hear from the other commissioners, that when we left the meeting yesterday, that they were a little bit rejuvenated in the idea that we're setting priorities in each one of our communities. We're really taking a deep dive into how we're going to fund transportation and keep our network preserved, maintained, and how we keep going forward. But also gave them the glimmer of hope that we have to start thinking about the future. And the only way that you're going to get people in the state of Oregon to understand transportation is to get them involved. And so they kind of bought into the idea that they had a responsibility in their local area to start talking about this, not just amongst themselves, but broader, in a broader sense, to other elected officials, other groups, and getting like the coalitions kind of built to where people start talking about their own community. What's important? Is it a bike lane? Is it a sidewalk? Is it a roadway? Is it transit? Is it a multimodal situation? And I think we've kind of started that conversation back up that used to be robust, because the other piece of it is, and I think that the court rights brought it up this morning, is we have goals to reduce VMT in our communities, and we can't do that. There's no way possible to do it unless we start looking at our whole entire network. So I'm going to stop because I could go on, and I'm trying to stay on time. I'm not doing a good job this morning. Yes, go ahead, Vice Chair.
Well, I think when we started this process, there was a sense among the acts that it's sort of a, what's the point? They don't listen to us anyway. And from my perspective, I've always argued that these projects and the work need to be from the bottom up. The people who serve on the acts in their communities are much closer to the problem than we are sitting here, and they know what's important to them. Now, when it comes up to us, we're going to have to balance that on a statewide basis, but it comes up. So that's one good thing. I think they felt that collaboration and partnership yesterday on that, and they recognize that. The other thing is, one of the things that I think the process does is it, and the understanding is, you know, it's not just the state transportation fund that can fund these projects, that they have local options, and we need to be looking at how do we put these things together to make a project happen, which there are good examples across the state that we've done that, but we need to do more of that and have more discussions around that. We still have work to do. I still think that for those areas that have MPOs, there's still a little, I said yesterday, there's still a little of an attitude of what's mine is mine and what's yours is mine. I think we got to figure out how to work a little more collaborative with the MPOs. But I think it's a good start, and I look forward to, I know Commissioner Baker has had a real active interest in the acts, and I'm really happy to pass that on to you.
Well, thank you, Vice Chair.
And I see that you lit up your mic, so we're going to give you the floor.
I would just add two things. One, I think it's great that our modal chairs are there as well as our ACT chairs. And one of the pieces of collaboration that I saw was the real interest on the part of the modal chairs to be helpful with any ACT where they can be, and the reception that received from many of the acts. The other thing I would say is we probably wouldn't have gotten where we are without Amanda Peets and the work that she's doing, bring it together and orchestrate it, and guiding that meeting. So just a shout out to Amanda. Some really nice work.
Sure, Ching.
Yeah, in the interactions that I've had with the three acts that I'm trying to interface with, I have definitely seen that there's kind of an old adage, people will engage in work groups or advisory committees or things like that when they see it having an impact. And I do think that there was a lot of sentiment within at least those acts that I was interacting with. That, well, we come here and we tell ODOT Region 4 or whichever region what we want, and we're not seeing how that translates into action or addressing our needs and concerns. And I have been really excited about being able to interact with these acts and the participants in the acts and help them understand, we absolutely need you to tell us what your highest priorities are for this CIP. And that doesn't mean that there's any kind of a commitment of funding or an implementation timeline if it gets into the CIP, because we don't control the flow of resources to get the work done. And when they hear that, when they say, "Oh, okay, like this is just a first step," it's not the last step. We just tell you what we want and then you make it happen. This is the first step, and we need to be active partners with you in pushing for these priorities. After that, I think it kind of summons a new level of engagement from people who participate in the acts. We worked really hard to identify these priorities together, and we are committed, to advancing them, and we will come alongside you and advocate to legislators or whoever else we need to advocate to make this stuff happen. So that's my sincerest hope. And if we can make that happen, I think we will be seeing the acts, perform their highest possible function.
Thank you for the comment from each of you, because I think that it was important that we report out on this. And like I said, I look forward to it. I think that we have a renewed commitment from these groups. And the one thing that if you're listening or watching this online, they actually have a website that you can go and click and look at their product and their priorities for each one of the acts. So I encourage you to do that too. And if you're in those communities, you can find out when they meet and also attend those, because there's a lot of volunteers. I think that people forget that I think there's like 21 advisory committees to the commission that were established over the years. So a lot. CIAC. So Vice Chair and I have been meeting with the Continuous Improvement Advisory Committee, and we have been putting together kind of our quarterly report that will be coming out, I believe, at our June meeting. Is one report out? June, I think it's June, or maybe I'm not sure. Oh, it's today? Okay, sorry. I should have seen that on the agenda. I know that. But I don't know if you want to comment on this, Vice Chair, but I think that we're getting close to where we have a good system. But now I'm starting to think that maybe using our, what do I want to say? Our rating system that you're using, the red, green, yellow, and the arrows and assigning is going to be important too, that we follow through with our dashboard. Thank you. In the future. So other comments?
Well, we developed a format that we're going through,
Right.
and we've taken the first run through
The
three key
projects.
And I think that's going to be an evolutionary process to follow up. And again, like the audits, I think it's looking at the work in progress and suggesting that. The piece will be interesting when we get to the end is the lessons learned, start working on developing those a little bit more. In some ways, it'd be kind of fun because we just finished it, to look at the Corvallis project, even though it's not a major project, just to kind of test that through and do that kind of a lessons learned and on that. We haven't got anything like that scheduled, but it's just getting the process moving well. It's a good group of people working with us. I wish we had a little more industry input into it, but it is what it is. And those reports will go to the legislature.
That's where I was getting mixed up, because I was thinking of Ledge Days in my mind, and I know that that it'll be going.
Go there too.
Yes. So they will be reporting out today. For some reason, I was thinking it was in June, because I got that stuck in my mind. I know it'll go to the Transportation Committee and other legislators. So, but I think that the piece where the format, and I'm not going to jump ahead because they will be sharing the format today, is good. I think having a visual piece, and that's something that, you know, we kind of talked about before. I know people are afraid of AI, but one of the things that it can do with a lot of this data is actually create a visual for people to take a look at. And I think it's something that maybe we should consider in the future. I'm sure the IT people are cringing right now from ODOT. So as much security as we have on our system. All right. I'm going to stop there. I think that's all of our reporting from, unless I forgot a committee.
An update on the tolling committee.
Oh, thank you.
The
Okay.
tolling committee, the staff has got the preliminary, and I guess it's kind of, I don't know how to describe it, the final preliminary tolling information. And we'll be having a meeting with the Washington Commission in June. I don't remember
Yes.
the date.
Fifth?
Talk about sort of next steps. The goal is still to be in a position to set the toll rates in 2027.
That committee hasn't formally met yet, but the chairs and the vice chair of the commissions met just to set the agenda for the bi-state tolling committee meeting. Right?
That's it.
Okay. All right. With that said, we're going to move on to the consent calendar. So I don't know if the director has anything to say about the consent calendar. Or are we just looking for a motion to accept the consent calendar?
Madam Chair, I would move adoption of the consent calendar.
Second?
Second.
All right. So all those in favor in adopting the consent calendar and approving it, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. That item is done. All right. We are only 6 minutes behind. Doing good. Okay. So I-5 quarter, Rose Quarter project. Everybody's coming up. Good morning.
Me.
And I just want to remind you, you have to turn your own mic on and speak into it and don't turn your head, look straight ahead. Okay, great.
I'm good. All right. Good morning, Chair Brown, Vice Chair Breyer, and members of the commission. For the record, I'm David Kim, statewide project delivery manager supporting the Rose Quarter project. And I'm here with
Monica Blanchard. I am the interim project director for the Rose Quarter project.
And Travis Prower, ODOT Deputy Director.
Okay, next slide. So we're here to provide you with an informational update on the progress of the Rose Quarter project, including an overview of the project and funding status, the good construction progress that we're making, and some follow-up items from the March OTC meeting. We're also requesting a STIP amendment and sharing information about significant I-5 closures that are planned for later this year. Before we launch into the presentation, there were two requests from the March OTC meeting. We received testimony from Mr. Waters of Crossover Construction about prompt pay and timely payments. We did follow up with the CMGC, and they are making payments to their subs. We're going to continue to monitor payments, not just to the subcontractors, but also to the consultants on the project. The comments that Mr. Waters made was a generalization that it's really hard to get in the industry of public works projects because of prompt pay. So we know that's a critical aspect to supporting small business, and we're actively monitoring that. There was also a suggestion that ODOT consider opening up the project management group, the PMG meetings, to be public, and we carefully evaluated that ask. In fact, we also received a letter from No More Freeways to Director Sumption, and after consulting with the PMG members and with our legal counsel, we determined it's more effective and in the best interest of the project to continue to keep those meetings within just the PMG and utilizing the existing public forums we have with the Historic Albina Advisory Board and the Citizen Oversight Advisory Committee meetings, as well as the OTC, to share information and solicit feedback and input. there's a lot of conversations that are taking place in those meetings where we are having conversations such as the I-5 closures that are coming up. And we're not quite ready to share that with the public. And the concern is if we have those public meetings, there isn't a shared understanding or narrative that the agencies can all get behind to roll that information out.
So just a quick question. The other advisory committees that you talked about, how often do they meet? Is it as needed or do they have regular meetings?
Yes, Chair, their regular meetings are quarterly, and then we do additional as needed. So for example, after the major decision at our March OTC meeting, we had a scheduled meeting to update them on that decision around the Phase 1B scope. But their regular meetings are quarterly currently.
One just follow up, how do we let the public know those meetings are happening? Then I'll turn it over to Vice Chair.
I was just going to say, we've got a lot of committees and different groups involved in that, but I've always thought that management committee was more of a staffing committee. I mean, it doesn't make, it's never made sense to me that you open that up because their purpose is to coordinate and to make recommendations to the policy decision-making body. Am I correct in that assumption?
Vice Chair Byer, that is correct.
And then going back to my question real quick, how do we alert the public that there is a meeting happening?
Yes,
Is it
Chair.
just on the website?
Yeah, there's a newsletter that goes out alerting of meetings, and then it is notified through all the ODOT channels for both. We are currently having joint meetings between the Historic Albina Advisory Board and Community Oversight Advisory Committee, and those are all notified.
Thank you.
I just have one more piece to add to those meetings is we do afford public comments in those meetings as well.
Thank you.
Okay. So going on to project update, as a quick reminder, this project addresses safety and congestion at the convergence of 3 interstates, I-5, ID4, and I-405. The project also advances a long-term goal of reconnecting the Albina neighborhood. This slide illustrates the full build-out of the Rose Quarter project, which includes number 1 at the center of the screen, the highway cover. Number 2, a new crossing on the highway cover at Hancock Street. Number 3, multimodal improvements on existing streets and crossings. Number 4, a new pedestrian and bicycle bridge over I-5 near the Moda Center. Number 5 would be the new auxiliary lanes and wider safety shoulders along I-5 in both directions. And number 6 is a relocation of the southbound off-ramp from its current location at Broadway down to the south end of the highway cover. Other work includes seismic resiliency under the structures and rehabilitation of the existing roadway surface of I-5, which Monica will go into details here shortly. Given the size, complexity, funding availability, and managing cost risk, we are approaching this project in phases. And so now I'll turn it over to Travis that can speak to the funding status.
Many times. Oh, thank you. I forgot about that. You have seen the slide many times, and it's always my job to remind you of the funding. This shows you the totality of the $480 million that is available to the project after we had the Reconnecting Communities and Neighborhoods grant rescinded in the amount of $387.5 million. So today, really, we're going to be bringing you a STIP amendment that is really designed to align what's in the STIP with the available funding for the project so that we are aligning that finance plan with the STIP and really move forward and make sure that the STIP reflects what is needed for the construction of the project.
Thank you, Travis. So I'll start today with an update on Phase 1A construction that is currently underway. And just as a quick reminder, as David said, we're delivering the project in phases. And this first phase of construction includes stormwater improvements near the I-5 and I-405 interchange at the north end of the project. We have bridge work along I-5 near the I-84 interchange. There's seismic upgrades, the extension of the southbound auxiliary lane between I-84 and the Morrison Bridge exit, and then new I-5 signage for safe navigation after construction is complete. So what's up on the screen right now are some updates of the progress that we've made since we were last here in mid-March at your commission meeting. On the left side, the drilling crews are installing new micropile foundations between the I-5 southbound and I-84 off-ramp. So this will serve as a foundation for a new small portion of widening in the gore at this location to accommodate the extension of that southbound auxiliary lane between I-84 and the Morrison Bridge exit. In the center, you'll see a picture of the water quality vaults that have been installed under the I-5 and I-405 interchange. That you see above the water quality vaults. So this is all part of the stormwater improvement work that's going on in that area. And then on the right, crews are installing access platforms for structural repairs underneath I-5. And also want to note that we currently have a closure on Lloyd Boulevard in that area for I-5 repairs, the foundation work that you see, as well as the ongoing seismic resiliency work. So now moving on to our second shift, crews are continuing night shift work on I-5 at the southern end of the project near the I-84 interchange. These crews are working on repairing the I-5 median between the northbound and southbound elevated bridge structures and preparing for the upcoming sign bridge installation and bridge structural repairs later this summer. So this is a perfect segue into the major project update that I'm going to walk through today on our upcoming closures this summer and fall. So you may have seen in the news this week that we made our public announcement about the portion of I-5 southbound within the project area that will be closed for up to 5 weeks, starting in September and carrying on into October. I'm going to walk through today what the work is that we're going to be doing, why we're doing it, how we arrived at our construction approach, what the anticipated traffic impacts will be, and how we're getting the word out to everyone that will be impacted throughout the region. So before I dive into the 5-week closure, I also wanted to highlight another major closure that we have planned for July. So this closure will be a full closure of both northbound and southbound lanes in the Rose Quarter area to install that new sign bridge structure that I mentioned for safe navigation after construction is complete. So this closure of both directions is planned for up to 14 hours and will start at 10 p.m. on a Sunday or on a Saturday and run into Sunday. We will open I-5 back up or as early as possible after the work is completed. So for the next major closure coming this fall, we are doing structural repairs and surface replacement of the I-5 southbound roadway. This section of road was built over 60 years ago, and the concrete roadway surface was last replaced in 1985. So it is well past its 25-year lifespan, and there are significant potholes, cracks, ruts, and damage to the surface in this area. If repairs are delayed and this roadway is damaged further, it can lead to more damage to the bridge structure below, which would be more costly repairs and longer closures in the future. Once complete, the replaced roadway surface is designed to last more than 25 years moving forward. This area is also a unique area of I-5 that is difficult to work in because there's only 2 lanes and it is very narrow at 38 feet. So the shoulders are very narrow as well. And I'll expand a little bit more on how we factored into that or factor that into our decision on our construction approach in a couple slides here. So you heard from Director Sumption talking about emergency bridge repairs in Eastern Oregon. And as an example, right in the Rose Quarter area, you may recall in 2024, a hole formed in the bridge at the bridge joint, and an emergency closure was needed at 4:45 p.m. To repair the bridge during peak hour traffic. So the picture on the right side of the screen is looking up through the bridge deck, through that hole in the bridge. And, our crews had to jump in quickly to fix that. And so these kinds of last minute emergency closures will start to become more common if these necessary repairs are not completed this fall. And so to help better show what work will take place to do this repair work, we've got a short time-lapse video that we're going to pull up for a smaller project on OR 126 on the Old Mackenzie Highway that is similar work, but a little bit different. That gets pulled up. This is, like I mentioned, much smaller scale, but it is a similar process. So I'll kind of narrate the time-lapse video and talk about what's going on. Well, they're doing that. I want to highlight that, and you'll see it in the video, but the construction team, this is, like I said, is a smaller project. Ours is longer, but we will be taking a kind of a production line approach to the work. So crews will be working 24/7, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week during the closure. They will be maximizing concurrent work by working in sections of the repair. And there will be multiple milling machines and multiple crews following along the total length of the closure so that we can get it done as fast as possible and we have as much work as possible going on while the roadway is closed. We also, this is a high strength concrete that's needed in this area, so it does have a longer cure time, but we are using the latest technology in concrete curing to make that cure as quick as possible to be able to get traffic back on as quick as possible. Okay. Okay. No, that's fine. I can just walk through the steps, and if we are able to pull it up later, we can do that. So the first step in the work is obviously implementing our traffic control signage and getting everything closed up. So then we move to removing the deck. The top couple inches of the concrete deck is removed by section using a micro milling machine and then followed by water blasting. So you can imagine a extremely high powered pressure washer that can remove any other bits of concrete that need to be removed to ensure that there's a good bond to the existing structure. We'll repair the weak areas in the deck, and any holes will be repaired and reinforced in each section. And then the crews will pour the new concrete overlay, and that will cure. We'll install new bridge expansion joints, like the one that was damaged that you saw in the picture. And then on the Rose Quarter project, they didn't do it on the project in the time lapse, but we will saw cut the concrete overlay for traction and skid resistance in a final finish, and then finally stripe the roadway and then open back up to traffic. So now thinking about how we have approached the implementation of this work on the Rose Quarter
I
project.
have a question for you before you move on.
Is it okay if I ask?
But okay.
I'm curious about the water from the cleaning process. Does it have to go through a water treatment process, and how do we clean that up before it gets down to the river?
Yeah, so all the water is for that operation is collected and treated. There's treatment facilities that handle that water with the pH level with the concrete in it. So now shifting into thinking, like I said, how we have approached implementation of this work on the Rose Quarter project. So we have roughly a 2,000-foot section of I-5 southbound where these structural repairs and roadway work will be done. We've done over 3 years of planning with our design team, our construction contractor, local leadership, and regional partners to develop a plan. And this all resulted in the approach of a full closure of I-5 southbound for up to 5 weeks starting in September. So the team explored 3 different options for performing this work. We looked at long-term single-lane closures, we looked at weekend closures, and we looked at the full closure of I-5. So looking at single-lane closures, 1 lane at a time, we concluded that this was practically infeasible, if not completely fatally flawed. So as I mentioned before, this is a very narrow section of I-5 at only 38 feet wide. So because of that, there's not enough space to accommodate a protective barrier and still leave enough room for a traffic lane and for the construction crews to do the work. So if we did not use a barrier, the crews would be at risk operating, working near live traffic adjacent to their work, and then the traffic would be at risk being right adjacent to that concrete demolition work. Also, from a quality standpoint, if the traffic was allowed to operate on adjacent to the work on the same structure, there's significant vibration on the bridge during that work due to the traffic. And this would make it harder for the new concrete roadway to form a good bond to that existing roadway. That's very important. And if the bond isn't good, the new concrete on the roadway would fail sooner, and we'd be right back needing additional repairs in that area. And then looking from a schedule standpoint, if the work was performed 1 lane at a time, the work would take more than double the time that it would with the full closure, and it would span 2 summers in order to be able to complete that work within our closure restrictions and the work weather windows. And then lastly, this approach would add an approximately $4.5 to $7 million to the project costs due to inefficiencies and delay costs associated with that additional summer of work. So as I mentioned, the team also evaluated performing several short weekend closures of all the lanes. So for weekend closure work, the contractor would need to set up and take down extensive traffic control every weekend. So this traffic control work takes a lot of time, and it takes a lot of time away from the actual construction work itself and introduces a lot of inefficiencies into the construction sequencing and the construction cost. Breaking the work up into multiple stages would create a larger number of cold joints, so the joints between each concrete pour that would be done in smaller sections every weekend. So over time, it is likely that water would get into these joints, and in freeze-thaw cycles, there's a higher risk of damaging the overlay and eventually the bridge structure. And then the work itself would take, as you can imagine, would take longer to accomplish due to the inefficiencies of just working on the weekend. And when the team evaluated that, they determined that if we were closing for just the weekends, it would be every weekend during the summer for up to 2 years. So this would, from a cost standpoint, this would add $6 to $9 million to the project due to these inefficiencies and the broken up work, and the contractor would need to mobilize and demobilize just multiple times to do the work this way. So ultimately, after careful consideration, a continuous 5-week closure was selected. This closure, or this approach, is cheaper, faster, and safer for the workers compared to the single lane closure, and overall provides the highest quality product for the state. It also delivers, like I said, the highest quality product, and it delivers a long-lasting concrete roadway surface that will have a lifespan for 25 years or more. So now shifting into what the closure will look like. As I mentioned earlier, the closure is scheduled to begin Friday, September 11th, and will last for up to 5 weeks. We, if we do complete the work sooner, we will open I-5 as soon as the work is complete. So starting in the graphic on the right, starting at the north, so the southbound off-ramp from I-5 to I-405 will be open. The on-ramps to I-5 southbound from Greeley Avenue and I-405 southbound will be closed. One lane will be open on I-5 to the Broadway-Weidler exit for local traffic going to events at the Moda Center, the Convention Center, Memorial Coliseum, and any other local access to that area of the city. I-5 southbound, though, will be completely closed between the Broadway-Weidler exit and the I-84 interchange, and this is the area that the work is being completed. I want to highlight that both directions of I-84 will remain open, and traffic will be able to use the I-84 westbound on-ramp to I-5 southbound. So you can see that at the bottom of the graphic. So now looking at what our signed detour routes will be during the closure. For traffic that's driving through the area and continuing on I-5 southbound, they will be detoured onto I-405 over the Fremont Bridge and then merge back into I-5 southbound, south of the city. For traffic that needs to go on 84 eastbound, they will also be detoured to I-405 over the Fremont Bridge. Then they'll merge onto I-5 northbound and then onto I-84 eastbound. As I mentioned, the I-5 southbound exit to Broadway-Weidler will remain open for local traffic. And then for regional traffic that doesn't need to access the downtown Portland area, we are encouraging those drivers to take I-205 up at the split between I-5 and I-205 up in Washington. I don't want to sugarcoat it. This could be some of the worst traffic that the region has seen in a long time, and we will see delays all across the city. Our traffic engineers have determined that, or are expecting that the travel could take up to 2 to 3 times longer than normal travel times, with this congestion expected to extend on I-5 southbound up into Washington during peak hours.
We have a question, I think.
Yeah.
Vice Chair.
Yeah, I'm assuming we have coordination with WashDOT.
Yep.
To put signs up in front. And
yep.
How about for those wonderful software programs that direct people around? Is there a way to get to them and do all of that?
We've been looking into that a little bit on the different, a lot of people use the mapping programs to get everywhere. We're working with, and I'll hit on this a little bit in one of the future slides. We are working with the city of Portland on their traffic management on local streets, as well as monitoring traffic with our ODOT traffic center during the closure. We have not determined yet whether we can get access to the traffic mapping programs.
I don't know how they do it, but I know Google and Waze both seem to get that information. I don't know how they get it.
Yeah, we do share data with Waze, and Google, obviously, they have real-time traffic information. So even if it didn't show it as closed, it would obviously adjust your route appropriately.
Yeah, I just, before I leave this slide, just wanted to highlight, we know this is going to be tough for everyone, traveling public, businesses, freight, emergency services. And we do expect people to find a lot of parallel routes. So this is going to affect the traveling public far beyond just the interstate system during this closure. So here is a map on the right of some of those variable message signs that you were mentioning. So we're using multiple strategies for traffic management during the closure. So one thing, we will be clearing incidents quickly so they don't create compounding impacts during the closure. So traffic conditions across the metro area are going to be monitored very closely during the closure, and incident response vehicles will be present at closure points along the detour. We have increased incident response staff will provide assistance to disabled vehicles, helping to keep all lanes open and operating as smooth as possible on our detour routes. Like I mentioned, we're also working with the city of Portland on ways to smooth traffic flow along local streets by adjusting our ramp meters and ramp meter timing, signal timing, and just collaborating on traffic operations monitoring during the closure. So the graphic on the right shows the locations of the variable message signs in the region, and we will be using these permanent and temporary electronic messaging signs during the closure to provide traffic and detour information to travelers, so everyone is aware of what is going on. We're also coordinating with our counterparts at WashDOT, like I mentioned, to notify travelers along I-5 up at the 205 split ahead of where they could get onto 205. And lastly, we're asking everyone to plan ahead. Many drivers, will not have any other option than to be using I-5 in this area during peak travel hours. But if some people have flexibility to change their travel plans, whether that's traveling in off-peak hours, using public transit, or planning an alternate route, everything will help the system function a little bit better than it does, than we're anticipating. So next I wanted to highlight, we've done a lot of outreach, but there's a lot more to be done in the next several months. So we started outreach in the spring of 2025 to a variety of partners and organizations, including local government, transit agencies, event centers, hospitals and emergency services, freight and business organizations. And then last week, we hosted 2 webinars with local, regional, and federal elected officials, all in attendance to go through a real similar presentation that I'm giving here today. We have a lot more outreach planned over the coming months leading up to the closures, including outreach to local commissions and committees, partner agencies, major events, community organizations, neighborhood associations and faith groups, business associations, and freight distributors. And then one piece of feedback we received at our webinar last week was to provide outreach just beyond the Portland metro region, because we've received feedback that this is going to have far-reaching impacts up into the I-84 corridor, down into Eugene. And so this really reiterates the statewide significance of the project and the work in this area.
Yeah. I didn't hear you mention schools.
Yes.
Probably on your list, would you?
Yep.
Because that's, obviously this traffic that's going to end up in those neighborhoods, it's a big deal.
Yeah, we've been coordinating with Portland Public Schools, both for, the buses as well as their teachers and administrative staff. And we have ongoing coordination with them.
I was thinking more about crosswalks.
Yes, so we are coordinating with them as well as the city of Portland around safety on local streets, assuming there will be more cars on the local streets during this time. So that is something we were talking about. Yeah. So our goal is to create as many outreach touch points and reduce surprises with the closure using lessons learned from previous closures and projects. So we want everyone to be aware and prepared and be able to plan for the impacts during the closure. So recently, we've been coordinating with WSDOT and their team that's doing the long duration closures up in the Seattle area as part of the Revive I-5 project to help get some lessons learned from their team. We are preparing a wide range of materials to share out through these outreach efforts to reach people in a variety of ways ahead of the closure. We'll be attending, like I mentioned, local events, engaging the media to get the word out, distributing information through the ODOT distribution channels and ODOT social media, as well as doing a paid advertising campaign as we get closer to the closure to get to additional awareness of what's going on. Just to wrap up with our outreach schedule, you can see that the outreach will be continuing on between now and the closure. We'll be doing outreach throughout the summer, which includes, several different things such as a mailer and social media and the advertising campaign that I mentioned, meeting with community organizations and ongoing touch points with our government entities and partner audiences. We are making plans to attend community events. We welcome, input, and we've been soliciting input from other folks on where we can best reach the most people. We are with our partners and our government entities, we're sharing a messaging toolkit with them with graphics and information that they can share through their distribution channels and audiences and social media to help amplify the message and get the word out. And then during the closure will have continued ongoing engagement on how things are going and if we are adjusting anything, what that looks like. And then after the closure, we'll follow up on how everything went. Just one last slide on this. I can't emphasize enough the importance of everyone staying informed and sharing the details of the closure with everyone in the region. People can sign up for notifications on the project website and reach out with any questions. So that concludes my update on the I-5 closures. And now I'm going to dive into the STIP amendment request if there's no, I don't know if we want to pause for questions.
Questions or comments? Yes, sure.
So the people coming into the city on 84 how will they get to the downtown?
Yeah, so people coming into the city on 84 westbound can get on I-5 southbound and then onto 405 northbound and access into the city on those exits.
So they'll have to come in and go back up to 405 and come around, or get off somewhere before that and use one of the other bridges.
Sorry, can you repeat that? Can you repeat that?
What?
They want you to repeat what you
I said, if either going back to 405 or they could get off farther east and use one of the city bridges.
Yep. Yeah. So they could get off on I-84. They could get off at the Lloyd Center exit and use local streets and, Broadway Bridge or something like that.
I don't care how much education we do on this or public education, people will be mad because they're going to forget. And I can just think of my own road closure. Yep, I turned around a couple of times because I couldn't remember that it was closed for a week. So,
only once.
Commissioner Chang?
Yeah, no, thank you for walking through the extensive outreach work that you're going to be doing. I had a question about what you were doing with in terms of media until I saw the slide after all the partner outreach. So definitely appreciate that.
Thank you.
Are going to be frustrated. If I'm coming in, I would be coming in on I-84. If I'm coming in on I-84, I'm just gonna get off the roads a little bit farther to the east and get on public transit to go into the center city.
Thanks for the plug on transit. Hey.
Okay, so getting into our STIP amendment request. So this action today covers 2 requested amendments to the 24-27 STIP for the Rose Quarter project. The amendments are important, but primarily administrative to align the programming with the current funding and the construction scope and sequencing that has been agreed upon through partner coordination in the project management group and your direction to move forward with Phase 1B construction at the December commission meeting. So no funds are being added. This is existing previously approved funds that are being redistributed between the phases to support the work that's underway and our planned next steps. So Action 1 transfers that funding between Phase 1 construction, Phase 1A construction, and Rose Quarter preliminary engineering for Phase 1. And then Action 2 updates the Phase 1 project name and description and removes the scope and budget associated with the $382 million of rescinded Reconnecting Communities and Neighborhoods grant construction funding. So diving a little further into the details of Action 1, this proposal transfers $18 million from Phase 1 construction to Phase 1A construction to support additional northbound preservation and safety work. So this funding allows the team to use the CMGC construction delivery method to execute a contract change order that actually accelerates this work from Phase 1B into Phase 1A. So this is the northbound bridge deck, rail retrofits and seismic work. So really similar to the work they just discussed in the southbound direction, this is the northbound direction work. Advancing this work into Phase 1A allows the contractor to complete the work while they're already mobilized, preventing additional overhead and remobilization costs. This also aligns with your December 2025 commission direction related to sequencing of the work and maintaining continuous construction. The proposal also transfers $3 million from Phase 1 construction to Rose Quarter preliminary engineering to fund the construction contractor's pre-construction phase support services. These pre-construction services include things like constructability reviews, cost estimating, scheduling, and contracting support, which are all critical to our CMGC delivery model. So the total programmed funding for these 3 key numbers remains unchanged at $439.9 million. We are just reallocating the funds and not increasing the total funding. So then Action 2 updates the project name and description for Phase 1 to accurately reflect the work that will be delivered with the available funding. So the project name is changed from I-5 Rose Quarter Broadway to Weidler Phase 1 to I-5 Rose Quarter Phase 1B. The revised description reflects the scaled and focused construction scope following the rescission of the unobligated Reconnecting Communities grant construction funds, as well as several months of coordination with partners in our project management group to align on the next scope of work that can be delivered with those remaining available funds. I do want to highlight that, and this is important to our project management group, that the project remains committed to working together with our partners to find solutions to build the project in its entirety. And this is just the next fundable step and fundable scope of work that continues to move us forward towards that goal. So we're actively working with partners in the project management group to agree on the next phases of the project that we'll propose to seek funding for and keep us moving forward to complete the full project. And we're on your calendar for the August commission meeting to present on the work that we've done there. As I mentioned, this section or this action removes the phase 1 scope and budget associated with the rescinded $382 million of construction funding and that was rescinded last summer. And so the remaining phase 1B work that remains includes widening and structural improvements to the Holiday Haslow Bridge. So that's the bridge over the Rose Quarter Transit Center, seismic retrofits, bridge rail replacements, retaining walls and embankment reconstruction, and associated local street improvements and architectural features at the transit center. And again, this is in alignment with the phase 1B scope that was presented at prior meetings. And this, this is really, this update to the STIP is really intended to ensure that we accurately reflect the work that is being constructed and maintain that transparency following the rescission of the federal funding. Then my last slide. So our request today is, does the commission approve moving forward with this STIP amendment to the Rose Quarter project? So I will open it up to questions and let me know if you want to go back to any slides.
So questions and discussion. Yes, go ahead.
So I recognize today we are just talking about moving committed funds into the right buckets. This is very administrative, almost housekeeping. But I would love to take a moment to ask a kind of historical question about Rose Quarter and House Bill 2017. And I'll preface this question by saying that a couple of weeks ago, I was sitting, virtually sitting in on an Association of Oregon Counties Transportation and Community Development Policy Committee meeting. Some of my colleagues from Benton County may have been on that call, and one of the co-chairs of that committee said, I-5 Rose Quarter wasn't even in House Bill 2017. So, and then went on to complain about how much money is being allocated to this project and how it's taking away from everything else that ODOT needs to be doing. So I think that maybe what he was saying was I-5 Rose Quarter in its current form, with the vision of of the deck, was not in House Bill 2017, but I do believe that House Bill 2017 did direct work on I-5 Rose Quarter, and I would welcome either staff or one of our former legislators who was there when that was being written to clarify that.
Well, we'll start,
Madam Chair.
with Vice Chair and his comments, and then we can move to staff if we need to.
Having been intimately involved in those discussions in drafting the bill, I can tell you positively, the Rose Quarter was in House Bill 2017. Not necessarily in the configuration that we're talking about now, but it always included some coverage. And I think with respect to the actions today, most of the things we're talking about here are, I would say, remedial actions to keep the structure as it is working.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yes, it was there.
Yeah.
The funding source was, frankly, the majority was expected to come from tolling revenue, which was suggested by the civic and political leadership of the metro area at that time. Obviously, that's changed.
And if I understand correctly, this spot on I-5 was recognized from a economic vitality freight perspective as a major constriction point in the I-5 corridor running north and south as well, and that was the reason why it was prioritized.
If I may again.
Yes.
You're absolutely correct, Commissioner. During the tour that the legislature did, and frankly, the vision panel before it in 2015, 2016 legislative tours in every community, the business community said their most important priority was fixing the congestion, particularly at I-5, 405, and 84. They said that was adding too much cost to the industry and their transportation issues. So it was a top priority at the time. It was the #1 priority of the Oregon Trucking Association. And in fact, there wouldn't have been a House Bill 2017 if that project was not included.
Thank you for the clarification. And yeah, this is,
It's pretty clear.
I think I had a pretty clear understanding, but I just wanted to confirm that. And, that it's helpful to have the detailed history for me when I'm out talking to people, around the state, because there is, there's a real predilection for people to pick on I-5 Rose Quarter and kind of assign many of the state's transportation woes to, investments in this project.
I will say, particularly to your neighborhood, I had extensive discussions with Lush Swab and their problems with getting freight through there from the port through up to Bend.
Yeah.
I met with them, drove all the way to Bend, and sat down specifically to talk about their concerns.
Yeah. No, I hear a lot of these kinds of concerns I hear at AOC, and not necessarily from commissioners in my in the Tri-County Central Oregon region, but farther east, farther south, sometimes farther, from sometimes coastal as well. Thanks for that clarification.
Mr. Baker, do you have anything to add to this discussion?
Well, I think we probably can't say it enough that what you're asking for in this STIP amendment is administrative, and there's no funds being added by these actions.
Correct.
We've said it enough times that hopefully it sticks.
I doubt it. So with that said, we have two kind of options here. We can wrap both of these into one motion, or we can do it separately. At first glance, I thought about doing it separately, but I actually think that we can just do it in one motion. So I'm looking for someone to.
Madam Chair, I'm going to try this. And
okay.
If it doesn't have enough detail, you're going to have to help me, staff.
Just make sure that you talk about action 1 and
I will.
action 2.
Madam Chair, I move. Oh, we actually have a motion?
I have, yes.
Oh, this will make it easier. I was looking for it in the back and I went, the request was there, but not a motion. All right, I will just do this.
We can just call it action item. So I think.
Okay, I'm going to do this easier.
Okay. You do it. All right. We'll let you do it your way.
Madam Chair, I would move the amendment to the STIP as proposed in the staff report, including the actions and funding adjustments reflected as action 1 and action 2.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any more discussion on this?
Is that enough detail?
All right. We're going to do a roll call vote on this. So I'll start with Commissioner Baker.
Aye.
Commissioner Chang.
Yes.
Vice Chair Byer.
Aye.
Chair votes yes. Motion carries. All right. Thank you so much.
May I just comment?
Yes, you may.
I just wanted to note that on this report and a couple of the others, subsequently, these are one of the best, most thorough staff reports I've seen since I came on the commission. So I thank you for that. It's good background and clear what you wanted.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
All right, we are 20 minutes behind our schedule, not quite 20 minutes, but I think we need to take a real quick break unless you want to keep going. Yes, I need a refill on the coffee. So we are going, should we do 5 minutes? Okay, 5-minute break. I didn't stay true to my time clock here. All right. We are now on item. Maybe I shouldn't have brought that closer. We're now on item F. So, good morning.
Oh, there's the red light. I had to find it. Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, members of the commission, thanks for having us here. Is my mic close enough and also not going to provide feedback?
We turned up the volume, but we might need to bring it down just a little.
Okay, I'll do a little more banter until we decide that this is not scary. All right, great. My name is Carly Francis. I am the interim program administrator for the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program. I do have Travis Brower here with me, assistant director with ODOT, and also Tova Peltz, who is interim in many ways. I don't know all of your titles. Apologies for that, but Tova Peltz is also here to answer questions if they come up. So thank you so much for your time. And this first piece, I know we do have an action item that we'll cover a little bit later. We're wanting to walk through a cost estimate update, talk about how we're forging a pathway forward, and then early steps to get construction started. So providing that update today. So the map that you see on the screen before you is the 5-mile program corridor. We are looking to address 6 core problems across this 5 miles. This has been the long-term body of work of the program and is the subject of our environmental process, which is advancing very soon, hopefully to completion. The states are committed to delivering this 5-mile program over time, but certainly as we know, and as I will talk about, the cost estimate that we have and this scale of work really necessitates using a phased approach to deliver these activities. And so that is an expectation to deliver it over time as funding becomes available. And as we have additional dialogue about ways to maybe find efficiencies or discuss priorities among the work. So I'll go to the next slide. Our cost estimate update that we issued in March did update costs for the program to the $13.5 to $15.2 billion range, and with a plan to cost, a most likely cost of $14.4 billion. That most likely cost is at the 70th percentile of likelihood, basically 78% chance of being at or below that number. That cost estimate is comprised both of a base estimate, that's the actual cost of the widgets, the people to do the work, the equipment, plus inflation and also risk. So there is a robust risk dialogue that occurs where you identify potential cost increases on those items, those widgets, steel, et cetera, as well as labor and those other activities of delivery that could be contingent or have some other variation in them. So risk is a huge part of the estimate. As you see, it's 4.2 billion of that 14.4. It's also a really important tool for managing efforts going forward, trying to figure out where to apply energy to work on managing those risks. Also, we do have inflation, or the escalation figure here, 2.4 billion. We are working and anticipate to provide more regular updates on cost estimates over time as we hit key milestones, and just continue to work on managing costs, but also seeking efficiencies. This is an update from our 2022 estimate, which was 5 to 7.5 billion with a most likely cost of 6 billion. That was a 60th percentile, so a little bit lower of that plan to figure. 70th percentile matches FHWA's expectations at this time. And Travis will cover a slide here.
So obviously the questions have come as to why the cost of the project has grown over time. So we're going to walk you through a number of those factors. You are familiar with this chart. This is one I like to trot out on a regular basis. It's the National Highway Construction Cost Index as calculated by the Federal Highway Administration, which shows the rapid run up in highway construction costs over the last several years, after a relatively long period of very stable prices and relatively low inflation. What this shows is that from the time that we created the last estimate for the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program to now, when we're creating this updated cost estimate, we've seen a 58% increase nationwide in just about 3 years in the national highway construction costs. And so that obviously impacts the price of this project. It just raises the cost of everything related to delivering this project. So Carla, if you could go to the next slide. So that's really the first of several reasons that we're going to walk you through is the escalation impacts. We've seen that increase at the nationwide level. In order to respond to that and make sure that we had the best inflation estimates possible, we actually started from scratch with inflation, and the program replaced their inflation forecast that had been based on WSDOT's numbers and developed a IBR specific for the metro region that broke it down into 3 categories: construction, right-of-way, and preliminary engineering, and developed a unique set of numbers for inflation over the course of the program. WSDOT and ODOT both were part of that. We got to comment on that. And I will note that the numbers that they came up with are consistent with ODOT's internal numbers. They're actually very similar to the numbers we use within ODOT. And they did result in higher year of expenditure estimates going forward in those out years compared to the numbers that were originally used. But we believe that they're very strong numbers.
I would also note on escalation, while we do have this generalized national sense of escalation, there is specialty work within this program that actually has seen higher levels of escalation just generally. So that heavy marine construction, some of those specific items that will be going on, especially with the bridge itself, have actually seen higher escalation rates than this generalized 58%.
So Commissioner Baker has a question.
It won't be the last.
Okay.
Are you counting?
I will control you at some point, but go ahead. It's early.
Yeah. Carly, I get a little frustrated with these numbers. I've been up here for 3 years, and for the first 2.5 years, I heard we're going to deliver a bridge for the money that's available, $6 billion. Then we find out this year that it's going to be 14.4. Now, the independent utility, which we've been assured at this base bridge price for under $6 billion, becomes really important, because I think about what $1 billion is. $1 billion of anything, it's hard to wrap your mind around $1 billion of anything. But $1 billion is 1,000 million. So we think about if the state of Oregon has to chip in another $1 billion, and it sounds like it's going to be more than $1 billion, that's $1,000 million projects. Well, we don't have that many $1 million projects, but it's 200 $5 million projects. So I think when we're thinking about, where my head is at, a commitment to build a bridge for $6 billion was the commitment that was made. I haven't heard a commitment to build a $14.4 billion bridge. And this idea of phasing, and, we spent yesterday talking to our ACs about the necessary projects around the state. And chances are that if you ask them, what would you rather have, more bells and whistles on the IBR or $205 million projects around the state, you might have an interesting conversation. So
yeah,
I worry about this 14.4. I don't want it to go by in the discussion without, raising the issue, because that was not an agreed upon amount. That's the number that you guys came up with here 6 months ago. Gives me real heartburn.
It is a significant increase, and that's an understatement even as I say it. Absolutely. And I think that the best thing that I can share is, one, recognizing that as we look forward, we should have conversations about priorities, about, there are additional improvements that are identified. What is the value of those? How do they compare to other activities? So I think that's a rich conversation that's important.
Yeah, and I would add to it, these two bridges are enormous. I mean, we're replacing 52 feet going north and south, both, with 133 feet, both going north and south. Is that right? Based on the plan that is the recommended plan, these are huge. So maybe there needs to be some thought about the magnitude of the size of these that could give us some flexibility to do some work on either end of the bridge. Now, you know, that ship may have sailed in terms of being able to take a look at the design, but you think about 133 feet going each direction, replacing 52 feet going each direction. These are massive structures, and maybe we ought to give it some thought.
So I would note that in preparing the cost estimate, we did base that on the design that we had developed to that time, and the concept and the discussion around whether or not the shoulders could be narrowed or other things is definitely ahead and an opportunity to discuss. There is on the southbound bridge specifically, to do the staging to allow I-5 to continue operating, you do need to make sure that bridge is wide enough for 3 through lanes northbound and southbound as that construction staging activity. So there's some, I would say, very more specific width requirements there and things as you think about staging. There may be creative ideas that come through the progressive design build process that offer other opportunities there that we just haven't considered. And so I think we need to be cost conscious in the dialogue with the progressive design builder, see what we're open to about negotiating and adjusting maybe widths on components of the bridges, and considering what that impact may be and how that may fit within the context of the corridor. And so I think it's all rich and important. And I mean, there is an active management activity here ongoing to figure out exactly what these bridges look like, and then how and when you bring forward other components of the corridor, what value people see in those, and then whether or not there are cost efficiencies to find. So we're not at final design in any way, shape, or form at this time. And the estimate, we did base it on that those design assumptions to date, but I think as we get into this very specific dialogue where people start to see what that looks like on paper now with the inflationary period that we've seen, I think there's a lot of discussion to be had. That doesn't bring 14.4 back to 6 for sure. I think there's a space though about how and when do you do those things and what does it look like and where are the priorities? And I think it's discussion that's needed.
Yeah, and that inflationary period was going on. It's not like we just woke up to it.
Right.
And yet we go from 6 to 14.4. So
yeah, absolutely. I mean, the inflation the interesting thing also in looking at that inflationary curve, you know, going into the 22 estimate, there was a little spike starting, but as you looked at sort of the history coming up to that, it looked pretty normal to what we'd seen. And so that was informing that look into the future because you looked back and it looked kind of like a pretty consistent slope at a certain level. And then between 2022 and now, so that slope has increased. And so that's looking backward to look forward. So that's definitely, baked into the numbers. And I think more regular updates will be valuable. And this was a big change and a needed update for the program. And so I'm glad that it's out there and I'm glad we're able to have the conversations. And I know it's not what anybody wanted to hear. I will cover a couple other driving cost factors here. So folks know, inflation is one, but I wouldn't want to rest all of this on inflation because that's not the only driver. Another major driver is the extension of schedule for the program overall. Again, that's always going to be dependent on funding being available, but based on engineering judgment, rich dialogue with industry, and a consideration of kind of tolerance and ability to keep I-5 moving and plan your construction. That window of time did expand. Basically, we had been anticipating, the earlier estimate anticipated construction in a 10-year horizon. We are now anticipating that in roughly a 20-year horizon. That is a significant factor in the estimate, and it does reflect that dialogue with industry and trying to figure out exactly how to package and bring it forward. The other piece, I guess I would note in schedule extension impacts, and then happy to take a question, is just that there was a 2-year delay in getting to the record of decision. We do have the final supplemental environmental impact statement out now. We're anticipating the record of decision soon, but that's 2 years. And so baked into the estimate already included is that realized schedule delay. So there's a couple of years of just cost increases because of that schedule delay.
Thank you. Carly, I just want to be clear in my mind. The way we've described the core now, is that truly standalone? If we'd obviously at some point like to do it all, but if we never do any more, does that work?
Yes.
I think there's real merit in that. I think we kept calling it for years the bridge project, but it's obviously more than one bridge, frankly. It's a number of bridges, and if you include the overpasses, it's a whole lot more bridges. But I think by breaking it out and just focusing on the core bridge, we get the improvements in the seismic resiliency that people are talking about. And frankly, while I would hope that the two states continue focusing it going forward, it does create a situation where each state could decide whether they're going to do their piece, the additional improvements on their side of the river.
Yes, that is correct. I think that the one piece we'll talk about is just that core set of projects, which does look to sort of achieve that central set of items that address the purpose and need to the program. And so there is, as folks know, and I will cover in future slides, the fact that we've matched up funds available to anticipated costs for the highway and its connections, and have that have space for light rail. There is some additional costs associated with making light rail operable over the river, and so that's a thing that's out there. And I think that by way of speaking about the core set of projects as a place to start, is attempting to reflect my understanding of the state's commitments to kind of reaching that sort of central components of the program. And so I would say it represents a little bit of a first assumption about priorities, about what to finish over the river and how to do it.
I suppose the big question in terms of design and all that really gets to putting the train on the bridge. And that's something that's out of favor right now, but I think that it's wrong not to, but I think that's something that is likely to come back in future administrations, that you're going to see that come back again. We're just at a point where current political leadership doesn't like it, but I don't think that's consistent over time. So I'm glad you're doing that. And I guess one of the things you get out of it until you get a train with those putting shoulders on doesn't allow C-Trans to run on the shoulders, I think.
That's correct. Bus on shoulder exists southbound to the bridge.
Improvement for those who want to use transit.
Yeah, once traffic is onto both bridges, because the shoulders are limited in that first stage of getting all the traffic onto southbound.
I can't miss the opportunity to say that had we moved forward in 2013, we would be driving across the bridge now at a much cheaper price.
I acutely feel that, having sat in the program office as it closed and being lent to ODOT as ODOT was considering going it alone. So, yes.
So, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, if you go back to the slide before, I mean, in commencement of construction in 2012, 2013 would have put us in that much lower space. And I hope that we're going to enter another period of relative stability from now on. But it really does emphasize, looking at this chart really does emphasize to us the urgency of when you know something needs to get done, doing it sooner than later to save yourself a lot of money.
One quick question I have for you is in these cost estimations, on the national level, Travis, and you said, we're trending with what's happening nationally. Do they break out the difference in the cost estimation to labor, materials, et cetera?
Chair Brown, yes. The reason they call this an index is because it actually has something like 20 different components that breaks it down to bridge work and just a wide variety of different components. And obviously, this is national. The numbers we see in Oregon might be a little bit different. Some states have developed their own construction cost index. We use this just as a general sort of indicator of where things are going. But then we actually do develop our own construction cost inflation rates as well to try to judge what is coming. And it's based obviously on not just our own judgment, finger to the wind, but really on some of the national analysis that we get as well.
And the reason I ask this is just coming back from my transit experience. It's like this is happening nationally with transit. And one of the things that I think is helpful for people when we're informing the public as to why this is escalating, being able to talk to that level of when you make decisions, when you make policy decisions, let's say it has to do with employment and cost of living. All these things impact this further on down the line, and I think we need to be able to show it. But Vice Chair, you have a comment?
I was just going to say that this cost increase problem is not unique to transportation. I've watched it in construction projects and listen, private sector people talking about their projects complaining that it's gone up by 50% to 200%. Frankly, it happened to the legislature with their capital project. They've seen major cost increases in finishing up the Capitol. And in fact, our president's new ballroom has gone up and doubled in cost since he first announced it.
Okay, we won't get into the politics, but that's the truth. So let's, it's the reality. It really is. So we won't stop you because we really do need to keep moving. So
Just one thing we've spent a bit of time with some of our contractors the last couple of weeks and to listen to them talk about like the difference between 2015 and today for concrete, steel, like very, very clear things. The contrast is amazing when they say it out loud.
Yeah.
I'm all the way down to like, hey, I have to buy that arborvitae in 7 years. What's the cost going to be on that? Who knows, right? So I think if we can start bringing those things in so folks can see like the clear thing rather than it looking like us changing the numbers and doing something different, like that would be, they bring it up every time I talk to them. Like we need to be more plain language here, I think.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, costs are real.
okay, we'll let you keep moving.
Sure, no problem. Happy to be here. So beyond the schedule impacts that we've seen, there's also just updated clarity that we see in the design work that we've done. And so there are updates to the scope and quantities that we have. That's just more rich data, and in places it did drive increases because that clarity drove an understanding where there was sort of more of something needed. So that's included. There are the risk impacts, so that's associated with that $4.2 billion figure that I referenced in that rich dialogue that is the central component of this cost estimating process. Beyond that is the probability figures I referenced earlier. So in 2022, we were using that 60% plan to figure. That's a washed out sort of best practice, and so we were using it at the time. We are looking to align the information we're using at this time with the federal government's requirements associated with the initial finance plan. They do like to see that 70th percentile as their plan to figure. So that also means that there's a little bit of apples to oranges in the two estimates, or another place where there are apples to oranges in the two estimates. The other piece with the cost estimating process is you use a schedule to inform that process. So we do have schedule updates that have been completed as part of the cost estimating process. One, and I'll cover this again, but I'm going to say it a few times in the presentation, we do have a published final supplemental environmental impact statement, which is really exciting. We are looking to get the record of decision published in Q2 of this year, and also to begin those activities towards construction. So a request for qualifications issued this summer, and then a request for proposals after a short list issued in Q4 of this year. Beyond that, as you move through that progressive design build process, you then in 2027 can select a contractor and begin negotiations. That does allow for the start of construction in 2028, which also looks to be aligned with toll commencement. That is both a protocol expectation out of the federal Section 129 program under which tolling will be allowed for on this structure. And it also makes people a little less grumpy about paying a toll because they actually see something happening with the funds that they are contributing through that toll. The schedule also anticipates continuing to work towards and achieving the full funding grant agreement with the Federal Transit Administration in 2030. We do anticipate that bridge construction could take 6 to 7 years. A final set of details on that timeframe will come through the dialogue with the progressive design builder. They will have the means and methods to do that work. And so our sense of exactly how that goes may be different than their sense. So as we begin those dialogues, we'll have more clarity about that timing. And finally, anticipating light rail transit service pending additional funding can be up and operational in 2036. The overall construction horizon, as mentioned before, is extended out. So 2045 would be the final completion of the whole corridor, assuming that funding is available on the timeframe as identified in the schedule and the estimating process. Currently, we are in a very busy time for the program, and it's part of why we are here today. We do have the final supplemental that's been published. We are looking to get the record of decision published. That record of decision publication requires a fiscal constraint set of information for the federal government. One of those actions is the STIP amendments that we're asking for today. They want to see that. They want to see the Metropolitan Transportation Improvement Plans updated with current numbers also in advance of issuing the record of decision. The other piece to note is that the record of decision is contingent on certain level. Once you have to have that before you can begin certain levels within the federal government of reviews of your grant agreement amendments that we have that will work to obligate the federal funds. Very plainly, there is over $500 million that will expire at the end of September if we do not complete those activities and get those grant amendment agreements completed by that time, executed so that we can obligate those funds. So we are working a close time frame with you, with Oregon Metro, with the Southwest Washington Transportation Council to move that forward and get that going. You'll also note that there on here is the activities for construction and getting that started. So as we had the $14.4 billion cost estimate overall, we were looking to identify what is a good pathway forward. So we identified a core set of projects for the program. That does include the replacement of the Columbia River bridges, connecting them into I-5, and as well as SR-14 and Hayden Island, extending light rail to Waterfront Station in Vancouver, and removing the existing bridges. That body of work, one, we've always needed to start over the river. That's been the essential point of starting for this program. So they are the first foundational steps to building out the entire program. They are independently useful and viable to be used. So folks will be able to use those bridges. They will be connected so folks can get on and off of them, including a shared use path that will be connected. We do have to find something to put into the initial finance plan that actually matches the committed dollars you have now with those anticipated costs. We have to have that match up very clearly and also demonstrate that independent utility. This is a map of, go ahead.
Yeah. Can we back up one slide? So the core set of projects, again, this is where I get a little confused because 6 weeks ago we heard roughly 7.5 billion. Now we're 5.65.
5.68.
68.
Yep.
So the core set of projects we're working towards, and then what's in the parent there, not fully funded. So the bridge is funded. Which of those four are not fully funded?
So I have a couple of slides here that I think will answer that question. Yeah. And mostly this was to set the core set of projects is really a demonstration of sort of first intention, and then how do we break that into fundable phases? So there's a stepwise process here.
So the core is also phased.
Yes. And basically what you're going to see over the next set of slides is basically orienting to March information, what we've done since March, and then where we are with both the cost estimate for that first set of steps and what we are programming in the STIP. So you're going to see 4 slides that kind of like have different components on them of the map so that you'll see that progression. So this is a map of, and again, this is March 17 issued cost information, so 7.65 billion. This does have the bridge over the river, seismically resilient bridge, shoulders, all of those pieces, a shared use path that is connected, the connections of I-5 on both sides of the river, connections into SR14 and Hayden Island. So you can get on the bridge, you can use those lanes. This does include bridge removal of the existing bridges and also the extension of light rail to the waterfront station in Vancouver. What that requires, just for a point of awareness, is grade separation at Marine Drive. It requires a bridge, an independent bridge over the North Portland Harbor. There's basically, I think, mostly structure across Hayden Island because of managing grades for the light rail vehicles, a station on Hayden Island, the structure then to connect up to the bridge over the river, and on the Washington side, connecting from the bridge off on structure to a station at waterfront. You have to build all of that transit bed before you can do a track and systems contract and get that out there so that you are actually building the track and systems over that. So some folks have maybe thought historically that you would magically have light rail running at the exact same time that a bridge was open to some or all of the traffic. There are other dependencies that have not changed. They're just sort of the timing dependencies that are there about getting that track and systems built, and then also doing your operational testing. So those pieces are built in, and there was always going to be sort of some time delay there as we are getting more clear in what this means to implement this program. We're having that dialogue and trying to make sure people know that now where they might not have been tracking it before. The light rail does not include, the cost of the light rail here does not include park and rides or all of the transit vehicle or all of the vehicles and other pieces. There's less needed here, and we will continue the dialogue with the Federal Transit Administration about exactly what of those additional pieces may be necessary. So then getting to this idea about how do we move forward. So in March, we did suggest this as a step one, which is the bridge, the replacement of the bridges, with the space for light rail, the connections to I-5, SR14 and Hayden Island, as well as that shared use path connection. Both the previous estimate and this estimate do also include pre-completion tolling, the gantries, the details, and also implementation activities. So in March 17th, this was anticipated to cost $5.9 billion. We have conducted updates since that time. So when we issued that information, we also said, one, we're going to look at some cost efficiencies and see if those accrue any benefits and reduce costs, and also whether or not there are adjustments that could be realized in toll projected funding for the program. Additionally, the federal government was very clear that they needed to see reserved funds for bridge demolition out of those costs. So we added in bridge demolition into that step one set of costs and it's out far enough where it's basically reserving those funds later to be spent. Also then identified cost saving opportunities. Predominantly that is in combining packages. So those connections at 14 and Hayden Island, and then the approach at the connections into I-5, plus the bridges, those were all in separate packages. We've combined them into one package, which reduces interface challenges, the additional costs of letting each of those contracts, management activities associated with it, and also retiring those, some of the risks and adjusting some risks that were associated with that coordinated management. It also is allowing for a more efficient approach to where we are putting toll infrastructure and offering an opportunity to minimize the number of locational shifts. So that's another cost savings that was accrued and identified. Beyond that, then there's been an update to available funding. So that was a process that was run through the Washington State Treasury and the ODOT Finance Group to identify what funds could come through the toll revenue space. That is based on rates that the commissions have identified for study in the level 3 traffic and revenue analysis process. It is based on scenario 2, if you are familiar with the chart of the 4 rates. So that is one of the 3 lower rate items. There are certainly different policy considerations there, but it's based on scenario 2, and that did increase the amount of available funding. Those things have allowed us to close the gap, which is why we're here today to talk about what that is and how that would appear in a STIP amendment. So the updates with the add of the removal, the cost efficiencies realized, updated this cost estimate to be 5.68 billion. So that is our current sort of anticipated 70% figure. Also includes pre-completion tolling. So specifically the projects in that: replacement of the bridges, connections to I-5, connections to Hayden Island and SR-14, and also there's transit design that's built into this that is associated with continuing the capital investment grant program process with FTA. We do need to demonstrate that we can get to the next step by way of having transit design. So there is a body of work there. That is a new item in the STIP. Beyond that, there's tolling infrastructure and then the existing bridge removal.
Yeah, Carly, sorry, my memory's a little slack on all the funding at this point. Of the federal funding, how much of it's transit?
So we are targeting the $1 billion from the capital investment grant program process. That is not committed at this time because the process to get those funds it's a long and multi-phase activity. So we are working on that. We are in the pipeline. The process is relatively prescribed, and there is a clear sense of how ratings inform advancing to the next step. And so we are working to plan to that to continue to be in the pipeline and work towards those funds.
Trying to think of how to ask the question. Mm-hmm. How critical is it going to be from what you believe their position is how willing are they going to be to put transit dollars into the project when we don't have, when we finish the bridge, we won't have a train on it?
So I think that
building the other bridge connections necessary to put a train up there.
So there are specific criteria that the Federal Transit Administration likes to see that you are progressing and you have a set of levels of commitments of funds at certain gates in their process. So right now, our primary gate is making sure that we have funds to get from 30% design to 60% design, which is a point at which you can submit for the full funding grant agreement, which then locks in the funds and you are actually, have them essentially allocated, and then you just have the opportunity to program them. So the other pieces that they look for are match, the non-CIG match money. Right now, the program is anticipating using mega grant on the bridge to make sure we are building the bridge right, and it includes the width for light rail. That is a matchable source to the CIG grant per previous dialogue. And so you are getting that benefit and that 30% match of non-CIG funds, which again is another point that they want to measure at the next gate that we're coming to. So we have a submittal that's due by the sort of early September, where you would want to see both that 60% committal and then that 30% of the capital funds committed to the program. They also then like to see future commitments of those funds. So we're looking to make sure that we are clear on the FTA playbook as it's defined, and making sure that we are looking at how to identify those funds and those matches so that we are maintaining process there. It's not committed until you complete the full funding grant agreement.
Is there a risk involved if for some reason down the road we can't complete the transit piece of it? Is there a risk of having to pay back grant funds?
So those, one, I would say the $1 billion, we don't have it yet, so we're not expending that. We don't start, construction activities until we have those funds in hand. The design work would be, I think the question becomes, if there is some change in process or other things, that design work is durable going forward. You could use it to apply, sort of using other funds or considering other resources about how to bring that forward. So I think that we maintain that focus on how do we get transit across the river, and just awareness as there are shifting sands in how, changes to the federal government or other things. So those are things I can't predict from here, just looking to make sure that we are maintaining our standing in the process and timeliness of that and awareness of what the requirements are to continue advancing the program.
Can I just ask, what does the bridge deck space reserved for light rail look like before you put the light rail on it? I mean, so what are we building right now? before the rail is installed.
Yes. So there is about, I think for dual track, so a northbound and a southbound track, you're looking for 34 feet. There's other things around that sort of barrier and other pieces, but 34 feet of width for light rail on the southbound bridge. And making sure it has sort of appropriate barrier to traffic, because you would want that when the trains are operational. The other thing I would note is that building a road bed for cars and trucks is different than building a road bed for transit. So especially there's a curve on some of these on some of the bridge components. And so you have a little bit of a cross slope that you build into those things, but you don't do that for transit. And so just recognizing that what you're putting down as sort of the basic floor that you will then put track and systems on, it's a little bit different what you put down for transit versus for the rubber tired vehicles. So that's basically that first step, is making sure you have the width, that there's that appropriate consideration for separation, that there are other transit design considerations built in. I think there's some grounding expectations that are in there as well. And then making sure that you have that base kind of set right for those future activities.
So I guess I'm just wondering, I was wondering if there was a use for this corridor until you get the light rail in, and one of the places my mind would go is dedicated bus lanes. That there's, I mean, there are places in the world where instead of trying to build rail, they just say, this corridor is just for public transit buses, and they're going to go really fast because they're not stuck in traffic with everybody else. But if the surface is not cross sloped correctly, then you couldn't run motor vehicles on this.
So yeah, I think one, you need it connected. And I think that the question has come up about whether or not there are ways to use it in that sort of interim, and if that makes sense, and how that, I think the other question is, as the program progresses over time, is that time delay what we had anticipated, or maybe is it different? And so does that change your consideration? And you can have active dialogue with the progressive design builder about whether or not there are maybe different ways to use that space. I would note though, that at the ends of that, you don't really have anything connected into it until you build that rest of the guideway. The difference, certainly bus rapid transit was considered in the earlier version of exploration of this program. Really what you're facing here is the recognition that there's always going to be a transfer point, and where is that transfer point? And so getting light rail across the river does allow for that transfer point to actually happen in Vancouver, which I think is sort of the big goal, is to have that start there, as opposed to, running right now, at least for local buses, you get to downtown Vancouver, you hop on an independent shuttle, and then you get over to light rail and you get on it. They also have the express bus system, which serves a completely different population, but that local connection, the opportunity for getting from Vancouver to the Columbia corridor or anything along the interstate corridor, it's not served right now, other than doing this sort of multi-transfer situation from Vancouver. Shall I continue? Okay. I think we've covered everything here. So these are updates to the available funding. We've talked about the mega grant and the BIP grant. So we have $2.1 billion that have been identified by the federal government, and we've been awarded those funds. We do need to obligate. It is the $546 million that could disappear at the end of September is part of that bridge investment grant. So we're looking to make sure that we retain and can utilize all funds that have been identified by the federal government to come to this area, to come to this program. We have the $1 billion in both Move Ahead and in Washington funding and Oregon state funding, some previous state funding, and then the projected toll amount has increased here from, we previously were assuming $1.25 billion, and that has been increased to $1.5 billion. That is again based on Washington State Treasury analysis and ODOT finance analysis. They had independent analyses that came up with that. There are some different borrowing assumptions that are built into that, but also just to note that it's been validated by those folks who are the appropriate resources to do that body of work. So that brings us to 5.69 billion of committed funding. So 5.68 is below 5.69, which is why we are talking about a STIP amendment and how to move forward on the program. Below that line are things that we can't yet program in STIP. So the 1 billion in CIG funds and then some other funds, but we continue to be in the process to target those funds.
Great. So earlier in the meeting, Vice Chair Byer referenced that we're going to be starting the conversations about toll rate setting again in earnest. You have created a bi-state toll subcommittee and have had one meeting bi-state with the Washington State Transportation Commission, as you will be acting jointly and yet separately with the WSTC in setting the toll rates. So we are beginning to move forward with this process now in earnest, now that we have this work done. You in October 1st, 2024, approved the 4 rate scenarios. And as Carly noted, we have used the lower of those scenarios in order to generate the toll funding analysis that has gone into the finance plan. We are going to be bringing you many conversations about this in the near future, including in less than 5 weeks. On June 5th, you will be getting together with our friends from the Washington State Transportation Commission for a joint meeting to receive that level 3 traffic and revenue analysis. We have the tables from that were used for this, but there is not yet a report or memo written. However, we are working on that right now, and we anticipate that in about 2 weeks, you'll have that in your hands so that you can prepare for that meeting on June 5th. So I will note where it says summer 2026, that actually technically will be spring 2026 in about 2 weeks. And then again on June 5th, you'll be receiving those summary results. After that, the Bi-State Toll Subcommittee will begin its work in earnest and will be going through a variety of issues related to toll rates, toll exemptions, and a variety of other issues that need to be worked through and then brought back to the 2 commissions. We anticipate that in summer of 2027 that you would, along with WSTC, jointly select the proposed toll rates and policies for the public input process. We would then spend the next several months going through that very robust public input process so that late in 2027, you could adopt those final toll rates and policies, including what discounts and exemptions would be available. That would allow then for that information to be communicated and marketed to the public. WashDOT has a very robust program in the Puget Sound metro region. However, as you can imagine, this is the first time we're going to be reintroducing tolling of this nature into the Portland metro region. So we will spend a very significant amount of time, effort, and money on educating the public and marketing them, especially making sure that as many people as possible get a good-to-go toll tag so that they can have that system in their vehicle with an account set up so they can just drive and not have to go through the more expensive, more laborious process. And then we would expect that tolling would begin on the bridges in the middle of 2028.
We have a question. Mr. Baker.
Maybe a couple. The level 3 traffic analysis is going to have a different number, I would expect, than our environmental impact statement in terms of traffic across the bridge. And Travis, you might explain why those numbers would be different. Then I've got another question for you.
Yeah, Commissioner Baker, it's a really good question. The environmental impact statement is designed to ensure that we're at least understanding the total maximum impact of the footprint of the project. So generally what you see is those numbers are going to be conservative in having slightly higher toll or traffic volumes than you might otherwise have in a traffic and revenue analysis. The traffic and revenue analysis, we call it investment grade because it is what we literally take to the bank. We would rather those numbers be a little bit more conservative to be a floor that we know we're not going to fall beneath. So they're both appropriately conservative. One, to make sure we're not understating the environmental impacts of traffic, and one, to not overestimate the revenue that we're going to get from tolls.
So the traffic projection's probably somewhere in the middle.
Commissioner Baker, we would certainly hope that it would be in the sense that we would hope that traffic would be at least a little bit higher than our minimal estimates that were made, or our minimum estimates that are made in the traffic and revenue analysis.
Okay. So on March 17th, Governor Ferguson mentioned 140,000 trips a day across the interstate bridge. When we get a look at the level 3, it's going to be considerably less than that. You know, I'm hearing numbers around 80. So there's a big gap there. Now, when we're considering tolling and the amount that we can raise, obviously we're going to use that lower amount because that produces the investment grade. And so our math is going to be the number of trips times the tolling rates adjusted by the variation we put in with regard to timing and so on. But it begs a question for me, Travis Carley, about diversion, because we've got such a huge gap. And if it's true that, you know, traffic for an extended number of years is, you know, 8 or 9 years potentially as we're going through this before the bridge opens up and we start to see more traffic in our model come across. How do we deal with that? How do we wrap our heads around what all that means? I mean, we just spent an hour with the Rose Quarter talking about, you know, a closure that's going to last for 5 weeks. This is going to be quite extended. And how do we wrap our heads around?
Yeah, Commissioner Baker, it's a really, sorry. Yeah. It's an excellent question, and I'll give you a short answer, and then Carly can add to that. You know, that is something that we'll be bringing to you as part of this level 3 work over time to understand what diversion looks like. And I will tell you, you know, I look back at, say, the tolling that was done on an SR 520 across Lake Washington in Washington, as there's a lot of ways it's somewhat analogous. We saw, after tolling was imposed on SR 520, a dramatic and instantaneous drop in traffic on SR 520. And that's very consistent with what you will see in the level 3 traffic and revenue analysis. And yet then what you see is a gradual increase in traffic going back to that route over time. What you see is that there are alternate routes to any toll facility that will see additional traffic. We saw that on the I-90 bridge, but it is not a one-to-one. You will see that there are some trips that are diverted to other routes. In this case, it would be to I-205. There will also be some trips that will be diverted to other places within the metro region and don't go over the river at all. Some trips just simply won't happen. Some trips will go on to public transportation if we're able to get light rail across the river. So there are multiple ways that those trips will change. It is by no means one-to-one that any trip that is not taking the I-5 bridge as a result of a toll is automatically moving over to I-205.
Yeah, I guess I would just also note that I think this 80,000 you referenced, like that's probably that first year time frame. And you do expect a significant, I think as you're hearing here, some volatility up front where people are maybe standing their ground on not paying the toll. 205 is significantly congested right now. We already see folks who are making odd routing decisions between I-5 and I-205. They're already sort of opting between one or the other. I know C-Tran buses, they will run up northbound I-5 in the afternoon because they can get into the HOV lane that's there. They'll run southbound on 205 in the morning, even though basically the origin and destination of their trip is the same. So we know folks are already making those sort of decisions that are a little bit different. And so I would note that there is already sort of a disincentive around 205. And so that idea of sort of all those vehicles, one, there's all these choices that people will make. And the idea of all those folks sort of getting to 205 and then realizing what that actually means based on what is available on 205 and how you access it, that is also going to be sort of driving people back and forth in that decision-making process. So we anticipate to see that kind of mediate out over time. That's not to say some folks won't stay on that 205 corridor, but by paying the toll, you will, especially as we are beyond construction, but certainly even, earlier as we get folks onto the new bridge and there's some efficiencies there. You will see folks sort of identify individually which is better for them on that day. And so we do anticipate that mediates over time.
Yeah, thanks. I know there's no clear answers on this. And, you know, the questions I'm asking, I know some of them are quite difficult, and it may create the sense that I'm not in favor of this bridge. We need this bridge. What I'm trying to do is make sure that we surface some of this narrative so that it reduces the resistance, because I think, you know, the more we talk about it, the more information we have, the easier path we're going to have going forward.
Absolutely.
So it's really important that we have this project, but these are also important topics.
Absolutely.
And, you know, I think the difference between the investment grade analysis, now we come up with those numbers, versus the environmental impact statement, and why those numbers are so dramatically different, is really important in terms of the dialogue, so that it's understandable.
Absolutely. There's a lot of detail in these kinds of programs, and they come into richer focus over time, or different focus over time. So it's good. There's sort of new themes for the program to be talking about.
Yeah. And I can say too, you know, I'm disappointed that we're 2 weeks away from getting this information, and you're asking us as commissioners to make a huge investment. And in my mind, this is really important. You know, we get this information, we have an opportunity to dialogue about it, we get some public comment on it, and it's really unfortunate that we don't have it today.
Yeah, Commissioner Baker, that is a very fair point, and we understand, and we're going to do our best to get you this information as quickly as possible. This really comes from, you know, as Carly showed, having to front load so much into of this information that needs to be in place. The STIP amendment needing to be in place, the finance plan needing to be in place in advance of getting the record of decision signed and issued by the federal government is a little faster than we would normally like. And as a result, then we're a little bit ahead of where we would normally be in the ability to get all of you together across the two state commissions. As soon as we got this, we made that decision with the WSTC to hold a joint committee meeting or a joint commission meeting. And yet it was about a month and a half out before we could find a time that worked to get both sides together for that. So that's just the disjuncture in timing on the two work streams that we're trying to do as quickly as possible in parallel.
If we, do we have to make this decision today? Can we wait a month? I mean, can you provide us with the information, give us a full picture, so that the next commission meeting we could take a look at it?
So it would be valuable to have your decision today, associated with just continuing to meet schedule and having the confidence with the federal government that we are managing the STIP and MTIP processes to the schedule that we've shared with them. So I just know that that's a very real we are managing a lot of relationship and a lot of review with the federal government. And also I know it has not been afforded your scrutiny, which is the concern, and I hear that. And also I know that being able to share 1.5 is with the okay and the backing of the state treasurer of Washington and also the ODOT finance team. And so I just, before we're sharing any new numbers, that is do folks have the confidence for us to be sharing that publicly? It is projected as noted. So those are the things I can offer. And I know that doesn't mean that you've seen that information and have it available to review today. Yeah. So next steps for light rail, as I've mentioned, or I guess I will mention, building the replacement bridge and building it right with the width for light rail is the essential first step. I was talking with another group, and we were, talking about Expo Center and why the light rail probably ended there. It's because there's a bridge between Expo and Hayden Island, and bridges are expensive. So even if folks had wanted to get there, and I know there was the extension of that portion of the line was a unique funding structure as it was delivered, but adding that on to the end is prohibitively expensive. So getting it across the river is really critical. Having the space for that is really the very first step. Continuing pursuing the $1 billion in funding from the Capital Investment Grant Program, as I've highlighted. One, we do have that transit design money that is identified in what we're asking for action on today. That will demonstrate to the Federal Transit Administration that we are funding between 30% and 60% design and allows us to stay in the process. Beyond that is continuing to work on the process to the full funding grant agreement, and then construction of funding available then would be occurring 2030 to 2036. Also noted, as we were dialoguing early about the 14.4 billion and what do we do with that, is the recognition of continuing to look for a variety of funding sources for those activities, to discuss and explore sequencing and priority conversations with our local partner agencies, identifying cost savings and funding opportunities. So doing all of that exploration, and that would be a continued component of the program. I've said this twice before actually, but we do have our final supplemental environmental impact statement published. We did actually have to do some financial validating even to get that published. So again, this is where that relationship with the federal government and your actions are really critical. That was published on April 17th. It does have some design refinements. There are responses to the comments in the draft supplemental environmental impact statement, and information on continued coordination with permitting agencies and tribes, other additional new technical information. There are some design options that are explored there and mitigation measures, and we are targeting that record of decision, which is the approval to move to construction. So we can't begin construction without the record of decision. So looking to get that this summer. Travis, do you want to talk about bi-state governance?
I would love to speak about the bi-state governance agreement. We are in the process of working with WashDOT and the IBR project to create the bi-state governance agreement that will go forward for the construction process. This is going to establish that bi-state roles and responsibilities, the decision-making protocols, how we share the costs, and guiding principles for the construction of the program. We have an existing agreement that was for development of the project, but we need to have this in place, particularly as we go forward. And Carla's going to talk a little bit about advancing toward a bridge construction contract. This framework needs to be in place before we bring on a progressive design build firm in order to show them the decision-making structure that we have and show them that we have that decision-making structure that will ensure quick decision-making and very efficient management of the process. It's going to be completed prior to the request for qualifications that is going to go out to that progressive design firm or to the community that will then help us select that progressive design firm. It really is operational in nature, so it's going to be signed by the ODOT director and the WashDOT secretary.
So specific to advancing a bridge contract this year, we have identified that we will deliver this through the progressive design build method. That is a method that in Washington State DOT will hold the contract for that. WashDOT does have delivery experience with progressive design build and has been using that as a different method to try to manage those design build. Offers a lot of opportunities, but also means that you are pricing all the risk up front. And we saw some major cost challenges with those bids coming in under design build. So especially for a project of this level of complexity, the progressive design build method allows some dialogue as you are developing additional design detail, the opportunity to sort of have a rich dialogue around maybe scope or other adjustments that you might want to make. And in dialogue with this entity that has the means and methods for construction, they may have different ideas about how to do that work, which could provide cost efficiencies. So it is also a kind of a phased process as you work into that with the progressive design builder. And it does offer the opportunity to conduct portions of construction in phases as well. Just if there's if you're still working on design for something that's a later activity, you could still start with maybe false work in the river so that you could start to have that workspace from which to build the bridges. So all of those things provide some flexibility in that process. We've identified that we are trying to get the request for qualifications out in Q2 and the request for proposals out in Q4 of this year. Again, that allows for the selection of contractor in 27 and that beginning of design and cost negotiations. The process specifically, you do have that selection of a design build team. So there's a short listing out of the request for qualifications. The request for proposals then helps you identify who you're going to be working with. You then are working together to develop that 60% design and identify a maximum price that's cost estimated. They will do their cost estimate. We do an independent cost estimate, and then the dialogue around the work and those estimates helps to negotiate that guaranteed maximum price. There is the opportunity, which can be challenging to take, but it is important for an owner to have the ability to, if that guaranteed maximum price cannot be achieved, that you can take that design out to market for an open bid. There is this opportunity for innovation in that dialogue, for having the ability to have progressive design packages, and also really you openly discuss risks and that risk sharing. And so then that all feeds into that guaranteed maximum price. So it's just it's a more rich dialogue with the contracting partner. I think this is maybe my last slide for this. So I know we're well behind time, but I appreciate all the questions. So we are, highlighted this before, looking to finish the environmental process, getting that financial plan in to the federal government. That is also a component of getting the record of decision. They need to approve that. Record of decision is precursory to those amendment agreements that we're looking to get completed so we can keep getting all of the funds that the federal government has identified for this program. And then working to transition to delivery. And that is as much about putting contracts on the street as it is to reviewing the team that we have, building up the construction arm, where basically we have the program team. Some of that will change. We're basically adding a construction team on the side of the program team and making sure that we have the right skill sets and qualities of folks there that are going to be able to engage in that rich dialogue with the progressive development. There will also be future Transportation Commission updates on the governance agreement, the procurement process, funding updates, all of those things. So our intent is always to keep you apprised as there is new information coming forward and as you have critical roles to play for the state of Oregon. That's the end of that portion of the presentation. So I don't know if there are additional questions from what we fielded so far.
Go ahead, Commissioner Chang.
On this question of tolling revenue and how comfortable we feel with 1.5, I was just going to ask if Commissioner Byer, who sits on the tolling committee, do you have any?
He can't hear you.
So on this question of tolling revenue, do we feel good about 1.5? Since you sit on the tolling committee, I mean, can you give us any insights or perspective on that process that should make us feel more or less comfortable with the course estimates that we have right now?
Well, to be clear, I haven't seen the study.
Right.
From what we heard the other day, when the chair and I met with the Washington chair and the vice chair, I will say that the Washington Commission, which has a lot more experience than we do with tolling, was very comfortable, seemed to be very comfortable with the numbers that were there. These are numbers that are in the range that we've been talking about. They're at the higher range. One of the things I asked when they were doing it is I asked that when they studied it, they put it at they had one option that was higher than we were asking for. And so they came in and, if I understand it correctly, and I think I do, they projected that the potential for revenue is there. The one thing that I assume is the consultants who do this is what they do. And the audience that they tend to be playing towards are to the bonding underwriters. So they're very conservative. So I guess it's a round way of saying you got a group of people who do this, and this is their profession, and they're conservative, and these are the numbers they're putting out. There's some level of, I would have some level of trust in that. But I understand, certainly understand Commissioner Baker's concerns. It is a little uncomfortable to make a decision before we've at least seen actual numbers and had a chance to talk about it.
And I don't know if,
I'm not sure if we have, I think one option, unless there's a deadline in there, would be to schedule a special board meeting after we've seen the number.
so I would note also as an item that is different in the borrowing, and maybe Travis, you may want to speak to this. The earlier projected toll revenue the projected toll revenue and the 1.25 was informed, I believe, by simply using the toll revenue as the backing for bonding. And that has been expanded to include also state backing of those bonds. So there's sort of a double backing of that repayment, which enhances your credit. And so I would say that's a pretty significant factor in why the figure increased. I don't know if you have other comments about how and why the number increased that may be informative.
Yes, Commissioner Chang, to your point, we had two separate teams of people who do this for a living. The Washington State Office of the Treasurer has done a number of toll funding analyses because they have 5 or 6 toll facilities in Washington now. And so they are very comfortable with doing this analysis. We at ODOT did not do the analysis ourselves. We contract with the Public Resource Advisory Group, our municipal advisor, which is engaged in our bonding program and tolling and understands how to go about an analysis like this. It's important to note, there were 4 toll scenarios. 3 of them had lower toll rates, 1 had higher toll rates. We relied on the lower toll rate scenario in order to come up with this. So I will admit I was a professional skeptic in this process. We made them prove that there is the capacity within those toll rates. The $1.25 billion that came out of in the original finance plan was designed to be conservative. It was actually even less than we projected for toll revenue for the Interstate Bridge or for the Columbia River Crossing a decade ago. So we assumed that there was likely going to be some capacity there if necessary. There are still opportunities, if for some reason the analysis as we go through this iterative process comes back and shows that there is a need for additional toll revenue or that we don't get quite to 1.5 billion. You can adjust the toll rates. We can adjust the financing assumptions. As I talked to our funding team, we did not use the maximum funding assumptions that we could have. So for example, we are likely to use a TIFIA loan. We did not build that in at this time. We could likely build in 1 more bond sale within this structure. Washington, for example, did 4 bond sales. I believe we looked at 3. We were essentially red teaming this, taking 2 different approaches to try to find the optimal approach. So there is still likely some things. We did not go, dial everything up to 11 in order to get to $1.5 billion. We did not want to be at that point where we were maxing out any option and going at the very high end of this.
Travis, let me ask you a question. When we're going to meet, the 2 commissions going to meet on June 5th, and we'll get the report prior to that, and then we'll be making a decision consensus with the 2 commissions, correct?
Commissioner Brown, at that point, you are just accepting that report. There is no actual decision needed. There will be an opportunity to provide direction to the Bi-State Toll Subcommittee if there are anything in particular coming out of that report that you want to dive in deeper.
Okay. The reason I'm asking this is, and it's a public meeting, it's going to be virtual. After that, could the commission, if we don't have the Oregon Commission, since we come out of that meeting, do you have a timeline that we would mess up if we made our decision on June 5th?
I don't believe that it would critically affect the schedule. And also, the feds have been asking us left, right, and center about whether or not we are managing our time efficiently. I would note, though, very plainly that the Oregon Metro Council process is a two-touch process with them. That is going to conclude on, I believe, June 25th. So that is our long lead item. They have been advocating directly and meeting with both RTC and also Oregon Metro to figure out whether or not they can shimmy up their timeframes and make them shorter. So I just think there's a lot of interest from the federal government. Again, to me, there's a relational risk there and sort of just that sense of planning to timing, but that is different than you folks having the information in advance of making a decision.
Chair, I think you could schedule a special meeting after that.
Right.
To make that decision. That week of or
Exactly
something.
after
That wouldn't,
that
that would be
meeting.
before the.
Day is that?
June 5th. 'Cause
Day?
we've all, 5th. We've already committed our time there.
Yeah.
Are you suggesting immediately after that? Like
Yes.
act on, okay.
It's just a thought to if we can fit it within the timeline, I mean, that's pushing it out just a little bit here.
Yep.
Do you have a date that you think that will get the report?
Commissioner Brown, the conversation we had with WashDOT's toll division, which is actually the contractual owner of the level 3, we brought back to them the conversation we've had with, we've heard from you about wanting to have this information. They are actively working on the memo that will come to the commissions, and the target date is May 21st, so 2 weeks from today, to have that information available. And it would be a memo essentially directed to the two commissions as a pre-read, basically like your materials for this commission meeting, so that you could have that in advance of that meeting. We can try to push that as quickly as possible. But as you can imagine, we're synthesizing a lot of information and want to make sure we do this well and answer all your questions.
So here's a thought for the rest of the commissioners. Look at your schedules right now. If we put this off till, let's say we get the report May 21st, so we're going to put pressure to May 21st is when we would most likely get the report. If you would commit to the week of June 25th, a date. I mean, sorry, May. I'm sorry. I'm looking at my calendar and right underneath it says June, and I'm
See, that meeting as it exists today is 9 a.m. to noon. It's actually 11:30 or something. So if we just did a half hour or schedule an hour after that for a continuing virtual meeting.
or have another separate special meeting before to give you more comfort.
Yeah,
I feel like we need a compromise here because you're putting us in a really difficult position.
We have our meeting, next meeting on what?
I know, but that's too late.
It's too late.
That's too late.
I think I appreciate the conversation and trying to find a way to navigate this forward in a way that's comfortable for you folks. I think there is both the federal relationship and also I think the leadership that we often see from the Transportation Commission in context of the Oregon Metro MTIP process. So that will start, I believe, I think I'm probably at JPAC and Metro Council on the 21st of May, but if there is a sort of scheduled and anticipated action by this group that is sort of known and can be, like roughly referenced, that I think it's useful to know when you folks might be making that decision. So folks see that. That will be our first touch with Metro. We sought to do a one-touch process with them, but that was not negotiable. So we're doing a two-step process, but that begins late May and then we'll conclude in late June.
Madam Chair, the week of the 25th of May is good for me.
What about the 26th after 2 o'clock?
What, you just shut your microphone off.
That week is really bad for me, but I'm feeling pretty comfortable with this at this point. So, if it was just a matter of calling in, stepping out of something from somewhere for 5 minutes to cast a vote alongside you all, I can probably make that happen.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to table this or just pause this until after lunch. And then so we can all kind of look at our calendars, see what we can come up with, or if we can't, and we have to make a decision today, we will. But give us a few minutes to do that.
Absolutely. All right, we'll hold on the STIP presentation until after lunch, or do you want to hear this presentation now?
What would you like to do? Let's hold it till right after lunch.
Okay.
And let's move the Center Street Bridge now.
What are we doing? It's noon.
Yep. Okay, that's great.
You think that one's hard? On the 26th. Well, that's not. But you won't have that. You have the report. Oh.
Stop it. No, that's fine. Yeah, whatever. I mean, yeah. Oh,
We're good. Are we getting started? I think she said to go ahead and go. Yep. Commissioner Baker is in charge. Don't tell her I said that.
Well, good sort of morning. So my name is Savannah Crawford, Region 2 Manager, here to discuss the Center Street Bridge Seismic Retrofit Project. Next, that's right, I got the clicker. All right, so today we're going to discuss an overview of the conversations we've had with the Commission in October and November of last year. We'll talk a little bit about why we're here today, delivery timelines, debt service, and then we will be asking a decision of the Commission. So when we met with you in October and November, we went through the project update. We provided an update on the phasing of Center Street Bridge. So we are currently working on design and ultimately construction of phase 1, which is the Main Street and East ramps. Phase 2 will be constructed at a later date when that is the West End ramps, and those will be fully reconstructed. They cannot be seismically retrofitted. We also went over risk assessment, some of the mitigation strategies that we had completed over the last year to ensure that we had as much information as possible going into the project and phase 1 construction. For example, we did some borings and water work to really determine if there are any additional obstructions, really just to get a better handle of the soil conditions and things of that nature. We also updated our finance plan that indicated our commitment to fund this project in its entirety over time. And we completed a STIP amendment for phase 1 construction. We added $198 million to the project, or it's fully funded, I'm sorry, at $198 million. And then we added $2 million to start advanced investigation for phase 2. And that is really to go and look at further soil conditions and really get some good site assessment and site analysis for phase 2 before we were to begin design there. So where are we at today? So after we received STIP amendment confirmation from the Commission, we heard from Federal Highways that they would like to see further explicit direction by the Commission to fully fund phase 2 at some point in the future when that was available. So instead of just having the finance plan that indicates our commitment, they did want some explicit direction from the Commission on that commitment to fund. That does not mean that we are asking for the full $200+ million today, but we are asking for future commitments as we progress with that particular phase of the project. And I'll go over that in just a little bit more detail. So right now, this is the delivery timeline for phase 2. So we would begin the advanced investigation work this year. So we'll start that soil condition site analysis. And then we would anticipate starting formal design in 2028. At that point in time, we would need further funding for the design work for phase 2. We would complete design over probably a 3 to 4 year period. And then we would bid opening in 2032, 2033. These are still obviously estimates until we start getting into the design work. At that point in time, we would likely need to request for additional funding for phase 2 construction. And then we would construct in 2033, 2036. Anything to add so far? So this is an overview of the debt service for bonding. I'll just leave this up here. I don't know if there's any questions on this specifically.
I was just going to add, good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Tova Peltz. I am the Delivery and Operations Division Administrator. I want to flag, we are sharing this summary of debt service for anticipated debt service for bonding the phase 1 bonding and phase 2. I just want to note that debt service, like this is a portion of the agency's bridge specific debt service, and we can speak to how this fits into overall bridge program costs if the commission's interested. We are anticipating that over the next 10 years, we will see debt service for a bridge program be $20 to $70 million a year over the next 10 years or so, and this is a portion of that. And we are planning for that. We're prepared to deliver our bridge program with that in mind. The debt service represents up to 50% of our annual bridge program funding, which is a combination of federal funds for bridge and House Bill 2017 bridge seismic funds.
So today, again, we are asking for the Transportation Commission to confirm that ODOT will move forward with phase 2 of the Center Street Bridge project and seek bonding authority when funding is required, as noted in the September 15th, 2025 preliminary finance plan. So it is a relatively quick presentation today.
Commissioner Baker.
I'm going to come back to the discussion we had on the first round.
Yes.
Which was, paying attention to what happened in the legislature in 2025 and the number of times I heard about oversight on projects that are over 250 million. So the first piece of this, we got in under 250 million. Now we're talking about something well in excess of that. Plus, I'm concerned about making these kind of bonding commitments when we're strapped and we don't have the money. So, this is going to obligate us to this project, which by its nature, Tova, I think takes away from other projects. So we're going to have other projects that are going to fall off the important projects are going to be falling off the page. So it's unfortunate that we're here because the commission, made a decision to fund the first phase of it. Now we've got a big decision with regard to what doesn't happen if we fund the second phase. So, Tova, you got any idea what comes off the list?
Right now, our bridge program is a combination of bridge replacements, bridge rehabilitation, and bridge preservation. That trio, and also major bridge maintenance. That strategy to manage our bridge program has been in place for quite some time, and we've definitely seen, as has been talked about earlier today, rising costs. At this point, we are replacing roughly three. We're able to replace roughly 3 bridges a year with the debt service that we're looking at over the next 20 years, and with that, assuming funding stays flat, we're looking at the number of bridges we're able to replace dropping to probably 1 a year. we also, like, that pushes us into, like, pushes us more towards like the rehabilitation and preservation space for our bridges. We've been increasing how much money we put in major bridge maintenance, because the major bridge maintenance program is foundational to taking care of our aging bridges, and we will be more reliant on that and like, over time, and more reliant on using our bridge preservation resources to manage our aging bridges and condition decline. So I think what we'll see is what we'll see is fewer bridges that we can replace over this period of time, assuming all other funding like stays where it is. And I understand there is a lot of uncertainty around what funding for our preservation program is going to look like in the future. That's certainly front and center on everyone's mind.
If I could just kind of,
I was just thinking what you're saying.
if I could just add to the question. So you just described kind of a diminishment of opportunity in other parts of the state. Can we get a little bit more? I'm not sure whether I should say specific or speculative about that. I mean, tell me about some of the other bridges around the state that are high up on the list that we might have to time out in the next few years if we make this obligation.
Commissioner Chang, I think that like our debt service slows down the rate that we're delivering bridge projects. I think the bridge projects that are already on the books and in development will continue as planned. It's what comes after that could slow down. So we're still looking like several years out before we would see fewer bridge projects moving forward as an outcome of debt service. I mean, we're going to see that as an outcome of debt service no matter what, because we're already carrying, we already have debt service that we're paying for with our bridge and seismic funds, because of other bridge projects, and including phase 1 of Center Street. We have been talking at length about our timber bridge program, our aging timber bridges, and working through replacing those bridges. It will slow down our ability to replace those timber bridges, which are all over the state, though more heavily located on the west side of the Cascades. And in need of repair, and I think, or in need of replacement. And then it forces us to think about how we will address it, maybe it puts a finer point on the need to strategically address our aging interstate era bridges and our approach to preserving and replacing those, in the 15-year time horizon. And I think that we all have to look out in over decades at our bridge program, because we talk about how many bridges get replaced every year, and that's valuable, but taking care of our 2,700 structures is a lifetime commitment and isn't solved in a 5-year time horizon. And so one part of all of this is thinking about our long game for our aging bridges. And I think whether we move forward with Center Street right now or at a later date, we still need to do that. And at this time, Center Street is still a legislatively mandated project for us. And until that changes, the cost to deliver Center Street will grow as we put off moving it forward, which we just talked about. That was a crux of the conversation that the commission just had about the Interstate Bridge Replacement. We can move forward with Center Street Bridge now unless the legislature took action and took that out of statute. We are still committed to delivering it, and the cost to deliver it will rise every year that we postpone moving it forward. I recognize this is not an easy decision, and managing like the scale of our whole bridge program is like complicated and challenging, and will be something that ODOT and the commission work together on for forever, frankly, because these are like the spine of our system.
Yeah, just another question about this. So, I mean, at the heart of this issue is an argument about the independent utility of phase one between us and the federal government. I mean, is there's no wiggle room for us to emphasize our point that phase one has independent utility as part of this process?
You know, the federal highways has been very clear that to move forward with construction of phase one, we need a financial commitment to delivering phase two shortly thereafter. And again, as Savannah said, that isn't a STIP amendment type of commitment. That's a verbal acknowledgement that we will have to make a financial commitment make a financial commitment in the next few years to move it forward, move it to construction.
Vice Chair?
Well, this is kind of a tough one. I will admit that I'm starting to become a little bit skeptical of the need to deal with seismic work on everything, because frankly, these bridges and some of these are the least of our concerns if the earthquake is going to be as damaging as people say that it is. Having said that, to the extent we're going to do this bridge to me stands out as one that you probably want to do if you're doing the seismic stuff. It's the major connection between a very large population base on the west side of the Willamette River. And I don't believe there's an alternative or near alternative for public safety vehicles and medical services in that all the way to the coast. In fact, probably is going to be a principal connector to get to dealing with the problem on the coast, outside of helicopters and boats. I mean, it is the major middle connection state. So to me, that argues, or if you're going to try and address the seismic issues, this one makes sense to me. The other thing is, and it is a dilemma, this is one that the legislature put in the act, although I will tell you that it mainly concerns one legislator who happens to live on the west side of the river. So it's the conundrum that we're in of, we have a legislative direction to do something, but they didn't give us the money to do it. Frankly, in the best of all worlds, it would be nice to take this back to them and say, here's the cost of the project. Do you want to do it?
Well, I think it could be twofold in that situation. I mean, if we commit to bonding and doing this, and we're jeopardizing future projects, I can guarantee you that other bridges that need to be replaced in those communities will come to light. I mean, I think this goes back to the long-term capital investment plan. We have these other bridges that need to be replaced. They need to be identified. I mean, not necessarily in that plan, but again, as we're doing this work and we're thinking about using the capital investment plan as a talking point with legislators. These are the projects in your communities. These are the things that are done. Oh, and by the way, these are the bridges that have critical utility that need to be replaced. And because we did Center Street, we don't have the money anymore. I mean, it goes back to visioning and planning the future. And I think that they put us in a difficult spot because they put in statute and then we have to figure it out. And that's one of the things that makes me crazy about transportation bills. I'm just going to say it, is these trade-offs. And when we put special projects into them, it hurts us because we have to, then we as a commission have to figure out what we're going to give up to be able to do it. And it's part of your fault.
Of course it's my fault. You know, when you gotta buy a boat, you gotta buy a boat. To Commissioner Chang's comment, though, I think that's a fair question, and I don't know how you answer that, the trade-offs, and I will give an example in my community. We have a bridge over Willamette River that's very old, and a community, part of it called Glenwood, and the city council in there, and I think a lot of people really would like to replace that bridge because it's weightless and all this. And my reaction to that was, I hear you, but no, there are two other alternatives to get there. They may not be the one you want, but there are alternatives. And I think part of that is we look at that, those kinds of things is, what's the impact that we're looking at? You know, I would think that we would start with looking at waitlisted bridges, and some of that is, I know you're going to hear a different sound when you get east of the mountains. Some of them say, I hear you, but it doesn't affect that many people. And in the scheme of things, we have to make a decision about this. That's always the complaint of the urbanized areas, but we look at the urbanized areas and say, where's most of the money that we use generated? And where's going to be the biggest economic impact? Not easy questions.
Especially when you get down to geographic equity. Okay. Try not to make my life any more difficult, okay? Because I have a really bad stomachache today. So I'm looking for, I think, a motion.
We'll do it.
All right.
And we'll see how it goes. Let's see. I move that the commission confirms its intentions to fund phase 2 of the Center Street Bridge retro project and seek legislative bonding authority when funding is required.
Do I have
Those last 3 words is probably really important.
I like those in the notes. Funding is required. Do I have a second? Okay, discussion. Go. I'm waiting for you. You keep looking at me. I can feel your eyeballs burning in the side of my head here.
I have a question. We're allowed to vote for a STIP amendment, right? And program something, allocate funds. Are we allowed to obligate a future commission to doing this? You know, because I might not be here in 3 years.
You might not be here in 3 months. None of us might.
So
Not until it's in a contract.
I mean, you know, on my board of county commissioners, we're not allowed to do stuff like this. Tie a future board's hands, you know, outside of the budget cycle that we're currently operating within. I'm just.
I mean, I think, so I know that we've been doing this for years. I also know that we can also, well, not if the bonds have been sold, but I was going to say, you know, STIP amendments can be changed and pulled back.
Right.
I
mean, this is basically a verbal commitment, right? This is not a.
Well, not really. It's more than verbal because we're voting.
Okay.
You just turned your mic off.
The plain attorney would say that.
Turn your mic back on. Yeah.
At the risk of playing attorney, I would guess the answer is Harry Truman once said when they asked him if he worried about his decisions, he said, I made the decision on the best information at that time, and in the future, I may be presented with a different decision, and I'll have to make a different decision. So until you put it in a contract and pick up a liability, I think a future commission could choose to make a different decision.
But if you sell the bond, you're committed.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I said if you sell the bonds, you're committed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, and that's a contract.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Baker?
Well, I think the conundrum of having a statute that lacks the funding is where I struggle. And I don't think I would say without the legislature's approval of this, that we would sign up for a project over 250 million. And if we do that, I think we're doing the legislature's job. And I think they own this one, personally. I could be wrong, but so, and it is trade-offs. It is definitely trade-offs. This isn't, we're going to do the Center Street Bridge and not impact other bridge projects. So.
A motion on the table.
Yes, I do. So now I have a call to question. All right, we're going to go ahead and go with a vote and see where we land, unless there's any other.
Chair, before you do that, just
Yes.
Van Buren's probably an example, right? Like every project that's ever been done happened and was committed and obligated before you all sat here. So I don't want you to be worrying about your legal.
And we got to cut the ribbon on
And
it.
you got to cut the ribbon and somebody else made the obligation.
I probably was part of that obligation. Shoot. Okay.
Yeah, my concern is just this obligation is a little bit fuzzier than
Well,
programming something on this STIP or
it puts us in,
approving a budget or.
it puts us in a situation where we can't move forward with phase one unless we do phase two. And with FHWA, and at this point, it's like, now what do? We shouldn't have ever done phase one. We should have just taken the hit back then and sent it back to the legislature, but we didn't. So now we made our own problem. So, okay. I'll do a roll call on this. Thank God I get to vote last. Mr. Baker,
No.
Mr. Chang,
Yes.
Mr. Byer.
Yes.
Oh, God. Really? Chair votes yes. Okay, there you go. Now I'm off the commission. I can leave. Okay, I want to go back.
I want to be alive when this comes to.
I know. I keep thinking about this. We might be able to have the golden shovel and start these projects, but we're all probably be dead before they're finished. Well, with exception, maybe a exception.
They're tough ones.
You've got a long ways to go. You're going to be on the commission forever now. Okay, I want to go back to item F2. Thank you. And I have a date for you. So on the IBR STIP amendment, what everyone kind of decided was that we would be willing to work to meet publicly on May 26th in a virtual meeting at 8 a.m. in the morning.
That sounds excellent. And in the context of our work with Oregon Metro, will one, allow us to sort of note that there is a time frame for your decision, which I think is excellent. It's also right before we do our first meeting with the Oregon Metro Council, just same morning, just later.
Is it the same morning?
It's the same morning at 10:30 to noon. So, but it provides that opportunity to walk into that and just, I think, I know in the Metro region, it's always valuable to have the Transportation Commission leadership show there and be able to speak to the actions you've taken. So really appreciate that.
Sorry to give you a little heartburn over it and
It's fine.
anxiety. But I think that this puts us in a much more comfortable space. I think that as a commission member, all of us, we take our job seriously, and we also feel as though there's been a lot of pressure that there's no accountability on our end. And we want to make sure that we're saying to everyone, we are doing our due diligence. And so thank you for obligating us on that.
Yeah, you're welcome. I guess the question is the expectation then that the presentation would happen that morning? Are you wanting it after lunch today?
What's the pleasure of the board? Commission?
I'm going to be on phone only, not even by video.
Let's do the presentation now.
Okay.
Thank you.
At this moment.
This moment.
All right, we're
Go
just
ahead
going to
and
place
get-
you. I will keep it kind of on the highlight. I know the other one got a little long. We'll just try to make sure this is kind of brass tacks.
Okay.
So just so you have the information. All right, so I'm not doing this. Okay. There we go. So I think we've spoken about this quite a lot already. We are looking to make sure we have all the STIP and MTIP amendments done by the end of July so that we can move to that record of decision. So that's really that time frame we've spoken about. We've spoken about the dependencies. That is also critical to both keeping the 546 million and also then being able to move to construction. So it's all backing up from there. Specifically, the STIP amendment request is looking to program all funding for the first funded phase, that first step of the core as we spoke about. That does increase funding for currently programmed projects in the STIP. For Columbia River Interstate Bridge, that's program management body of work, right-of-way, and utility relocations. For the bridge replacement itself, that's for PE and construction of that body of work, which will have seismic resilience and the width for light rail, and also then the pre-completion tolling line item in the STIP that's already there. This also does add a new project to the STIP, so that is the Columbia River Bridge Transit Design. This is the design associated with light rail that is not on the facility on the bridge itself. So that is the Marine Drive over Hayden Island, North Portland Harbor. That's a little bit switched in the order that it occurs, and also the station at Waterfront, and then track and systems design as well. So all those pieces for pulling them up to the 60% design to continue in the space of pursuing the $1 billion. As I'd mentioned, there were some adjustments in packages. So we have the core set of projects. This is tracing back to that March information that we came out with, the step one that we showed, and just reflecting here that we have the combined packages of those 4 first items that is associated with the cost efficiencies that we've identified. So these are the projects specifically that you'll see in the STIP amendment. So there aren't 4 different activities associated with those 4 packages because we've combined them. The only other item I want to note is that bridge removal, because it is outside of the time horizon of STIP, means we are not programming those funds at this time. So we are not programming 5.68 billion. We are programming 5.29 billion, which has those reserved funds for later. So noting just as a awareness of where transit expenditures, where transit is supported in this STIP amendment, there is the cost share that is built into the construction of the bridge itself. So there is a cost apportionment to light rail. So that accrues towards credit in the capital investment grant program process. So that will be a part of the non-grant and the non-federal grant matching funds that we are required to participate in that program and seek the $1 billion. There are program management costs, and then also, as I've identified, there are the adequate funding to continue to advance design to 60%, which is what we're targeting to enter into the full funding grant agreement with. Some of the specifics on each of these line items. So there's an increase from a little over 550 million to 783 million for that preliminary engineering, right-of-way, and utility relocation line item. And so that's those items, that's the cost information that's anticipated there based on projections. It's broken down here. Again, you'll see those totals at the bottom, 550-ish to 783 million. We do have the sources listed based on the number of sources. It's pretty complicated activity to match up the costs and sources of funding, but they're all listed here. On the bridge replacement line item, we are seeking to increase funding there, the allocation of funding from about $1.5 billion to $4.4 billion. That is preliminary engineering and construction work there. That does have that combined project scope. and will allow for the completion and usability of the replacement I-5 bridge, so folks can actually drive on new bridges, which is fundamentally exciting. And we'll have that width for light rail as noted. The details here between preliminary engineering and construction, as noted, right-of-way and utility are in the program management line item we already spoke about. So again, you're seeing the both the increase in funding and then how it's sourced here from that 1.47, 1.48 up to 4.4 billion. For the pre-completion tolling item, that is an increase in funding of 25 million up to about 52 million. That will cover construction, but also other work. So it includes the gantries, amending the back office systems, all those expansions that are needed to operate the facility. It also includes all of the items that Travis was speaking about earlier, what it takes to launch this program, to market it, to make sure people have the information needed. So that's all built in. It's built on the Good to Go program in Washington has launched in new markets before. So they have really good track record and are also building that on what it looks like to launch in new markets in other places. On this slide, you'll see that the totals here, the 25 million to 52 million, and how that breaks out in funding sources between Oregon and Washington state funding. The final item here is the transit design line item. This is a new item into the STIP. We are looking to establish that package and program in the STIP for about 51 million. This will fund engineering work, again, for moving from about 30% design where we are at now to 60% design. And again, that is for those items that are not on the bridge itself. That is designing the grade separation at Marine Drive, designing the bridge over North Portland Harbor, designing across Hayden Island, the station on Hayden Island, the connection into the bridge, the connections off of the bridge in Washington, the station in Washington, and also then the track and systems that need to go on top of that. This does allow, as I've mentioned before, us to meet the current requirements and all of the gates that exist with the Federal Transit Administration for progression in their process. This allows us to meet requirements in that process to continue working towards the $1 billion. This is all as noted here. You'll see nothing in the right-of-way utility relocation or construction, because again, this is design funding at this time only for the 51 million.
So Commissioner Baker has a question. Yes.
I know you're probably shocked that I have a question.
I love it. It's great.
Yeah. So in this process, I mean, we've just been spending time on other decisions where we're giving commitments and noting that TriMet is cutting services and dealing with their own financial issues. What if we build it and TriMet doesn't want to operate it? Are we reaching an agreement in advance of this that commits TriMet to operating this for some period of time with a certain level of service?
So what I would note is this is a very small incremental increase in operating costs for TriMet across their light rail systems. We're talking about just that incremental, what does it mean for that additional service cost from Expo to a midpoint in the river. That's what we've been assuming is that split of operations and maintenance funding and what the costs are. We have had previous estimates of what that cost would be, which was associated with earlier estimates about service levels. So those service levels and those expectations have also come down. TriMet has been consistent in their commitment around being willing and able and projecting that in the future. It's not right now, so it's not associated with their current challenges. And the other thing I would note is the Federal Transit Administration very much wants to see those agreements and those commitments, in addition to wanting to see either design money or capital money that is committed. They also want to see, they want to review the books for TriMet and for CTran to understand what's their solubility generally, what is their plan. So they will assign a project management oversight consultant as part of that FTA progressional process. They also assign a financial management oversight consultant that's going to look and pour through all that information. So they are very much going to want to see those agreements and plans in place. We continue to work with C-Tran and TriMet as we are refining what that service looks like and therefore what the costs are. And anticipate those agreements to come forward over time. They will, I don't have the exact timeframe about when they're required, but certainly I think at that full funding grant agreement, they're going to want to see those, solid, inked, and ready to go.
Okay, you mentioned service levels came down. How many riders are we expecting a day? Do we know?
So there is, I apologize, I don't have the numbers out of the STOPS model work from this fall, which is different than the environmental projections. So the environmental projections are out in 2045, I believe. STOPS model is a normalized model across the country, and it's an interesting thing. It looks at what is your service if you had it in place today, what would the ridership be today? So people find that to be an interesting kind of comparison space. So we can certainly get you what that number was out of the STOPS model. But at this time, I think we'd anticipated needing, we're going to have a certain headway and 19 light rail vehicles to serve that. At this point, I think there's the anticipation of, a max of maybe 3 light rail vehicles needed to sort of expand the loop of trains working on that system at any given time. And as we work through the Federal Transit Administration process and pay attention to their rating criteria, which is really critical. You don't move forward if you're not at a medium rating. So quite plainly, we will be monitoring what's the ridership in comparison to costs, and how do you, finesse that in a good way to sort of be and maintain your competitiveness in that program. So I can give you whatever number from the last round of modeling, and it's going to continue to evolve over time. So we could certainly get that to you.
Great, thank you.
I have a question too. And you mentioned C-Trans, so we have 2 transit agencies on either side of the river. Are either of those putting in match money?
So at this time, there's no capital funds coming from either TriMet or
Right,
C-Tran.
but I mean, we're projecting that we're going to ask for this $1 billion ask of New Start's dollars from the federal government. Are both of them saying that they're going to make the match, or is it part of the project that's going to make the match?
So they have not committed capital. They've not committed to capital fund contributions to the program.
Okay.
The operations and maintenance is considered to be sort of a locally funded activity. And so they are having a conversation about how they will be able to show up or use different resources or opportunities to sort of make those operation and maintenance funds come to fruition over time. So those conversations are ongoing on operations and maintenance, but that is identified as a local, i.e. TriMet, C-Tran cost or otherwise local. There's just one last slide, and then
you're
and
free
then there's lunch.
from us.
Well, everybody gets lunch. So this is just that summary of the requested action. So in aggregate, this is a request to amend the 2024 to 2027 STIP to increase funding for the IBR program from just around $2 billion to $5.3 billion for a total increase of $3,233,680,000. We do need to amend the STIP to meet the federal requirements, as I've mentioned multiple times. So apologies for the broken record, but to get the amended record of decision to secure that obligation and keep the place of the funds that are intended to come to the region from the federal government.
So that'll be our requested action on May 26th. Any other? Well, we won't be making that until then. We won't be making this decision. Correct. The 26th. And so any other questions for staff? Okay. Right. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. We're going to do lunch. It's a little bit shorter, but we can still probably do it in 30 minutes. So we will adjourn until 1. That was 35 minutes. Yeah, let's do Well, you're pushing it, but okay. We'll do 1:15. Looking at me like, come on, Chair. Give me the 4 minutes. Already 3 minutes behind. Just saying. All right.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can. It's
Yeah,
now afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
I was going to be in the morning, but now I'm in the afternoon.
Yes, you are.
Which is wonderful. So for the record, I'm Ryan Winsheimer. I'm the Region 1 manager. You'll recall at the conclusion of our Abernethy update last month that you requested we come back every month to update you on some progress. So Vidal Francis, who's the area manager, has a few photos we're going to show you this morning or this afternoon. And we'll be able to describe some of the progress that we're making on the bridge. We also have a new table to share with you that will help visually demonstrate where we are on several of the project components, what work is remaining to be done, as well as a short schedule update. And we'll close with some community engagement update focused work that we're doing with the businesses there that are going to be impacted with the extension on the completion date of the bridge. That's important work. So Vidal, would you like to start by sharing some of the photos?
Thank you, Ryan. Next slide, please. Yes. So the photos demonstrate some of the progress that we've experienced since the last time we've met. Starting from left to right, the photo to the left shows a location where we started using liquid shim to seal and fill any.
Yeah, move the mic a little closer. There you go.
Should I hold it like a rock star?
Yes, you should.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. As I was saying, the photo to the left shows a location where we use liquid shim to seal and fill all the voids between the steel bearing plates. This is to create 100% positive load bearing pressure coverage for the bearing devices. The contractor has expressed concern regarding their ability to get good contact, and the liquid shim is one of the tools we've provided them to facilitate the work and hopefully speed it up as well. The photo in the middle is of Pier 10. Construction of this pier marks completion of the crossbeam construction phase of the work. And if you can think of it holistically, in a literal sense, the substructure of the entire bridge is pretty much complete after this core has been completed.
We have a question already. Sorry.
Yes, sorry.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, sorry about the interruption, but the jury was still out a little bit. I think the last time we talked on the liquid shim. And how are you feeling about it? Is it, are you finding it as an acceptable alternative at this stage, or you know enough yet?
Oh, no, thank you for the question there, commissioners. It actually is working as intended. The questions or the concern that the contractor had was that the amount of tolerance that's between the shim and the bearings themselves to fill that void up such that we don't have any tolerance so that you can have the 100% contact level. Well, this is what it was intended to do, and it's doing it per design or per the spec, if you will. Again, this was another tool to help them be able to do that work so that they don't have to do more modifications, more work onto it. This is something you can slide in very easy to get the work completed.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. And again, the photo in the middle is the crossbeam that's been completed there. That's a little pre-photo, but now it's completely covered with concrete and so forth. So that's done. On the right is removal of one of the older girders, span 7, along span 7. Several older girders are to be removed because they conflict with the widening effort. On the Westland side, some of these girders have significant curbs built into them to support the old on and off ramps, and their removal is necessary to make room for the straight girders. If you know the structure right now on the Westland side, you got flaring ramps that come off. When we do the widening, we've got to actually take those girders that flare off so we can put some straight ones to be able to support the widening effort. The last point I'm going to bring out too is not quite in the photo there, but the waterline work for the city of Westland has been slow, but I'm pleased to say that we're able to report that waterlines 1 and 4 has been completed. Similar to maintaining traffic on I-205, we have to maintain water supply that's being
clean water supply that's being supported for those two municipalities there. And we've made the water line connections 1 and 4 completed. And this is preparatory for the translation work that's supposed to be happening later on in the year. Next slide, please. As a reminder, when we reached our latest settlement with Kiewit in late 2024 and executed CCO 50 back in January 28 of 25, we established a new contract completion date for the project of October 21st, 2026. That has also given the contractor an additional 307 days additionally to the contract to finish the project. And so this October date that we're talking here includes that 307 days in there. Last month, we also talked and showed this commission how the contractor's schedule is getting longer. Unfortunately, the preview we've seen with their proposed recovery schedule does not move the needle much. We have continued to make conversations with the contractor about improvements and how we can work together to get it back on track. But again, that's still a work in progress that we're trying to have with the contractor. We've developed this bar chart to help give a visual of progress of some of the more significant project milestones and of the CCO 50 completion dates, as well as the contractor's current schedule completion date. So if you look at the graph, you can kind of see the milestones that are kind of listed at the bottom. They're kind of in order from left to right, looking at the critical path. What's in green is work that's finished. What's in blue is progress that's made on there. And obviously gray is where it's not completed yet. And again, naturally you would see work on the left being more than what's on the right, simply because of the critical path of what we're looking at. We did throw some dates on the top so you can compare and see what our contract CCO contract order 50 date had given versus what their last accepted schedule was. And you can see if you look really close, you can see that the numbers kind of progressively get wider or more differential between the two as you move closer towards the end of the project. Okay. And we're hoping to actually bring this back to you each month so that you can see some of that progress that's going on.
And since we had to submit this before the bent cap was actually done, there is some blue there, but that is now actually all green.
Right.
Which one is?
The second one.
The second one. Okay, and Vice Chair has a question.
Yes.
It's a general one. They keep dragging this out. Who's bearing the cost for the length of the contract?
Very good question.
That's a question that we'll have to, we're actually having some conversations about right now, as they have put in a request for some additional time, and we are in the process of evaluating that, and we haven't gotten back to them about if that's going to be approved time or not approved time yet. And I mentioned, I think last time we spoke about, there is a liquidated damages clause for non-approved time that goes on beyond the contract date.
I would hope you're pretty tough on it, because to me, they've been jerking us around on this. And
well, we will be fair and we will follow the contract. Thank you.
Very good.
Do I need to come and give them the look? Just asking.
Right. No, very good question, Commissioner. So our next slide, that's the one there. Thank you, Brian. This slide shows the accepted schedule from January of 2026, which is 2 months beyond what was shown in our last meeting. Despite this, the contractor is still telling us that they don't expect to be finished until October 19th of 2027. Again, unfortunately, they are not showing significant improvement in terms of recovery of the schedule. And that's something that me and the team were constantly hammering at each meeting. Look, our schedule's getting longer. What's happening? How come, et cetera. We actually have more meetings with them to talk about those items to try to see if we can get to a place where at least we can see some considerable progress on the project. I mean, there is progress being made, but nevertheless, we want to see something more significant. This accepted schedule at the bottom does not change the contract completion date of October 21st of 2026. But it does but it does reflect the contractor's current delivery plan. So ODOT needs to be prepared to extend our inspection costs, consultant support, right-of-way lease extensions, and other time-related costs to meet the contractor's delivery schedule, which will necessarily result in an overall project cost increase. We're continuing to work with the contractor to reduce the critical path durations and get the project done sooner if possible. If the schedule does not improve next month, we're going to share anticipated ongoing inspection and consultant support cost increases and other funding needs to complete the project on a longer schedule. I'm going to turn it over to Ryan now. Next slide. Okay.
Thank you, Al. So because the contractor is taking longer than expected, we have several temporary easements that we're going to because the contract is going to need to take a little bit more time. We need to extend some temporary easements for some of the right-of-way that we're utilizing. On the Oregon City side, we have construction easements at John Storm Park and Sportcraft Landing that are impacting local businesses. We visited with the Oregon City Commission twice recently to discuss the need to extend those easements with the city. And at those meetings, we heard from some local businesses that were voicing their comments and concerns around the project. We had some really good conversations with the community who understandably wants to see the project completed as soon as possible and getting the contractor to demobilize and restore a sense of normalcy at the parks. They agree the project's needed and a benefit to their community, but obviously want the construction to be over as soon as possible. In our conversations with them, they expressed a desire to see improved signage, and improve signage and a desire to remind the public that they are open for business. So consequently, the photo you're looking at reflects the location of some new businesses are open signs along the I-205 ramps and near various local businesses to help remind the public that they are open for business. And we would like to take the opportunity to tell the commission and everyone listening that the businesses in the project area are open and would love your support during construction. We'd like to remind you that that the parks are also open and that the river access to the site has been maintained and is accessible. And lastly, we're linking our own project webpage with the Chamber of Commerce and the Business Associations page that they have links on theirs that are actually featuring those businesses. So it's an opportunity for us to just connect with them and make sure that we're trying our best to be responsive to their needs. And with that, we will be back, as Vidal mentioned, we're going to be back next month with another update. And we're doing our best to try to gather as much as we can around anticipated costs to the extent that we can, depending on how some of the fluctuations are moving, and what we're getting we're doing some evaluation of what the soil matrix contract is going to cost. So we're evaluating those risks and trying to get those together. If it's not totally ready next month, we'll also be back in October to get you updated on those, since there's not a meeting in July. That's what I said, August.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So Vice Chair, and then we'll go Commissioner Baker. All right, go ahead.
I noticed a week or so ago that our contractor got kicked off a big bridge on the East Coast, the Francis Scott Key Bridge. And reading the article, it sounded like a familiar story. So, take advantage of all the help you can get, because we're not the only ones that have experienced it. So, when we can help.
Thank you.
I just want to comment. I really appreciate the update and getting on top of it. I appreciate all the work you're doing to try to help the local businesses, but in spite of all that, there's got to be a big impact on them. And that's why it's really important that this contractor get their act together and move along. They've really dragged their feet on this one. And frankly, I think we've been too easy on them, not holding them accountable enough. And I think they're just the big dog in the pond, and we don't have a lot of alternatives. But I wish you the best of luck and be tough.
And I want to thank you for giving us an update. And I know asking you to do it every month is kind of a burden. I mean, I know it's one more thing you have to throw on your plate. But here's the thing is, it's showing that we're putting pressure. And I think that the piece is we should be looking at every legal aspect of that contract that we can put even more. It's time to ratchet that thing all the way up to even, getting our legislative body involved to publicly speak to this. But you hate to go to that level. But if we're not going to get any movement, then we might have to become really drastic in our decision making. So sorry, but that's where we're at. So thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, Commissioner Baker.
I really appreciate you guys and what you're doing and how you're moving it forward. So really supportive. So
If I may, commissioners, I will say that the truth is we've actually got an awesome team behind us. Those folks on the grade, we've involved some of the other folks at our contract administration office to look over some of those items like requests for time, like Ryan mentioned, to make sure that we hold the contractor accountable to the contract that we actually have. Again, some of that contract administration stuff that actually takes a little bit of time to comb through and go through it. But nevertheless, we appreciate the support here and we look forward to actually get this project done. That's our main objective, to be honest with you. Main objective. Thank you.
I was going to say the other thing too is, and I think yesterday when, we thank Savannah for her work on the Van Buren Bridge. I mean, one of the things is every project comes with its problems. And I hope that as we move forward, because we have a lot of projects, that we're lessons learned so that we're prepared. Like it's almost like you're going through a training exercise of how to be better to the next time and what to be looking for and how should we be laying this out. And as a commission, what are the questions we should be asking and how often should we be visiting these things so that we keep that pressure up. And so it's a learning curve for all of us. Don't go beat yourself up too hard. We're all in this together. So we take blame to it too, because we didn't ask. It's been, you went and you took us out there and showed us the project, what, a year and a half ago? 2 years? I don't know. It seems like yesterday.
That was before Jeff was.
Were you on the commission?
I was just about there. So I got
Just about there. So
yeah,
how long ago was that?
3 years.
You've been on the commission 3 years and this is all we've accomplished? There you go. See, we beat each other up. So, all right. We have, thank you. All right. Tova just keeps staying in the hot seat and smiling. See if we can wipe that smile right off your face. Just joking. Just joking, Tova. No, I have to bring some humor into this because there is just so much that is going on. And thank goodness that the rest of the commissioners put up with me and my dark side of humor. But welcome. And I did forget that this was on the agenda earlier, but now I'm really tracking. So we're on item I.
Thank you, Chair Brown, commissioners. We appreciate the time this afternoon to talk about our Continuous Improvement Advisory Committee and that I think culture of learning along the way and making improvements. So the timing is really good. My name is Tova Peltz. I am ODOT's Delivery and Operations Division Administrator. I'm joined by.
You're on, Kat.
Good.
Kat Silva. I'm the Strategic Operations Manager for Delivery and Operations.
We are here to share the first major projects quarterly report with the commission. And we have been sharing the progress getting to this first report over the last several months. As you may recall, the the major projects quarterly report is in statute through House Bill 3991. It is not part of the referendum, so it will live on regardless of how the referendum goes. But this is our first quarterly report, and the intention is that we bring a quarterly report forward through the Continuous Improvement Advisory Committee, and then to the Commission, and then to the Legislature to share the status and progress of projects that are considered like our major projects. The statute specifically calls out projects that are $250 million or greater. The legislature's also referenced major projects as being $100 million or greater, and we have decided to use $50 million as our threshold for this report to provide transparency into like a wider group of projects and share progress on the share progress status, risks, and opportunities for those projects. So we have 17 projects that are estimated to be $50 million or more, 3 that exceed $250 million. We are not including the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program in this first report, but we will integrate it into subsequent reports. Today feels a little bit momentous because we've been working to bring forward this first quarterly report, but we've also we've been talking about our biggest projects for the last all day really so far. So I think that our practice of providing updates on our largest projects on a regular basis and sharing them with the Commission, and then including summaries in the major project quarterly report is a good practice. There's definitely like the culture of continuous improvement is wonderful and is an opportunity for us to have this dialogue and to apply the things that we're experiencing on future projects. So I think that we've taken a lot of notes on Abernethy that we're applying to Center Street. And I'm sure that on Center Street, we will learn a lot that we will apply to the next project and so on and so on. And the conversations the conversations that are happening on Abernethy and on Center Street and on Interstate Bridge, like there are a lot of common threads across those, and it's like, I think there's a lot of opportunity for the agency to learn and grow and like make improvements and down the road. But we are here for the first update. We will be back in several months with the next report. Again, so let's dive in here. The intention of the report is a portfolio level update on all those major projects, but we also really want feedback from the Commission on the comprehensiveness of this report, the content. There are questions about format or the information that you would like to see more of, information you'd like to see less of. We also anticipate we'll get feedback from the legislature down the road as well. So we may see this report evolve over time. And I think Kat will really dive into getting your input on how the report looks. But our intention is to share project status. As I've said before, as we've shared before, this report doesn't just reflect projects in construction. It also reflects projects that are in design and projects that are in planning stage. Not all of the 17 projects are fully funded. Some of them have only like a small amount of like preliminary funding to start developing the projects. And I think one of the conversations, what we anticipate is that this report can be a tool to discuss funding priorities in the future and how we want to prioritize investments down the road for all of these projects and more in the future.
And so just by way of a kind of refresher, we've been working with the new Continuous Improvement Advisory Committee since January to kind of hone in templates for this report, and then kind of went to our regions and got the information inputted and put this together kind of to establish a baseline. And so this is really our intention with this initial report is to really ground everybody in that baseline, and then from this point forward, report on changes and the evolution of projects as we make progress, and talk through like what are the scope changes, what are we seeing in risks and risk mitigation, what are we seeing in terms of change orders, anything that's impacting schedule or like cost. And hopefully over time, you will see this again in August and then November and then January. And, the legislature will also be seeing those things too. We will be able to highlight changes and then on an annual or semi-annual basis, be able to pull out what are some of the common threads that we're seeing. As Tova mentioned, like what are those things that we can highlight for continuous improvement within our major projects, in the Delivery and Operations Division. And so I think for today, we really would love to know from the commission if this report with this intention is hitting the mark, and if there are things that you would like to see more of, if there's information. I mean, we did hear from the CIAC that a summary table would be good, and they also asked some questions about why we're seeing inflation rates be different across projects, things like that. So as we hear that feedback, we will be honing and refining the report, adding that content, adding that information and that context to further educate the committee and the commission and then the legislature as well as to why you might be seeing some of those things.
I think that the feedback that we get from the commission and from the CIAC will also inform how we manage major projects and develop tools and support for major projects moving forward. So it's not just about the report. It's about the report is is a tool, but it's a tool to inform how we manage our projects and our portfolio. And I think that's the crux of the feedback that we're looking for over time.
Vice Chair has a comment.
Start by saying I think it's a really well-done report, very informative. So I commend you on that. I guess the question I have is, how are you transmitting it to the legislature and to whom there?
I think we will transmit it to both committees to all the three transportation committees with a cover letter. I think we still have some logistics to work out there. If you have another suggestion, we are very open to it.
I think that's the appropriate one. I would suggest that you make it available to all 90 members and send them some summary, however you want to do that, with a link so that they can easily get to it. Most of them won't, but it's really important that they know we're doing it.
And I think the committee as a whole, as we were working through the process, the one thing that we wanted to make sure was the terminology. It's one thing for all of us. But even there's even times when I struggle as to what the staff is referring to. And so the easier we make this report to understand, the better you do as far as educating the person who's reading it. And so, that is important. So thank you.
And I will also add that we do make the kind of preliminary report that goes to the CIAC available on the CIAC's website. The discussion that happens at that committee is also posted on their website. This report is posted on the commission's website. Any changes that we make or refinements that we make based on your feedback will be also posted and what we submit to the legislature.
Mr. Baker.
I have a couple of thoughts just about themes. One is that bad news never travels fast enough. So I think that one of the things that we're able to do here is, put an early warning system out there and let all of our constituents know that we're on top of things. The other is that we're in a business that has problems. Our contractors have problems. The subcontractors have problems. The material suppliers have problems. It's the nature of what we do. And we have a chance to be known how well we handle our problems. And I think if we're known as a problem solution, a problem solver, then that's a really good quality to have and a really respected kind of thing. So I think, maybe give yourself a little bit of space in the report to talk about problems that have been solved and, where we found a resolution. Just a thought.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I just say, you know, after,
Sorry. I'm just looking at them. I'm not looking to my side. Go ahead, Commissioner.
I just say after taking a look and hearing the presentation today, I'm excited to see what the legislators think. Who are going to be consumer, you know, there's how many legislators sit on the CIAC? I mean,
On this, there's no legislators on
there are
there.
no legislators on.
It was just
the
a,
committee.
right. So it was actually just put into the statute, into the bill, that we would have this committee, and this is what we were tasked for, and we would report out. But they didn't really go into any detail as to what it is or how we were supposed to do this. So this is our first attempt at it, and I think that we'll get feedback and we'll probably make some changes.
But the idea for a committee, though,
Push your, okay.
the idea for a continuous improvement committee goes all the way back to HB 2017.
Right.
My perspective on it when I started looking at it was, this isn't what we had in mind. But I think we're pretty on target now. I really think the report's very good.
Well, I will hope that some legislators read the report and that they, you know, we do a little bit of outreach to legislators that we think are likely to read the report and to say, you know, what do you think? What more would you like to know? We can really hone this and provide them with the information that they're looking for so that they can be making better policy decisions about transportation.
And I believe there are quite a few that will read it and will hold us to task. I think our biggest hurdle is going to be educating people that haven't had an interest in transportation to get to that level. So
I also, I think, Commissioner Chang, to your note about the legislature, I also think that there's a clear connection to the CIP as well with the major projects. And I think that the thread of how we manage our portfolio and what our portfolio, like how we prioritize investments is a common theme for all of us. And I think that this report and the summary of the portfolio of major projects will be woven into the CIP and then processed around how we manage major projects and make decisions about adding new major projects will be woven into CIP through process and through the commission and is intended to help point to what our what the agency's priorities are and what the state's priorities are for transportation investment in that capital investment portfolio plan.
I think this also gets to kind of another open question, which is, you know, a lot of these projects have been on the books for quite some time, and you know, what is the future prospect of these projects moving forward? We have several projects and a huge amount of this portfolio that is currently unfunded, and they're, you know, without a funding strategy, and that's one of the themes that's coming out of this report, and that's one of the things that we hope to convey to the legislature with this report as well.
okay, so let's see, what do we have to do here? We have to, I need a motion unless you have, are you gonna keep going? Oh, there we go. I wasn't sure. I was just looking for the link on our website so that people could go and look at the report. But I'm looking for a motion to approve the first quarter.
We need
2026.
Do we need a motion to approve it?
Yes.
Okay.
Because the motion is to submit it to.
Okay. Madam Chair, I would approve the Q1 2026 major projects quarterly report for submission to the legislature in accordance with the requirements of the statute.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any other discussion? I think on this one, we can probably just do, you know, a regular vote without a roll call. So all those in favor of accepting the report, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none? We'll move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
And you're still smiling. Thank goodness. Thanks, Tova. Kat. Again, if you want to go and look at that report, I was just looking on our website where it is exactly. That's what I'm looking. Do you know exactly where, Tova, on the website, or Kat? Is it not posted yet, or is it? Okay. Oh, on ours, not on the CIAC. Okay, perfect. I just want to make sure that the public has a link so they can look at it. Thank you. Okay. You guys aren't smiling. Okay. Budget update. Item J.
All right.
Welcome.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, for the record, I'm Travis Brower, ODOT's Deputy Director.
Dana Porter, ODOT Finance and Budget.
So we regularly provide the commission with budget updates as part of the OTC operations report. But going forward, what we're planning to do is actually give you a brief conversation about the state of ODOT's budget at all or almost all of your meetings, given the centrality of this work and the importance of the commission's role with your fiduciary duty to oversee our budget. So we're going to be in front of you probably for a very brief conversation at all of your meetings, presenting the latest state of the budget, of how much we're spending, the budget process, revenue forecast, anything else that may be incredibly relevant. And more importantly than our presentation will be just giving you the opportunity to delve deeper on any budgetary topic that you wish to hear about. So I will start today and give you a little bit about the biennial expenditures that we are working through right now. As you know, we provide this information to you as part of your operations report, and I've also been providing a monthly report by email to you just to show you where we are compared to trend. Across the agency, due to the austerity measures in our operations and maintenance functions over the course of this almost year now that we've been operating in this biennium, I guess it's 10 months as of last week, we are generally running well under our budgetary trend. You know, we had, as of this morning, 738 vacancies across the agency, more than 15% of our authorized workforce. We are hiring up very rapidly. We have over 150 recruitments in the process of being filled. But that is going to take a little bit of while to dig out of that deep hole that we have dug over the course of the last 2 years, as we have been in a budget austerity measures and have been in a hiring freeze or frost for pretty much that entire time. So you can see across most of these areas, we're spending well below our normal trend line. Of course, a normal trend line is only a diagnostic tool because very few things actually spend at a linear trend. In particular, in some of our project areas or capital spending, they do not spend at a linear trend at all. So for example, the Interstate Bridge Replacement project, spending well below the trend line because we set this budget about 2+ years ago when we expected that we would be further into the design process. As Carly mentioned this morning, we've had about a 2-year delay in the project. And so we're spending a little bit lower there than you'd expect. Some of the other areas, debt service, we are spending exactly as we should, but it's just the timing of when we pay that debt service that throws us off the trend line. In other areas, you'll see, say, public transportation. We make quarterly payments out of the STIF, and so after we make that quarterly payment, that percentage goes way up, then it goes down for a couple of months, goes way back up. So this is just really a diagnostic tool just to show you how we are spending overall. Overall, we have saved a lot of money this biennium, that below the original budget. However, you know, that a lot of that was taken out of the budget in February by the legislature. They removed $78 million in spending across our operations and maintenance areas of the agency. So point being, we are well on track and expect to stay within our authorized budgetary levels this biennium. I will turn it over to Mr. Porter, who will now talk to you a little bit about the revenue forecast.
Great. Just a quick question about that chart before we move on. So these spent to date, is that end of March, end of April, and how much, if it's say end of April, how much does that actually capture what we spent in April as opposed to stuff catching up at month?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. I added a through March 31st, 2026 to this slide and then failed to note that to the OTC staff. So you were operating on slightly older slides. So my apologies. Typically, we get the data on what our spent to date is like today. And so within the next week, I should be able to have that information and process it. But this is through March 31st of 2026. And we'll have, as I know, I give you a monthly email update. I'll provide that in the not too distant future.
So those numbers are, to the end of March, which is 9 months of the 24-month period.
Yep, 9/24 is 3/8 of the biennium. We actually, when I do this projection, I actually use a 25-month period because what we find is about 4% of our spending comes in after June 30th as those bills come in and we pay them. So it's better to use a slightly longer time frame in that regard.
Thank you.
Okay, good question. I will turn to revenue forecast. So as Mr. Brower was saying, we want to bring things to you that are something that's happened.
Oh, and on. Sorry. Thank you. Good now?
You're good.
All right. So as Mr. Brower was saying, we want to bring things to you that are, items, actions related to the finance and budget that have happened within the period or happening in the period that we are in front of you at. And so one of those things is our semi-annual revenue forecast. So it just got published at the end of April. So that was like last week. So bring to you the highlights and give you a sense of where we are. As you can see on this chart, this sort of like stacks our revenue sources. If I had to build a road sign based on what was going on in the revenue forecast now, I would say limited sight distance. And that is really due to a number of factors. We have federal funding. The authorization that we're currently under is expiring at the end of this fiscal year. Going forward, we'd expect like a continuing resolution, right? That basically just sort of continues the amount of funding for the next fiscal year and until eventually Congress will act and pass a new one. That's a big risk, right? What is that going to look like going forward? Is it going to be more? Is it going to be less? And so our assumptions are basically like, you keep about the same as we have today, but that doesn't mean that we don't know, we don't really know what's going to happen until they pass a new one. That's federal side. State side, we have Measure 120, next in 2 weeks or less than 2 weeks, we'll be voting on. Like when we build our revenue forecast, we always assume current law. And current law right now is that those taxes and fees would not take effect. So the forecast just assumes that what was just the non-referred portions of House Bill 3991 are what's going to be built into the revenue forecast. That we did do a version of the forecast and put it in the appendix that was like what would happen if those went into effect, so that it's there for reference if anybody's interested, but it's not our base case forecast. But then there's a lot of 3991 that did happen, and that's where like you see really just revenue sort of moving around between sources. Heavy truck taxes didn't go up, but how they pay changes, right? So weight mile tax rates are going to drop. They're going to move on to the fuels tax. They pay the same amount overall, but CCD brings in less revenues. Fuels tax gets more revenues. And then we have the road usage charge. Similarly, road usage charge is you take away the enhanced registration fees, the electric vehicles and hybrid vehicles. You lose the fuels tax that the hybrid vehicles would pay because they get a credit for the fuels tax paid. And instead, they're all paying a road usage charge. But overall, that RUC revenue is really going to be what's driving some of the growth that we're seeing in the future, which is what we expected to happen. Like RUC was going to be, solves one of the problems with the fuels tax. Okay, then no questions on the forecast. I will. Yeah, I can see Mr. Baker looks like he was like ready
over here. I'm just.
I was going to see what was on the next slide because maybe you're going to ask.
Well, it's different. Oh, wait. Did we not get it in there? Oh, man.
I will take responsibility for this. I believe that we added slides after the deadline and failed to note this to the Oregon Transportation Commission staff. That is not their fault. That is on us. But Daniel had a brilliant slide, which we can describe and share with you afterwards. If you'd like to see them, Mr. Porter, they are right here.
Daniel, I have a question in the near term, since Travis was reporting on expenses in this biennium, and of course we've had a fuel cost shock. I've got maybe a little bit of a proxy serving on the TIC council. And they measure visits to the rest stops. Rest stop visits 26 over 25 in March were down 4.3%. So I don't know what that means, other than there's a possibility that maybe our VMT is going down as a result of the shock. I know that fuel prices tend to be pretty inelastic for a period of time, and then after a period of time they start to take effect. But I'm really curious, do you have any sense for our fuels tax revenue trends, and are we experiencing anything at the moment with gas or diesel that is trending poorly for us?
So great. That's a great question. And I think you actually, partly answered your own question. We've had some experience now with fuel price shocks, and we had it in 2008. And then we had sustained increases coming back out of the Great Recession. And then we've had a couple other times where we've had, fuel price increases that have been short term. And what we've seen is that short term increases tend to not change people's behavior, other than maybe small ways, like trip chaining, or, I want to try to maximize my fuel efficiency or something like that, where you inflate your tires to, a little more or something. And so then the impact is very limited on fuel sales and VMT. But then there's a inflection point where if it's sustained long enough, there's a mental switch in people's behavior, and then they start thinking this is more permanent, and then I have to make more significant longer term decisions related to how I drive, when I drive, what I drive. And so you think about replacement vehicles becoming, I might drive more into electric vehicles, and so I don't have to think about this anymore. Or I'm going to maybe change modes, and if you're able to take transit instead of having a vehicle. So that we did see in the early teens, right? When fuel prices were sustained at these higher levels. So for now, it hasn't really been an issue yet. And there's a little bit of, our data has a lag, unfortunately. So that's part of the issue, is that we're just now seeing March data. So I can't say the data is really telling us anything at the moment, but I think once we get, especially into April data, I would expect to see some impact both on VMT and fuel sales. And in May also, right? If this continues in May, we've seen, prices have gone up again because oil prices went up again. So and there's trigger points. Fuel sales is inelastic, meaning we're not that sensitive to the price of fuel, because we drive to do something. We don't drive to consume it, to consume fuel by itself, right? So that value of the thing we're trying to do is greater than the incremental cost of the fuel usually. But at certain dollar thresholds, again, mental triggers in people's minds, when it hit 4, it's oh shoot, and now it's 5, right? It's wow, okay. So then the elasticity gets greater as the price increases. So it's a really fascinating topic to dive into.
Commissioner Chang?
Sorry.
Oh, okay. Just messing with me now.
So thank you to OCC staff for putting this really fascinating chart of numbers up here. And I don't want to bore you with these numbers, But something that is, I thought you might be interested in is how accurate are our forecasts? You know, if the state forecast is over 2%, that triggers the kicker, right? So we all know about the kicker and the benefits of that. So like, how is ODOT doing? If there's no such thing as a transportation kicker, but if there was, would we trigger it, right? And the answer is no. But part of that's because transportation is a little bit easier to forecast. It's a little more stable to forecast than income tax. So no offense to the DAS economists, they do the best job they can. But it's slightly simpler. But the truth is, like, our forecasts are actually really accurate. So this slide gives you like the last set of 6 months of actual since the prior forecast, and it shows that we over predicted about 0.6%. And then if you go back a full year and capture the last 12 months, we actually under predicted by about 0.6%. I guess it's 0.8 is what we over predicted and 0.6 is what we under predicted. So I think when I was before you late last fall, when we were talking about our budget shortfall being lower than it was before, and it's part of that reason was revenues came in stronger. Well, that's the result of the forecast being you know, the actuals coming in stronger than the forecast. If you go all the way back to April of 2024, which was the forecast we used to build our budget with, we are like 1.2% under predicting. In other words, revenues are about 45 million higher from that point through February than what we predicted. So well under 2%, and we're on a good pace. The last piece of information we want to share with you is just about what's coming for e-board. So again, when you're out of session, you have to go in front of the legislature and these emergency boards to get any type of limitation changes for budget changes, right? And so just to keep you aware, we have a few requests to bring forward. A lot of times we're talking about grants, which is a number of these are. But in addition to the grants, we are asking for $31 million in limitation, which is matched to revenue, which would be federal FHWA revenue for emergency relief for the winter slides. So we had to pay up front state funds for this, and then we're going to get reimbursed from the feds for this. So that's this $31 million request. And then we have a list of federal grants we'll be asking the legislature to allow us to apply for. And these grants are, you know, some of them are really like the one's really small, roadside pollinator grant that's down in Southern Oregon, $150,000. And then we have a couple rail ones that are, you know, 12 million and about 10 million. And then we're actually not doing this culvert grant. We're going to do a different culvert grant, and we haven't quite got it worked out. We're going to miss our deadline for June e-board, and we'll have to come back in September as a retroactive. So you will see this when we bring our next set of grants to you. So, so that's our update and where we are. Happy to take any questions.
We have questions.
That particular culvert was huge, massive culvert. Yeah.
I mean, if there's time, in terms of expenditures, in terms of where we are with budget, you know, I've noted in your report that you know, substantial winter storms, you know, early winter storms, generate a lot of expenditure. On the other side of that, we didn't have a lot of snow this winter. And I'm wondering, you know, one of the things I was curious about was whether if we don't have a lot of snow, do we do we spend a lot of money to have the capacity to remove snow anyway? Or if we don't have a lot of snow, do we get away with not spending a lot of money on snow removal?
Yeah, Commissioner Chang, it's a great question. And a lot of the expenditure for winter snow removal is, overtime or other higher expenditures of use of supplies, de-icer, salt, sand, all those things. But typically we pre-purchase those supplies. And then if we do have a mild winter, we don't have to buy quite as much the next winter. What you see when you look at, in the materials, you'll see in our maintenance area, we're on track to spend our normal budget, which is not a great place to be when we have austerity measures that have been in place, that we're actually spending at trend. And when I first saw that in the fall, I freaked out for a moment until I realized that that was the result of those December storms that we were seeing, the significant cost. That's why we're going to the legislature. Anytime we have those major storms and we expect significant reimbursement of federal funds, we'll go and get our maintenance limitation adjusted to make sure that we have the space for the next winter within the winter maintenance budget. So the good news is the feds don't pay us for snow. They do pay us for slides. So if you're going to have one area, just from a purely budgetary standpoint, where Mother Nature socks you in the face, there's a budgetary case for having it be slides, not snow. The other thing, too, I was going to note is there is a reality that we staff maintenance to some degree for winter service levels. We bring on temps in the winters, we bring on seasonals in the winter. So there is sort of a holding capacity cost of bringing on the right level of staff. And you want to hire enough, but not too many. And what we've seen in the past is we typically have the level of winter staffing we need, except when we get hit all across the state at the same time. When we have had winter storms that have hit simultaneously across the entirety of the state, we have been understaffed, under equipment, not enough of everything. But generally, we're able to make it work within our current staffing level.
And just so there's no confusion, we don't have a bunch of people out waiting for the snow to fall.
No.
Our crews got ahead of a lot of their spring and summer maintenance work as a result of having freed up time from lack of snow. So
yeah,
our crews were out and they were productive and they were working hard and getting out ahead of things.
Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Baker. That's one of the benefits of crews. When you look at all the different things our maintenance crews do, we literally have a list of like over 100 activities. If they're not doing snow in the winter, they're doing something else and getting up to the next thing that they might not otherwise get to until March, or that they might not get to at all. So we keep them very productively engaged, but we have less overtime and, less of some of those extra expenditures.
I guess the other thing I would add is, as I'm out and talking to the crews, the concern about lack of snow might produce a more robust fire season. So we could run into some unexpected expenses relative to fighting fires and overtime.
Well, and I think that you're seeing that with the mowing that started pretty early this year.
Mm-hmm.
As everything's growing. Vice Chair.
Just curiosity, the large spend rate on debt service, I assume that's just a cost flow thing?
Yeah.
You pay the bill?
Yeah, exactly. We have debt service payments in November is when we pay a principal payment and interest. And then in May is when we have the interest payment. And so it's all about timing. So,
Yeah. They must be spread around that year though, aren't they? They don't all come due at the same time?
they all come due at the same time. So yeah, but I guess technically some lottery is in April, but what we do is we know so those are fixed things, right? You know what your debt service schedule is. And so every single month we set aside revenue to cover that payment. Yeah. So when you get to November, you have it in a fund to just make the whole payment. And it's not like you have this one giant expense that you didn't anticipate coming and you have to find money for. We've been setting aside money all year to do it.
Yeah. And that's why you'll see those numbers jump around for something like debt service. So it'll go way up again after the May payment, then it's going to go down, 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 down until November, and then jump up again above the trend line and then go down. And so this is just again to show you, how much have we spent to date. The compared to trend, it does not make a heck of a lot of sense on debt service, but I just showed everything in a consistent manner here. Just know that it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Great. We're going to move on next to the policy option package. Daniel, you don't get to leave, but Travis got to run.
He ran too.
He did. I've never seen him move so fast.
Well, good afternoon again. For the record, Daniel Porter. This time my mic's on so you can actually hear me. Daniel Porter, ODOT Finance and Budget Division Administrator. And with me is...
Good afternoon. My name is Stefan Hamlin. I'm the ODOT Budget Manager.
Welcome.
Okay. So we talked to you 2 months ago about policy option packages for 27-29 biennium. And brought forward the kind of the list as we knew it at the time and gave you this information about them and said we'd be back in May to ask for your sort of formal endorsement of these policy option packages or POPs going forward that then we would then submit into our budget. So that's what we're here for. So Stefan laid everything out in a really easy sort of one at a time way, also kind of grouped them, and he's going to walk you through them.
Great. Thank you, Daniel.
You want to drive? You want me to drive? Okay.
So the list that we provided to you back in March has not changed. So we are presenting the 8 policy option packages. The numbers have changed. We've actually gone through and updated our fiscals and our narratives to make them more final. What you saw in March was our preliminary numbers. And so now we are ready to move forward with these. So we have 8 policy option packages, and I'm going to take them in 2 groups. The first group is the ones that are legislatively mandated. There's 4 of them, and you see them here on the slide. I'm going to go right to the first one on the next slide, which is mandated in House Bill 3991. This is the truck taxation modernization efforts that are underway. We are doing a couple things there. We're simplifying the weight mile tax, and we're also implementing the diesel tax and doing the enforcement efforts on that. The total request here is $9.1 million, state highway funds for 10 positions. And we are supposed to, I should have mentioned this previously, we are supposed to have revenue neutral POPs. So unfortunately, this POP, the revenue that would have gone with it is being referred to the voters, and we believe that, well, we'll know in a couple of weeks, right, what the vote's going to be. So we are planning that the revenue will not be there to support this policy option package. So what we've worked with our DAS financial office is that we will do a bigger reduction package to cover the costs of this. This is so when we're doing our revenue reduction packages, which we mentioned last month for you guys, we will have to add this to that target number that we're going to be going for to make this a revenue neutral policy option package.
Go ahead,
yes.
Vice Chair.
So if the legislature doesn't increase revenue into the future, this comes out of what we have now.
Correct.
Out of existing services to implement their bill.
Correct. This modernization of this of the weight mile tax and the diesel is something that we would want to do. We would want to move this forward, and so.
I'll say there might be an opportunity to, if the legislature, say in 120 doesn't pass and we get through 27 session and we don't have a funding package and ODOT has to take all the reductions that we'll have to put forward in our ARB. While some of this, like Stefan's saying, like the system modernization piece around our registration system is something we absolutely have to do, regardless of 3991. There's parts of maybe the diesel tax implementation pieces that we could delay, because
we just don't have the funding to continue it. So I think there is some options there to help sort of push some of these costs into the future rather than having to take them all, immediately in the next biennium. But generally, yeah, we're going to have to do these and then cut something somewhere else.
Okay. I'm going to go to the next policy option package, and this one also is from House Bill 3991. This is the mandatory RUC program implementation, and this is estimated to cost about $22.6 million. Most of that, $17.5 million, will be going to the account manager who will be doing the revenue collection. We need about 9 positions, and as you previously heard in Daniel's presentation, we do have some RUC revenue that will be coming in, so that this portion of the revenue was not referred to the voters, so this is going to come in for us. And I have a note on here that we're estimating in the 27-29 biennium that there would be $100 million coming in from the RUC efforts, and so we believe that this is revenue neutral because we'll be able to use those revenues to pay for this portion of the.
In that a little bit, 'cause the collection will be done by vendors.
Correct.
Just account manager.
What is the increased demand on ODOT?
So ODOT, great question, Vice Chair Byer. The ODOT has a portion of this that they have to implement themselves. We need customer service agents. We have to have we call them an OM. It's just an Oregon account manager. It's if the commercial account manager, if the person is sort of fails to go through the commercial account manager, or there has to be some sort of backstop, or the account manager drops, like they leave the business or whatever. You need some place for people to go. So this Oregon account manager option is what that is, which will be working with a different account manager, but we have some system costs, people costs. We need customer service. We have a little bit of, we're going to have a minimum amount of staff, but we still need some staff in this program within the agency itself to run it. We're outsourcing a huge a lot of this to these commercial account managers, but you still have to have, there's still
So this is
a certain amount of.
it's a standby capacity in case the vendor doesn't.
No, this is people to do the IT side from from Oregon's side of the house or ODOT side of the house. It is a certain level of compliance specialists. We have to monitor the account managers, we need to audit them too. And so you have to have staff who can sort of hold them accountable to what they're supposed to be doing. Be there to answer questions, right? That's sort of the customer service side that are when they're directed to, ODOT's or the state of Oregon is asking you to enroll in this program. You got to have, somebody has to be there to answer questions. The account managers can't answer every question, right? So there has to be someone to do that, sort of like in DMV we have, in CCD we have, this would be something similar, just a lot smaller scale. Does that make sense?
I know what you're saying. I'm thinking one of the challenges that we've talked about with the RUC is how do we keep the administrative costs down?
Right. And that's
to the extent where I guess it's a compliance cost, but a duplication of that collection effort, and it just increases the cost and 22 million.
Well, and that 22 million is, yeah, I mean, so, again, like Stefan said, 17.5 of that is what we predict, right? The account managers themselves would be collecting. And we know in 3991, right, there's this drive to get costs below 10%. It's like a mandate, I think 2031 is when we have to hit that mark. But we're already in negotiations with the account managers on changing not only their structure in terms of how they collect revenue or like what percentage of the revenue they collect, but also trying to move away from percentage to something that's more around like a transactional amounts.
You're going to get a lot of questions in Ways and Means on this.
Yes, I will.
Commissioner Baker.
And just to that point, I think the 10% doesn't go to the account manager. It's a 10% administrative costs, including the account manager.
Correct.
Yeah. And honestly, we've got computers talking to computers. I would hope that it could get a lot lower than 10%. Yes, with volume.
I thought 10% was what the contract was.
I think it's written in statute as 10% is administrative costs. So that would be considered total, which would be ODOT's costs as well as account manager costs.
Okay, I should have also mentioned at the beginning that as part of your materials, there's a one-pager for every POP that has a little bit more details. So, and that is in the materials that are posted. So for those that are listening, and you can read those one-pagers on each of these. Okay, so the next one, the next POP, again, is a mandated POP in House Bill 4139, which is now ORS 184.879. We are to develop a strategy to reduce carbon footprint of construction materials, and the statute directs ODOT to come back to ask for funding. So this is a $200,000 general fund ask that we are going to ask the legislature to fund. The way the statute is written, this would help us to establish and administer a grant program for small businesses to comply with EPDs, which are the environmental product declarations on covered materials. So basically, this will allow small businesses to help navigate how to reduce carbon footprints of construction materials as we move forward. Again, we do not have a funding source for this, so we are asking for general fund to do this kind of work.
I mean, that would be my question. Is $200,000 enough to actually accomplish anything?
So I think at this point, this is kind of a new thing. So we're looking at what kind of business goes to small. I mean, what kind of volume goes to small businesses, and trying to determine what is the best program cost here. And as we see how this develops, we may be asking for additional costs if there's a demand for it. But we didn't. We know that general funds are limited, so we didn't want to come in and ask for so much that this would actually be a no-go, I guess, at the legislature. So
Once this grant program is set up, which division of ODOT will?
this would be in the project delivery and policy data and analysis division. I'm sorry. Yes, policy data and analysis division. The last mandated POP is House Bill 3026 from 2021. This is the homeless ID card fee waiver funding. Right now, DMV provides homeless ID cards for free to the homeless community. We are funding this out of the Transportation Operating Fund currently because this is not eligible for the State Highway Fund. We believe that this should be a general fund ask, as our funds are being more and more limited. And so we see this as all other services that are provided to the homeless community, and those are all being funded by general funds. So we believe we should be asking for general fund for this. We have, I just want to reiterate, we have been supporting this program with the Transportation Operating Fund currently. And it's roughly that $772,000 that we are spending currently.
I think just to add something to that, we could have continued to fund that with the TOF instead of asking for general fund, but I mean, we could be told no and and we have to pivot to the TOF, but you can't told no if you don't ask. And
Daniel,
again,
pull the mic closer.
oh yeah, sorry. You can't be told no if you don't ask. So we were thinking, kind of our attitude is these are not necessarily transportation related functions, but they are part of ODOT's, portfolio for now. So,
We need that money for elderly and disabled transportation.
right.
There you go. So we'll fight.
Okay.
Okay. So we're now going to go to
You have something to say?
the second grouping of policy option packages. These are the agency requested ones. There's 4 of them here. The first one is our ODOT facilities capital construction projects. What we have here is, it's actually made up of 2 separate projects. We have about 1.4 million that are the Faribault Bend Port of Entry building replacement. And then the wash bay improvements at the Ontario site, which is about $1.7 million. And if funding allows on that wash bay improvements, there are other sites that are lined up. So if the Ontario wash bay improvements come in less, then we will add another project that we can make sure to maybe do 2 of those. The total of 3.1 million would be state highway funds, but this money is coming from savings from some of our other capital construction projects that we have most recently done. So we believe this is revenue neutral in the fact that we are saving money on other projects and just rolling them right back into the capital construction areas. The next pop is our student driver training fee increase. There is a legislative concept that is tied to this, and you will hear that in the next presentation by my colleague Messia, who's going to come up and talk about the legislative concepts. But in essence, this pop here, we're asking for a $5 increase in the transportation safety fee, and that would bring that to a total of $11. This would cover both. Some of the money would continue to go to the Student Driver Training Fund, and then it would also help us fund our Transportation Safety Office, or we're saying it would go into the Transportation Safety Fund, which the primary purpose of that is to fund our Transportation Safety Office, which right now doesn't have a dedicated revenue stream. And so we're trying to procure funding for this vital unit within the agency. The total fees are going to be generated here are about $10 million.
Who pays the fee and how is it collected?
The fee is paid by Oregon drivers when they go to purchase or
Is it part of the driver's
issuance or
fee?
renewal of a driver's
An
license.
add-on to the fee?
Yes. Yes, sorry.
The third agency requested POP is the Oregon Motor Voter Program funding. This is the Secretary of State has looked at, they kind of did a review, and and we've had some press about this. And so the rules would require that DMV provide additional information to customers regarding data transfers, conduct regular program audits, and implement expanded staff training. All of this is going to cost about $5 million, which we are asking for general fund for. Currently, we're spending about $700,000 on the motor voter area, and that's being funded with transportation operating funds. But at $5 million and 22 positions, this is not something that the TOF can cover. And so we are going to be asking for general funds to help us pay for this effort.
The case that this is not an allowable expenditure of the transportation fund?
Well, it's not allowable for state highway funds. Yes.
Correct, but it is. We can't use state highway funds for this.
It's a question. You can make that case.
Yes.
100%. But we can use TOF for it so this is another one of, like I said, like, this is in our lap to do, but isn't core transportation.
Right.
Why can't we get general fund for it, right? And again, so that's what we're gonna ask for. But given that they might say no, and you need to fund it with the TOF, we are sort of preparing for that worst case scenario, but that's not the path, of course, that we'd like to go.
Well, go ahead.
I would hope we'd be able to take advantage of the heightened concern about election integrity in this day and age to be able to make the case for adequately funding Oregon motor voter, registration function, so that the security of our elections is more resilient. I mean,
Secretary arguing with us.
yeah, I mean, it would be awesome if the Secretary of State would alongside us for this.
I think the piece, once again, is we have legislators who are making policy decisions, and they tuck the cost of that, the mandate, under whatever it's close to. So student driving, they'll just say, oh, DMV, here we go. Again, these young people have to pay this fee to have this driver training done, or they have to have a way of doing this. And this is their way of trying to deal with it. And then you get into the voting piece of it again. And it's really frustrating to me when you hear the conversation go on and on about how we're not responsible with the money we have.
Obviously, I don't know what the rule says, but why does it take 22 more positions to hand out information?
It's not just handing out, it's registering them internally.
Well,
It's
you're doing the registration now. This says providing them with additional information.
Correct. So we would have to, so Secretary of State came up with a lot of new things that we would have to do in their recommendation. So if we're implementing that, then our DMV has looked at what that would take for people-wise. Not only would we have to register the people, but we are now having to make sure that they're actually valid to receive the registration. And so there's, and I'm going to say I'm not probably the best person to answer your question, so we can probably have DMV come back with a better answer for you at this point.
I hear what you're saying, but my thought is, I'm thinking here, it's just, we're registering them now, or we're at least collecting the information and giving it to the Secretary of State. So what is it that we're additionally having to do besides hand them a piece of paper that gives them a bunch of information?
Travis.
So, Travis.
I'm not arguing, I just
Travis
want to know
got
what
it.
that is. Yeah.
It gets to that additional information to customers, data transfers, audits, like you're going to create an actual program now.
Yeah, Vice Chair Byer, there in these new regulations that the Secretary of State promulgated, there are a number of additional steps we have to take with every transaction, including providing them information and basically looking them in the eye and say, you understand this information. DMV then does timings to understand what the impact to each individual transaction is. The impact is not that significant to each transaction. However, when you have literally hundreds of thousands of transactions across the state, even adding a minute or two to every one of those transactions adds significant time to the time you spend at the counter. We are constitutionally prohibited from spending any state highway fund dollar on that time at the counter and have to find another funding source for that time for our staff. So the alternative there really, even if we don't add staff, we are constitutionally required to cover that cost of that time from another source. We anticipate, though, that we would see a significant degradation of customer service with longer wait times, longer lines, longer transaction volume, or longer transactions if we don't add staff. So either way, we have a cost imposed on us. And as you know, many of our DMV offices are on the knife's edge of falling off the cliff any given day. And thus, this could be the straw that breaks the camel's back, to mix a couple of metaphors.
So is the Is the argument there, we got DMV offices across the state. Some of them only have one person in them or two. But the larger offices have a lot more. So is the argument that the additional time may mean that if you don't give us new positions, we'd have to take a position out of one of the smaller offices and close that?
No, Vice Chair Byer, it's really just that constitutionally, even any time that we spend on voter registration activities has to be covered from another funding source. It is
different. That's a
yeah,
different, that's a different question.
Yes, correct. So but the reality is if we are to spend, say, 2 minutes on each additional transaction in one of our busy offices like Hillsborough, you're either going to have really, 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 really long lines as opposed to really long lines, or you are going to have to bring in additional staff and then we have to cover that cost.
My point was being the argument is that 22 positions, if you're making that argument, 22 positions doesn't spread out and add a new position in every office.
Yes.
So
That's going to be where the volume is.
Yes, that is correct. Vice Chair Byer, there are some offices that can handle that. I mean, when we look at all across the state, the majority of our offices are handling their volume of customers with less than a 20-minute wait, which is our goal.
Getting new new positions, huh?
In Medford, however, that is not the case. In many of our Portland metro area offices, it is not the case. So you would be looking at additional positions there. Thank you. Sorry for not understanding your question.
But
Wouldn't it also be
Baker, go
Just to clarify in my mind then, you're not asking for 22 dedicated positions. This is incrementally 22 FTE, little pieces of everybody's job.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Baker. Yeah, that's correct.
And wouldn't it be true if the lines go up and you can't get to all the folks, there could be delays in people actually registering?
I do hope that you're talking with the Secretary of State's office, so they're not blindsided.
Vice Chair Byer, we've had extensive conversations with them over time about the additional time that we anticipate would be imposed on customers as a result of these requirements. We'll continue to refine that. And if the number comes in, if we can find a way to streamline that, then the number is smaller and we would have a smaller number.
In addition, I'm curious whether the County Clerks Association could be an ally on this, because, I mean, really, you're not taking a work burden away from the Secretary of State's office. You're taking work burden away from 36 county clerks' offices across the state, who would otherwise be responsible for getting all these people registered.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Commissioner Chang, this will really continue the practice we've had in recent years, which has really shifted voter registration from something that was done largely at the county clerk's office to not almost exclusively, but heavily, vast majority done through that DMV voter registration process.
And they're going to be very interested in DMV having the capacity to do this right, so that their voter record rolls are accurate. So
yes, that is correct. The county clerks were part of the rulemaking advisory committee that promulgated this rule.
Yeah. So I just encourage you to contact them and ask them to help if that's allowed.
Thank you, Travis.
Yes.
I ask you to speak in more because you're messing up my timeline here.
Okay.
Okay. Back on to the rest of our pops.
I have the last pop is our greenhouse gases and transportation electrification and transportation planning rule pop. We kind of have two different things that we're doing with this pop. These are both federal requests. Federal programs that we're requesting positions for. These are 6-year federal programs that we've already, we're in the 3rd year of those. And so we are hoping to continue this forward to finish off these 2 programs. There's 3 positions. 2 would be in the transportation electrification and greenhouse gas reduction program. And then the last position would be in our transportation planning rule, where we partner with the local jurisdictions to make sure that they're meeting the requirements and updates for for any of the transportation planning rule work. This is $1.2 million. And as we indicate here, PS, I should have not abbreviated, but that's personal services, is 95% federal funded from FHWA and 5% state match. Because these programs are ongoing, this is revenue neutral because we've been planning to fund this effort going forward. And so on the last slide here is a table of all the 8 POPs with the dollar amounts, and I've tried to abbreviate the funding source for these, and then the amount of FTE that we have. So it's about $52 million and 36 FTE that we're going to be asking for your approval to include in the agency request budget. On the last slide, we have next steps. So upon your approval, we will submit these into our agency request budget. Then we will return in June to show you guys the preliminary look at our budget. This will also include, at that point, we're meeting in early June, we should know what our reduction packages targets will look like, and we may have most of that work completed by the time we meet. The timing is still, we're trying to make sure that we take the right time for it, and we're not trying to rush through the process. So, so we are planning to come back then in August to show you any changes from the preliminary view that you get in June to the final approval in August that we will be asking you guys for. So that's where we're heading. So I guess we're here to ask for your approval on the 8 POPs that we have presented to you today.
Another question for a motion? So I'm looking for someone to make a motion to include the POPs in our preliminary budget. Or I guess it's in our budget, our policy option packages into our agency request budgets. That's the word, request. Thank
The
you.
governor decided.
That's right.
I'd be happy to make the motion.
Okay, Commissioner Chang.
Request approval of the, move approval of the 8 2027 to 29 policy option packages, POPs, to be included in the 2027 to 29 agency request budget.
I have a second.
Second.
Okay. So any more discussion on this? Guess not. Everybody's looking like. Okay. We're not going to go to a roll call vote. All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion moves. There you go. We'll put it in there. We'll complain later. Thank you. Okay, we are supposed to have a break, but do we want to just keep pressing ahead? Okay.
5-minute break.
We can have a 5-minute break, but you better be back here in 5 minutes. That's right. legislative concepts.
All right.
Yeah.
We on?
Welcome.
Okay.
You're on.
Good afternoon, Chair Brown, Commissioners. My name is Malia Masiba. I serve as ODOT's Director of External Affairs, which oversees government relations, including legislative work for the state of Oregon. So we're here to talk about the 2027 legislative concepts. And I think I'm going to get us back on track here time-wise. So this is, like the gentleman before me, kind of a review of the prologue that we brought you back in March about what we'll be taking to the legislature in 2027. I will remind you that we are very much at the beginning of the legislative concept development session. So this is still relatively high level and in summary format, as much of this development in detail is going to be scheduled to occur over the summer. And we'll have a timeline up in a few slides here so you can kind of see visually what the timeline looks like. So today we're going to walk through these currently 10 legislative concepts that ODOT has. As kind of a refresher to ask your permission to move these forward into the next round of development. So as a reminder, as an executive branch agency, ODOT works within and under the purview of the governor. This governor's been very consistent in her priorities of being housing and homelessness, behavioral health and addiction care, and economic development. I'm going to skip that second bullet because we'll come back to it in just a moment. You'll see where it kind of comes into play. But there's also a big emphasis on affordability and economic prosperity right now in the governor's work. So we fully anticipate seeing these themes kind of emerging in the 2027 session as agencies work on their bills. The state is also, as I'm sure you are aware, exceedingly sensitive to an ongoing financial crisis right now. And we anticipate the budget becoming even more restrained potentially into our next funding biennium. So as such, agencies have been directed to ensure that our legislative concepts for 2027 do not require new revenue or new programs or expansion of programs that would require new revenue or resources. And this is actually in alignment with that second bullet that Governor Kotek has been sort of from the beginning focused on having our agencies focus on programs that already exist and doing the work that's already before us rather than growing new things. And so that will be another theme that we'll be seeing in 2027. Obviously, the requirement to keep legislative proposals revenue neutral is going to impact the scope of our LCs. So keeping that in mind, we're going to do a quick review, and many of these are technical in nature, statutory cleanups, modernization things, rather than proposals for brand new programs, et cetera. So the first of the 10 LCs that we're going to look at here is one of 4 omnibus bills that ODOT is bringing forward for 2027. This one is an omnibus cleanup for various elements in ODOT's Commerce and Compliance Division. All of these omnibus bills are some conglomeration of statutory and technical cleanups that either create efficiencies or modernize the language in statute in response to changes, et cetera, that have happened. The second LC that we're looking at is a cleanup on ODOT right-of-way. That's kind of a twofold cleanup. It's a cleanup for the statute around ODOT's right-of-way that also will improve our ability and efficiencies to do cleanups on our right-of-way and partner with the other municipalities that we work with to do that work. LC number 3, and feel free to ask questions if you'd like me to go into detail about anything further as we go. But LC number 3 that we're looking at is our second omnibus bill. This one's for DMV. So like the CCD omnibus, DMV has an LC that makes a number of statutory adjustments, technical cleanups. A few of these examples are changing the name of our driver training program right now. It's the Commercial Driver Training School, which confuses people as to whether that is specifically for commercial driver's license, et cetera. So we're just changing that name to Commercial Training School. Another example is that we're requesting that the statutory threshold for reporting requirements in collisions be raised, just because of the value of a dollar these days. So right now, if you have a collision and the damage hits $2,500, you're required to report that. We're asking for that to be raised $1,000 to $3,500. So that's the nature of the elements that are in these omnibus bills. So moving forward on LC 4, we have a couple of fee adjustments that we are requesting. And again, these do not generate new revenue. They're not new fees, or we're not proposing anything new. We're just proposing some adjustments to keep up with the costs of administering these programs. LC number 5, we have a little bit of a general sort of catch-all omnibus for ODOT. The final omnibus bills, kind of agency-wide, these do things including embedding sort of the past elements, and past as in the elements that passed, not as in the behind us. The elements from 3991 that we do have to implement, et cetera. It removes a canceled project from statute, et cetera, that type of work as well. Moving forward, LC number 6, ODOT. Oh,
Sorry.
Yep.
Could we go back to 4 for a second?
To 4?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Just a general comment about expenses that are increasing.
Yeah.
If we can introduce efficiency with the use of technology, I think it needs to be a high priority rather than throwing an additional person or two at a problem.
Sure.
So if we think about technology in our concepts, I think it would be a really, really smart thing for us to do.
Yeah, I think that's a comment well received, Commissioner Baker. You probably be happy to know that actually at a recent leadership meeting at ODOT, we had a presentation from our interim IT director talking about what type of advancements that we're beginning to roll out and on the brink of doing within the agency, not limited to, but including some artificial intelligence work. So that is work that is being considered and brought into our daily operations.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's see, we were on 6, which is our aggregate network. So I think all of you are aware, ODOT actually owns a number of our own aggregate sites. And so this LC would address some of the challenges from just recent years, some of those from just growth and development of population, but ensuring that ODOT is able to continue to efficiently access our own aggregate sites, which saves time and resources. LC number 7 is.
That one, by the way, is a big deal because there's been a consolidation of our access to rock in the state. This is really important.
Yeah, and I think there's a little bit of legislative support there for this already. So, yeah, definitely on our list as of now. LC 7, doing a little bit of cleanup to the STIF. Relatively speaking, this is still a relatively new statute. And so there are just some ambiguities that need to be clarified in the statute. And again, other updates added from more recent decisions around budgeting and planning, et cetera. LC 8, you may remember in March, we talked about the fact that we had recently sort of learned that internally at ODOT, this is not just the task forces and advisory committees that we participate in, but internally, we have upward of 50 advisory committees in the agency. And so again, taking a look at some of the things that are in statute to say, well, that hasn't met for a long time, or we could maybe consolidate these, et cetera, to create efficiencies, use everyone's time and resources as meaningfully as possible.
To move the authority for appointing committees to the department rather than having
put And then lastly, we have 2 placeholders right now. And sort of the impetus for the placeholders was, number one, there's a lot of discussion going on around IBR right now. We'd rather have a placeholder so that there's a vehicle if we need to do some requesting, whether for statutory authority, direction, or funding, whatever it may be. Secondly, we are looking at a 2027 transportation funding package. So again, placeholder bill, so there's a vehicle for that there. The only note I'll make on these is that currently these are true placeholders. So the nature of those is that they're very flexible. Again, the impetus for these two was those two specific topics, but at the moment we're submitting them as true placeholders that are open. So we'll have a little bit of flexibility or a vehicle for maybe something that is late breaking in the LC development process.
I know how we did it in the legislature, but I don't know how specific you have to be on an agency submittal on something like that. We used to call them speed bump bills.
Yes.
And
So
literally all talked about speed bumps in legislation, but what was important was not what it said. It was the relating clause. It was relating to transportation. And then in the process, you can put in there whatever you want.
as long as it's relating to transportation.
Right.
So yes, in this case, I'll say, Senator, we will also be requesting speed bump study bills for these as well. I tried really hard to get Heidi Elliott once to let me do a trestle bill as a transportation, but that pulls in the federal regulations for trains, so she said no.
For example, on the IBR, it'd be something to do with the IBR relating to the interstate bridge.
I think at this point, there'll be general transportation placeholders.
Sorry?
I think our intention right now was that these would be general transportation placeholders. So yeah, so they would be speed bump bills. Yep. Speed bump bills. So speaking of timing, so this is where we are now. We have formally uploaded the LCs into the online process that we use with the governor's office to go back and forth. We are asking for your permission to move forward with these 10 LCs today. And then the next round of approval would be from the governor's office saying, yes, you can move forward with these ones or these, but not this, et cetera. Once we get that approval, so from both you and the governor's office, then we actually sit down with legislative council over the summer and do the drafting and actually get the language and the specifics of the bill. We would have that by early to mid fall. And we would be doing final review and approval in November through, again, the governor's office as well for approval to move forward in advance of the pre-session filing deadline, which this year is December 11th. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and that didn't feel like a half an hour, so.
Questions?
No. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I'm looking for,
I would move, Madam Chair, I would move approval of the department's legislative concept for 2027.
do I have a second?
Second.
Right? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. None opposed? Thank you.
Thank
Move
you
them
very much.
along. All right, we're back on schedule. This has been an exhausting day. But we are thrilled to have an update on our CIP and to see Tova and her smile back. And now Amanda's going to smile and they have lots of energy. Yes.
Fantastic. We're so excited to be here and talk about the capital investment plan.
Thank you.
My name is Amanda Peets. I'm the division administrator for ODOT's Policy Data and Analysis Division.
I am Tova Peltz, ODOT's Delivery and Operations Division Administrator.
And I'm going to rock star this the whole time.
That would be
Vice Chair
great.
Byer.
Thank you. And welcome.
Great.
We need a little energy right now. So.
You got it.
Okay.
All right. Well, we have been talking about the capital investment plan off and on, and I think for the last 2 days. And so all of that culminates in our update today. As we've shared before, the capital investment plan will be a transformational shift in how we develop our portfolio of projects to align investments across our transportation system with priority outcomes across our system. This effort shifts our approach for advancing projects from investment decisions siloed by funding type and by discipline to a system-wide approach that focuses on performance and function. Alongside a change in how the funding investments are determined, we're also shifting the timing of when we make funding commitments for individual projects, so we have more discipline around cost risk analysis and more confidence in construction costs before we make construction funding commitments. Right now, we are in the process of developing that first 10-year view. The 2027 to 2030 portion of that is comprised in the draft STIP we brought forward to the commission in January. And now we're working with our area commissions on transportation, our regions, and our asset program managers to identify candidate projects for 2028 through 2036. And once we have candidates, we'll screen, review, and finalize the list with your engagement and support through the end of this calendar year. Our work to establish the CIP demands that we are simultaneously identifying projects and working them through the process while we're also working on establishing the process, building tools and resources to manage the whole portfolio and individual projects. So there's a lot going on all at once, and this has been hectic for everyone, and also a little bit of the occupational hazard of our culture of continuous improvement. Where we're often trying to make improvements to our process while we're multitasking and doing the work at the same time. I know Travis often talks about building the plane while we fly it. I think of this as more of we're trying to cook Thanksgiving dinner while we're also renovating our kitchen. It feels a little bit like that kind of chaos. We certainly can do that, but it's a little bit messy and everybody's a little bit stressed out, and we're all looking forward to sitting down together and eating when it's all said and done. So we've heard from other DOTs that this process of making a shift to a 10-year portfolio takes years to adjust and improve. And we're on year one. We're expecting to learn a lot along the way. I know that in our conversations with the acts and with the regions and with the program managers, there's sometimes a lot of stress and frustration about the whole pathway not being laid out yet. And we're asking for a lot of grace along the way.
Yeah, so to Tova's point, we have our friends in the messy kitchen with us as we're cooking. So I do want to acknowledge just our area commissions on transportation, our other partners for their patience and understanding as we go through this process, because we are all learning together. I'll just also emphasize that we do have firm plans in 2027. Once we all sit down to dinner, the CIP is done, we're going to come back and we're going to say what didn't work well. We're going to talk to our community partners about that and get those lessons learned to improve that process in the future. In terms of the kind of major piece that we're at right now, it's identifying what Tova has talked about as candidate projects. And those are basically investment ideas. So I've talked before about how does an idea become a project? We've formalized that process now. We're really looking at adopted plans that are out there, studies that are out there, because those show and demonstrate community support behind project ideas. We're using our data and information to make sure we're focusing on the right thing, because at the end of the day, we're trying to achieve clear outcomes. And then we're really getting that information from community partners. So recognizing those are the main sources of information are those plan studies and our data systems. We've asked 3 kind of entities, 2 internal to ODOT and 1 external, to help come up with lists. So we have lists from our area commissions on transportation that you've heard about. They were asked to identify top 5 priority projects. I'll talk about those in a minute. Those are going to be screened through this process. We've also asked each of our regions to come up and identify their projects that I think are high priority. We've asked them to identify 10, I believe. Does it say it on here?
Yeah, it does.
10 as it says on the slide, projects. And those are a mix of multimodal, safety, preservation type investments, because we do want to see a mix of investments that are coming in to be evaluated. And then we've asked our major program areas, pavement, to come up with 20 projects, as well as bridge, and then a handful of projects for culverts as well. So each region, each major program area is providing that as well. I think we mentioned before that when we see cross ideas from each of these 3 locations or 2 or more of these locations, we're going to give bonus points. So another way to say that is if our bridge program, for example, puts forward a bridge project candidate that they think is really important, and lo and behold, the Area Commission on Transportation in that area also put that same project forward because they think it's really important. That means there's a lot of community support. The data backs that up. We want to try to favor some of those investments, so we're going to give those bonus points. The direction to the ACTs was, as I mentioned, to create their kind of 5 top projects that they want filtered through this process. We also asked them if they're interested to develop up to 10 additional investments of interest. And that's recognizing it's hard to get down to 5. So I think I heard, I don't know if it's Commissioner Chang or one of the other commissioners this morning talk about, we're talking about a small subset of projects that each area commission is putting forward, and the total need is massive, right? So we've asked them to narrow down to a very, very tiny proportion of their highest needs. We want to get a little bit more sense of kind of what some of those other high priority things are, but just know that that's not an exhaustive list of all the needs that are in each area of our state. The other 10 investments of interest are things that either need more development, maybe we need some more planning studies. We've identified there's a safety issue in a specific corridor. We need to understand how we create a project around that over time. Or it's something that doesn't make the top list, but might be ripe for grant opportunities, or we really want to have it on deck for future and just acknowledge that's a key thing in investment. We have submitted all of the top 5 ACTs projects to you in your packet, so you can see each area commission on transportation and what they put forward. And we, as I mentioned, those all go through the scoring process. The other 10 of interest will be appended to the capital investment plan so that it's public and people can see what the other high priority needs are in those areas. This is an example of just 2 of the 5 projects put forward in one act. This is the Central Oregon Act. As an example, you can see the theme is pretty heavy on safety. I think that was mentioned earlier. We heard a lot about that from our act and modal chairs yesterday at the workshop. That was probably the predominant theme, was safety. So we have at least half of all ACT top projects that were put forward are safety focused, like entirely. Many of them also have safety components. There's a good share that are state of good repair type investments. And then we do have about 20% of things that the entities put forward that are really multimodal. Each entity, so the ACT lists, the region staff will convert those into the project candidate form, enter those so they can actually be fully evaluated. Our regions, our programs put those in to the framework so they can be evaluated. And the nice thing about the tool that we've created is it does have some locational factors that help to score things. So for example, if the project is trying to address congestion, we verify it's in a congested area. Or if it's addressing safety, is it one of our top safety sites where we're seeing a lot of fatalities and serious injuries? If it is, that gets more points, more preference.
In terms of bonus points, I'll use a real specific example. Highway 97. I mean, every act from the California border to the Columbia River features Highway 97 as a safety issue. Have you thought about bonus points when you've got like a Highway 97 that runs through multiple acts? So you've got, acts side by side that are saying, we've got, we've got a common issue with Highway 97.
I would say right now we currently deal with that in 2 ways, and Tova can add to this or correct me if she thinks I'm wrong. So the 2 ways that I think that we deal with that are, if it's a safety thing, we've identified the top 20 corridors in the state that have the most fatalities and serious injuries. And so as those projects are ranked and evaluated, they will get the highest points of all. So I think you'll see corridors like US 97 show up in that way. The other thing, and I would say less from the safety perspective at this time, but more from a state of good repair, Tova and I will be coming in, I think, June and talking to you about our updated fix-it routes. And really that's prioritizing routes across the state that are major kind of north-south, east-west backbone system, connect communities, have lots of freight travel or designated freight routes. So we've come up with a prioritization process for that for some of our critical routes across the system.
I would also expect that the region, that region 4 will put forward US 97 improvements and as their recommended projects, candidate projects as well. So they'll be
in addition to the ACT list.
In addition to the ACT list. So I think that Region 4 is the unifier across those acts because they're like the Region 4 projects will have will have synergy with those ACT projects. And I will be shocked if US 97 doesn't come forward really strongly in the whole screening process. It's definitely.
Yeah, and I think in the vein too of this is our first iteration of the capital investment plan. And I'll just speak selfishly from my portfolio, and I want plans to actually be useful, like our statewide policies and plans. We are updating the Oregon Highway Plan, and part of that is coming up with a prioritization of routes, not just for fixing our system and state of good repair, but it's for a number of different factors. And so I think some of that policy framework will really help hone in future iterations on some of our key routes.
Vice Chair?
You know, just thinking about this, as you come up with it, I think it's important, and you're probably thinking about this, is whenever you come up with your scoring, the categories that you use, you need to show for transparency how you got to the total score.
Absolutely, Vice Chair. We will be going back to each area commission on transportation, hopefully shortly before we go out to the broader public outreach to let them know how each of their projects they put forward fared and why, because I think the why is super important, and that helps with their future iterations of lists and what they put forward. Up on the screen is the weights and priorities that you all set based on the feedback from area commissions and our modal advisory committees. I think we heard some really nice affirmations yesterday that this is a really good mix that people want to stand behind and said, yeah, that seems like the right weighting and balance of types of investments and projects. So this will be used, and you can see the indicators under these to help prioritize things. And we'll look overall at kind of what's high scoring, high tier scoring, moderate, and lower. And I'll also note, because we have such a small subset of all the super significant needs in the state, when something doesn't score as well as something else, relative to the whole system, it is still a significant need that we have. So I just want to preface that before you see any of the results later on.
When you're doing your scoring, another question I have is if you have a project that actually, it's kind of like the Great Streets concept where it can tie in with something else that's already being done. So maybe it's another phase of it or something. Do you weight it any different?
So one thing Tova will talk about in the next slide is a little bit more on kind of consideration of cost. And so if there's leverage opportunities, many of the acts noted that. And so that will be a consideration as we look at that cost lens of things. I think for the Great Streets concept as a whole, it was in many ways a predecessor to what we're really trying to do here, which is accomplish multiple goals simultaneously through the projects and the investments that we make. So I think you'll see a lot of Great Street type investments float up pretty high in this rating system. And we shouldn't ignore projects that really benefit one goal area, but not necessarily multiple goal areas. So another way to say that is if it's a critical bridge project, but doesn't necessarily have the same safety components and multimodal components or something else, it still is a necessary investment that we make. So we're going to break things down and look at it by category as well as the overall score.
I feel like the business of
of overlaying all of those different components is the harmonization that we've talked about, that it's like that the scores are a component to the process, but not standalone, because we do need to look at cost and in terms of cost order of magnitude and cost risk and timeline for delivering projects, and think about like the pipeline of projects and timing of projects as well. So those are all going to be components in ultimately determining what moves forward into this first CIP. So once we have all of the screening done, we'll be able to compile the results, and I think about analyze them as a future portfolio with consideration for how they're accomplishing our goals overall, and what those and how they're using the available funding to accomplish that.
Yes, Vice Chair.
I think this is going to get the commission to a good starting place on your end, but I think one of the things that are going to have to be balanced in the end is we really need to pay attention to that the whole state is covered, that it doesn't cluster in one area or another. That's one thing. The other thing is, the reality is, we're putting this together. I mean, the highest need project could be something that's very expensive, which I think Tova was talking about. And it may be that we look on an immediate is what's going to go into the STIP. Some projects that are ready to go and are low cost.
I think that's exactly right. And I think Tova touched on this earlier, which is going back to this slide. The second from the last piece talks about reviewing and finalizing the list. And so that harmonization piece is where we're putting the human eye to it, because all the things that you just mentioned, Vice Chair, are up here, right? The balance between urban and rural, or basically statewide distribution, people and freight, and multimodal investments, ability to leverage the cost, all those things have to come in play as we put together the final portfolio. I will just acknowledge right now, I think one of the things that's going to be challenging is when we look at everything together, I want to have a very transparent way that we make some of these iterative decisions, but it's hard. We're going to be balancing so many different things simultaneously. It's going to be a pretty robust discussion that we'll get into, which I think leads well to that slide. Yeah.
Commissioner Chang, I think you had a question on that slide.
Sorry.
Go back.
Don't get sick. There we go.
Peace.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. I mean, I've been trying to get my head around how big is the list in the CIAC in terms of my best suggestion would be CIP is pretty thin, and that when we go to SIP, then we get very realistic about the near-term funding available. Is that the way that we're approaching this?
I think, Commissioner Chang, it's a balance of that. So here's how I would describe it. And certainly if you want to redirect us, you're welcome to do that. So how I would describe it is there's been lists previously, especially in jurisdictions, that get put together and nothing ever happens with them because it's so large and so vast. Then people are like, well, why did I take the effort and create this list? It's not going anywhere. So like recognizing that concern, I think what we're trying to do in looking at potential available funding, and I guess I'll say there's many uncertain dimensions here, right? There's the available funding, there's the magnitude costs, which have pretty high ranges to them. All those things mean a precise, here's how exactly we're going to spend X number of dollars is not what the CIP is going to do. But if the CIP says, here's a range of likely available funding, and based on the kind of magnitude of costs of projects, we think in 10 years, this is a reasonable-ish list, right? That's probably a little bit more than 100%. And so we're going to have that component of it. And then we're also going to have our own in the CIP investments of interest, because there could be more funding comes in, there could be other grant opportunities that come in. So we do want it bigger than what we can actually fund, but we also, I think, would benefit us by having some separation to say, these are more reasonably likely things that we can fund versus here's some other things that may not be affordable to us right now, but we want to acknowledge are important and we want to look to.
You know, another, I mean, a whole nother thought would be, I mean, if we are trying to set the table for the legislative discussion, then it could be valuable to have a status quo funding levels. This is what we, you know, this is what would fit. And, you know, here's a scenario B where, you know, we actually get a significant legislative package. You know, here's legislative package B, here's legislative package C, you know, the whole enchilada kind of thing. And so those are just a couple of other thoughts on how to realistic and attainable versus, you know, our stretch goals. You know, how do we, I do think, you know, I don't know what the exact right way to split that up is, but I do think we should do both of those things. You know, set a very realistic picture, and also, you know, give a sense of what we could do if we're shooting for the stars.
I think one of the things, and I brought this up and then afterwards, you know, I had a lot of people come up going, what are you doing? Why did you make that statement? So I'm going to just talk about the elephant in the room. So we have these mega projects that legislatively we've been told to do. Funding isn't completely come with that legislative push. And so what it does is it almost makes everything that we're doing at the local levels not achievable. Because if we really just took the mega projects and we figured out the price tag to those unfinished 2017 projects, we're not going to have any money for this. So that's why I had said, those are given. They made commitment. It's a given already. I think that this process, and we should make it really clear, is beyond that. This is something that we need to look at as beyond the next thing. Because, I mean, at some point, their directive may change and they may say, okay, we're not doing I-5 bridge, or we're not doing the Rose Quarter, or we're not doing these things. And then all of a sudden there is money there. And I also heard Region 1 say, well, we only came up with these five, and those are those big projects. So we didn't even bother doing the rest of the ask from the commission because we know we're not going to get anything. Well, what I want to hear from those communities is, what is it that you're asking for outside of those mega projects? Because really, if you think about those major projects, those have statewide significance. Every single community benefits from those projects if they have freight moving. So at this point, I want to make it really clear what I was trying to get to yesterday, in case that comes up in your conversation.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair.
Keep in mind when you make that statement that those projects in the metro area didn't come from the legislators.
They came from their advocate. I know.
Leadership of the metro area.
I understand that. And they may only be able to live with those projects. But I also don't want the small rural areas outside of that area, that in that Region 1, that are very upset because they're like, well, we don't need that. This is what we need. So again, it gets back to that geographic thing. And that entered my brain too.
But the other piece of that, I mean, we sort of forget because we got buried in the big ones, that bill, funding bill, sprinkled projects across the state. Every area of the state got projects funded, and they're the ones that came up from their folks.
And
largely off the list.
Sure.
Have been by acts or whatever group.
And I really appreciate the principle of, you know, these were extremely high priority mega projects that went into House Bill 2017. There's going to be continued interest in them, and on some level need to take them as a given. But we also absolutely need to achieve something for everybody.
Absolutely.
If we don't want to just be in referendum land
Right.
for forever.
Well, and I know my own community, Southern Oregon, pitched the Rose Quarter. Trucking industry was all over it because we get stalled out.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's just, I don't want this process because there's been a lot of work put in. You guys have done a fantastic job doing it. And I think that what I don't want to see lost is people giving up and just saying, well, if it's just a mega, really, they'll never get to it. That's not what we're trying to achieve here.
Yeah, no, and if we want to maintain commitment to those House Bill 2017 legacy projects, maybe and also do other things, then maybe I mean we have seen, you know, just in the time that I've sat on the OTC, I've seen how these mega projects get broken into many phases. So I mean, you know, maybe the next transportation package doesn't promise to finish these mega projects, but commits to some significant phases of some of these projects, so that there is funds to do other stuff around the state, and you know that's how we get to a more reasonable size overall package that does something for everyone.
Well, and I think that goes back to the discussion that we had this morning on I-5 bridge. There is a prime example. All of a sudden, this has just become, or even the Rose Quarter, it's become this huge project. And it's like, okay, transit's being dumped into it and everything is being dumped into that whole 5-mile area. But could some of those projects be a priority of Region 1 from the transit agency? Could it be something else? And I think that once it gets into this mega project life, then everybody just goes, whoop, done. Now I want something else.
Human nature.
But we're going to have a reality check here.
Don't talk to me about what I got before. Talk to me about how you're going to give me what I want now.
Well, you know how I roll. You're not getting it. So there you go.
I think it's, you know, some studies of, you know, human behavior, human psychology. It's people have much greater aversion to losing things than they do to, you know, kind of not getting a new thing. And so at the point where people assume they get the whole Rose Quarter project or the whole I-5 project, then their fierce aversion to loss behavior kicks in. So I mean, I do think it's helpful for us to kind of establish for people, you know, these are multi-phase projects, and we can, in the next 5 years, maybe we can get you phase 2A, and don't expect anything beyond that.
I mean, one of the real values of the list, I mean, there's a lot of good values of the list, but one is you have the darn list that you can lay, as you said yesterday, in front of the legislature and the governor and say, look, this is what the people of Oregon have said, the leaders of Oregon, that they want, and it's got a price tag on it. And how far down the list, or what do you want to pick and choose off of this at the worst case?
Right. Well, I look at it,
But
we
you
had,
do, to fill the point is your bypass and all that on 97 is a really good example of a phased project. We've been working on that for years.
well, Dundee's another one.
Dundee.
I mean,
Well, that's probably not the best.
Highway 97 is also Highway 97 is also a 200-something mile road. So I mean, there's a lot
You
of
guys have
projects.
lost control of this conversation. Just want to let you know. But the other piece of it, I mean, I'm just thinking, I'm just trying to think through, and I'm not done yet. So I'm just trying to think through the process, but it's like, okay, Region 1, or no, let's use modal. Okay, modal, transit, bike ped. If you want the I-5 bridge and you want that project in there, then that should be your priority. Yes, that's already in a project, but ask for the funding for it. There's a concept.
So to bring us back, what a great discussion. A rainbow appears. I was very intentional in this slide. A rainbow appears and we have the magic of the CIP.
And we've created that draft project list. I think actually we're looking at Crown Point right there, right, which kind of needs its own pot of gold. But I believe so. So we're putting together a selection committee that's going to be that will be engaged in creating the draft project list, and the selection committee will be co-chaired by the policy data and analysis division administrator and the delivery and operations division administrator, but also includes the planning section manager, our maintenance and operations engineer, region representatives, and externals, like specifically like representation from the League of Oregon Cities,
Association of Oregon Counties.
There we go. I always
And,
mix up my.
we also were talking about the Oregon MPO consortium as well.
So our intention is that the selection committee includes the folks.
Consortium.
POC, yeah.
That includes.
I pointed at Vice Chair Byer because he was talking about metropolitan planning organizations and how they should engage in the process, and so we'd like to give them.
But I noticed you didn't include us. There's probably a good reason for that.
You get the ultimate decision.
I know.
The selection committee is comprised of folks who will be like responsible for delivering the projects, responsible for for managing the outcomes of the projects, and folks from our communities who have an interest in how we prioritize and where we prioritize investment. So I think that selection committee will really be will be in that harmonization role to review the rankings and consider the project costs and available funds and long-term funding obligations and the performance outcomes that we're looking for, and that balance between urban and rural investment and people and freight. So those will all be like considerations of the selection committee, and we're on track to bring selection committee together. It will be this summer that we bring the selection committee together. So we'll be able to share more with the commission at that time.
Maybe I would just mention, Chair, because I know you said that offhand, but sometimes there can be benefit in a commissioner sitting in through that process if you have interest, just to see the sausage being made. But certainly we'll be bringing drafts and finals to the commission for review and approval. But if you would like to engage in that process, certainly let us know.
That's great.
I was just joking when I said we should be on the selection committee. I think that we can follow what's going on, but.
I think one of my observations in the conversation with the ACT chairs, the ACT and modal committee chairs yesterday, and all of the conversations we've been having across ODOT and with the ACTs is that there are a lot of interests for like investment. There's a lot of need for investment across the system. There's need for asset preservation investment. There's need for safety. There's a desire for modernization projects. There's certainly like more interest than there is money, and I think that our roles right now in like developing the process and the tools and the resources, and the role of the commission is to be looking out across the entirety of the state and thinking about how investments need to happen to benefit the entire transportation system. And that means seeing above the fray that is folks that are hustling to bring money to their areas, and recognizing that that we will always need a balance of projects that are these transformational statewide impacting projects like the Interstate Bridge, and also the rural corridor investments and smaller community investments, like that. All of those things contribute to the function and performance of our system, whether that's freight mobility or seismic resiliency for a large bridge project, or safety improvements on rural highways. And we're going to have to find a balance, and we're always going to be torn between limited funds and a tremendous amount of need. So we're going to have a lot of hard conversations, just like we've had all day today. And I appreciate, honestly, the passion that you all have
talking about how it's hard, because it certainly is hard. And I think that we're all living that every time we sit down to talk about, to make these difficult decisions. And I feel that every day, all day. Shifting gears a little bit to communications, making big changes to how we develop our portfolio of projects, means that we need to bring a lot of folks along on the trip with us, internal folks and external folks. And we need to build awareness of the capital investment plan, both inside, with ODOT staff, and then also with our partners and stakeholders, and develop champions of the process and the approach, and then train our internal folks on all the new processes and the tools and the outcomes, and reflect on how it's working and make adjustments along the way. And all of that requires really a robust communications strategy that isn't just a one-time, just 2026 when we're rolling it out strategy, but a forever strategy, because the way we're looking at this, CIP is forever, because the transportation system that we're taking care of is forever. And I think that how we develop and deliver projects through the CIP is so different than how we've developed and delivered projects through the STIP. And we need to establish a clear framework for those changes. Right now, I know that feels messy for a lot of folks, and I mentioned that earlier. And so we're building communications plan for both that internal and external communication, and we're putting some dedicated people to work on it for the long, for the long haul. I continue to see this, developing this new approach as being, it's all about the stewardship of our system, but we also need to be stewards of the process and the plan, and make sure that the process can be durable and understood and supported internally and externally.
And we'll do that through a number of different ways.
There we go.
So in terms of where we are in the process, as you've heard, we're in the process of identifying the candidate projects, entering those into the form that there was a screenshot of earlier. Then we're going to do the evaluation component through the summer, so that in early fall we have that selection committee that meets, talks through things, does some iteration of that list. As I mentioned earlier, kind of what's not shown in here is we'll go out to the area commissions, kind of share how their projects fared, and then do that kind of full public outreach with the draft capital investment plan. And our aim really is, our commitment, that's firmer, our commitment is having this done by the end of the year to really feed into that legislative process. So you guys have talked about that a couple of times, which I think has opportunities in a couple different directions. I'll accordion here. So one direction is buy down the years to get to some of those investments that are in there, because that's a 10-year portfolio. If you want those projects sooner, here's a big list of things. And we have those investments of interest. So here's another list above and beyond those that show some of the great work and high priority needs that we have as a state. So we'll be sharing that and are happy to present more to you, to others, and certainly to the legislature as they engage in conversations.
Comments or questions?
Well, just a conceptual thought. So this is a marathon, and this first year is going to be harder than the subsequent years. But this is a process that doesn't have a calendar that begins and stops. It keeps going. It's a Mayan calendar. It keeps going and going and going and going. So next year, we're going to ask the ACs to give us an update. And we're going to have a selection committee that's going to meet in the summer, and they're going to take a look at things. And it's just going to go, and it's going to go, and it's going to go, and it's going to go. So think about what the rhythm of that is, and think about, what the next 10 years look like, because this is just continuous. Unfortunately, you're never done. You just reload the next year.
I think,
sorry, I hate to give you that news, but
no, I think Commissioner Baker, you're spot on, and I'm also exhausted as you were going again and again and again. It's true. I actually would like to put in a formal request to the commission that we do a ribbon cutting ceremony for the first CIP document. Can we do that? Because it's always continual, right? No, I think it's a great point. I think the other component of that Tova and I are figuring out, so she talked a lot about communication, and the need for that to be continual. And it's really evolving our even organizational structures to support this, to figure out how our constituents inform this process, and they have a regular understanding of that cycle, and we're supporting them in the development of that cycle. So I think there's structural components that we need to set up because this is such a long-term, continual big thing for us.
And along the idea of ribbon cutting, there needs to, this is an annual cycle, or it will become an annual cycle, and we do have to have celebration points because getting the CIP done the first time is going to be an accomplishment. But then, when it is used, to move projects towards design and construction. And when those projects are finished, I mean, those will also be important moments to celebrate kind of this new planning and prioritization process that has gotten that project to that point. So I don't know how we do that along the way, but right alongside planning for your Mayan calendar, going around and around and around, you need to set up touch points to appreciate your progress and appreciate what you've accomplished.
So we do have the chairs meet twice a year.
Correct.
In the spring and the fall. And something that I'd like for the rest of commissioners to think about is tying it into our commission day and having the entire commission there, because I think it makes a difference when we're all there to share with them when they're sharing with us what they're doing. Did you have something, Vice Chair?
Say, I think we may be looking at this a little from a single focus. I would say that once we have the list and everybody agrees upon it, that's just a starting place. Then we start saying, okay, how can we get these projects funded? And it's not just our STIP, but there are other things. And are there pieces of it that we can get started with? I think that's the creative part of it.
Okay. I think we've accomplished what you set out, and we're only 7 minutes over.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good. You can just stay there because we're not.
Tova and just sit here. Right. I'm gonna
Ross is gonna come.
I'm gonna bring up my friends here. I've got Bob Melbo joining and Ross. Make your way up to the front of the table as they get settled. For the record, Amanda Peets, Division Administrator for Policy Data and Analysis, joined here by
Ross Lane from Genesee and Wyoming. Good to see you all again. I'm the Vice Chair of the Rail Advisory Committee.
And I'm Bob Melville, and I'm the State Rail Planner for ODOT.
Bob, it is so good to see you in person. It's been a while. Bob was my best friend on the Salmon Berry Trail for many years, so good to see you.
Yeah, Bob's a great resource for us, so super thrilled to have him at the table for all the questions and the many ones that I cannot answer about rail. So we want to give you an overview of the rail plan. The last update was in 2020, so this would be an update to that. So I'll kind of walk through it a little bit. The reason it's coming before you now is that we will likely be seeking adoption in December and wanted to make sure that we're sharing some of the content with you now in case there are components you want to make sure are included or other areas that maybe concern you about some of the contents of it. So we'll walk through, I'm going to go pretty quickly through here. I want to give a little context to rail in Oregon, and I actually think this is helpful in understanding why do we even do a rail plan. And I think the context for rail in Oregon is Oregon Department of Transportation ourselves doesn't have a huge and significant role in rail in that it's mostly a privately owned system. If you look at the pie chart kind of on the left side of this graphic, it shows 90% of the system is privately owned. So ODOT doesn't actually own any rail lines. We own some right-of-way, a minimal right-of-way under some of those, but the rail lines themselves are owned by other entities. So a good share of that, 75% of that is owned by 3 companies, Union Pacific, Burlington Northern Santa Fe, and Genesee, Wyoming. And so any improvements to the rail lines must really be approved by those owners of that system in order to move forward. I think we get a lot of questions sometimes like, why is passenger rail so inefficient? Well, we're really operating on a freight system where freight is the priority, and it's really at the discretion of the owners of that system and how things operate. And so we don't have a lot of control and discretion over there. But really the intent and point of the rail plan is to bring the various entities together, the different private ownerships, the Amtrak services and some of our roles in that system and others, and have a collective vision for how do we operate the system together? How do we achieve the benefits for the state of Oregon and many of the goals and outcomes? So that in and of itself is a foundation for how and why we do the rail plan. So it provides that strategic framework, and I'll say probably the last bullet point is the most important one of beyond just bringing everybody together, creating that collective vision. It does position us well for federal grant opportunities. They actually often will require that we have a plan in place to point to some of those. So it situates Oregon in a really good spot in order to have this rail plan. It follows our pretty standard plan framework in terms of it sets the vision and goals and objectives. It develops an investment strategy. This one in particular also looks at needs, and we'll go through a little bit of those later in the presentation by some of our experts here around. As a sub-plan to the Oregon Transportation Plan, it really refines the goals of the OTP. And so what's shown there is how those get translated specific to the rail network. And there's a little bit of change and difference in that. Pre-work for the plan started about 2 years ago, but I would say the work in earnest was last year and into this year. So we've engaged a number of partners, including the Rail Committee, our Freight Committee, and others in really the development of the document itself. And then we've done a number of public engagement. You can see on the screen there, there's several thousand participants across the state through open house and online surveys. So we had a lot of interest and a lot of comments. I will say when we do those kind of public events, we're seeing less from the industry folks and more from people using the passenger rail system. So a lot of the comments really are more focused on passenger rail in terms of reliability, timeliness, how to use public funds responsibly, some of those kinds of funds. But we also had workshops with industry folks so we understand the freight rail needs as well along that system and the importance for the economy of that system. And so getting into kind of some of the content of the plan and the context for which we're developing the vision and policy framework for, a couple important things to note. One, so that there's prevailing winds and then there's hindering winds for us. And so one of the good things is that passenger ridership is near all-time highs. So we've actually seen record ridership on Amtrak as of late. But rail is losing market share. So what that means is we're having fewer trains on our system, fewer car movements, and actually the transition is going more towards trucks. That is happening in Oregon and also happening nationally. I think you heard a little bit from my friend here to the left on short line rail. And those short lines have a lot of potential for the state. And yet are actually moving fewer goods these days and are less utilized. So hear a little bit more on kind of the why to some of those trends and changes from Bob here in a moment. I wanted to put up a slide that just shows the rail needs in that they are super similar to needs we have on the highway system, for example. There's infrastructure needs, so you have the rail ties and the trains and the other infrastructure needs. There are safety issues with crossings, at-grade crossings, and the need for that, efficiency and connectivity. So those are pretty common themes that you even see from the rail network side. In order to address a lot of these needs, there are some funding sources for rail, but they are actually pretty limited. There are federal grants that we go for, but of course those aren't certain. So the amount varies from year to year or decade to decade even of what we get. We get some limited federal funds, about $6 million a biennium for rail crossings and upgrading some of those, but that is buying not a ton of rail crossings every couple of years. because the needs are fairly significant. And then at the state level, the stable funding source is the custom license plate. And so think of that as your vanity plate of downtown Brown, maybe on a license plate. And that generates around 6.2 million per biennium. Connect Oregon is not a dedicated source to rail. Rail competes with every other mode for freight transportation there or passenger. But in past years, I would say it got 45 million. That's actually dipped significantly. In House Bill 2017, the match rate for Class 1 railroads went up to 50% from 30, which is the match rate for everybody else. So we saw a steep decline and actually 0 applications since then from our Class 1 railroads. So there's much less money from Connect Oregon going into the rail system right now. We do supplement our funds, especially for passenger rail services, with the Transportation Operating Fund to really keep and sustain the Amtrak services in the state. And then we have had one-time infusions at times for rail funding.
So Amanda, going back to those funding sources, custom license plate, is it, I know that when you buy a custom license plate, there's the creation of it and it goes back to pay for that first. So is it all custom license plates or is there a certain custom license plate that goes to the 6.2 million?
Yes, so it really is the, what we call vanity plates more. So it's, you know, Pete's 1 as my car, and I have Pete's 2 as my second car listed on the back. So when you have the letters or the number combinations as opposed to the salmon plate or the Crater Lake plate or what have you, those are different kind of directions. It's more the vanity by describing a name or saying or something like that.
So you need to buy a plate and support.
Baker 1.
Baker 1. We could have commissioner.
Yeah.
The commissioner.
Commissioner 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There you go. So the other question was the Connect Oregon.
Yes.
The money that that was taken out of the Connect Oregon pot is not going to be replaced, correct?
Yeah, so there was 30 million, 32 million, 42 redirect, thank you, Bob. 42 redirected out of the Connect Oregon Fund. That does not fully zero out the fund. We actually had launched a competitive process. The commission will be deliberating in December on the selection of projects, but a much, much lower dollar amount that we're going to be able to fund and a longer time period before we can get to the next competitive cycle.
The reason I'm asking, visioning groups asking me this question, the co-chair. And so I wanted to come up with a number and say, this is what was taken.
Yeah, I'd be happy. We have things online even that show the redirection impacts, what remains and what that means for how long we have to wait till the next competitive cycle. The other thing we have to figure out, I think you heard some discussion yesterday about the federal match program that you created. Well, that's super important because that can leverage millions and hundreds of millions of dollars on the federal side for a small state investment. With the uncertainty that in that account, we're trying to figure out if we can still sustain that for the time being, or if that has to be on hold until we have more certainty of money accumulating in the account. So there's certainly challenges with that redirection.
Thank you.
Okay, so for the real rail information, I'm going to turn to Mr. Melbo here to walk us through.
Well, you have the Amtrak Cascades slide ridership up there on the screen, and 2024 was the premier year for ridership in Oregon. We've never had a higher year than that. 2025 didn't come in quite as high, but that was because of the fact that we were using equipment that Amtrak had brought in to substitute for other equipment that had they had discovered had some problems, and so they removed that equipment and substituted other equipment, but they didn't have as much of the other equipment as they did of the former equipment, and so we ended up with smaller trains. Instead of 4-car trains, we ended up with 3-car trains, which are fewer seats, and so we were able to carry fewer people in 2025 than in 2024, and we're still having that problem this year, but we expect to have our new trains, 8 new train sets that will have, that can handle 300 people will be online, certainly by the end of this year. We're expecting the first train to show up in Seattle next week, and they'll gradually, as they're manufactured and approved and accepted, they'll be arriving in the Northwest for the next few months. And they should all be in service by the end of the year. And so meantime, though, I discovered yesterday that we have April, still has to be verified, but that may be a banner month for us. This April, this past April may be the best month we've ever had for April ridership.
Can I just ask a quick clarifying question before we move on? Today's state rail plan project update, when we're talking about passenger rail, we are not including light rail. Okay. So this is Amtrak Cascades, but like none of the light rail ridership. Okay.
The Cascade, or the Cascadia high-speed rail, we sort of have an interest in that because, that will be true high-speed rail, kind of on a par with what they have in Europe or in Japan. But it will only come down to Portland. It'll connect Vancouver, BC with Seattle, with Tacoma, and then Portland. We don't have any plans at this time to try to extend that service if and when it's ever built down the valley. But we are considering that. But the demographics just don't seem right at this point, and probably not even in the foreseeable future. There just aren't quite enough people living south of Portland to make that work. So on this one,
Baker has a question real quick.
Oh, sure.
Sorry.
When I first came on the commission, one of the most fun ACT meetings I attended was with the NEACT and the CIAC, and you presented and you gave us an education on rail. And one of the things that we were talking about was passenger rail from Portland east, and how we missed an opportunity. And it was going to be a long time before there'd be another opportunity because we weren't selected in the process. It seemed to me at the time that we missed an opportunity, but we should have been working on whenever that decision is going to be made again. It might be 15 years, it might be 20 years, but we don't want to be late to the party and miss out. Is there anything in the works relative to connections through Eastern Oregon and east from Portland to Boise, Salt Lake, Chicago, wherever we decide to go?
Yeah, the FRA, the Federal Railroad Administration, completed this long distance train study about a year ago, and that route, which used to be called the Pioneer, which operated from Seattle to Denver via Portland and Eastern Oregon and Boise and Salt Lake City, it is considered to be a preferred route that should be restored one of these days, but the cost to do so, according to that study, is somewhere in the neighborhood of almost $2 billion. And that's of course to acquire equipment enough. You need 5 train sets to operate that service, and then a good portion of that money would be for stations along the line, because nowadays you got to have an ADA compliant platform, and you need to have lighting, and you need to have parking and some sort of a shelter and all that. So it isn't like you can just lay down a strip of asphalt and then say, okay, we're going to stop the train here. So it has some significant cost features that I don't think that the current Congress is ready to fund. And the other thing is that even though there were like 15 preferred routes selected by that study, the Pioneer route, I think, as I recall, was second from the bottom in terms of a preference rating. So while it's important, it didn't score as well as some of the other routes.
So I should probably just forget about it.
Well, you know, 2 billion's nothing.
Yeah, that's true. You know, I'm just a train guy. Ross, you know, your trains run at the bottom of the hill behind my house. And when I hear the whistle blow, I still run out to the deck and watch the train go by. And my 3-year-old grandson, he's got a baseball and a Brio set. I mean, it's all the basic stuff that, you know, a kid needs. So I love the trains.
I'm trying to think, say I'm sorry or you're welcome for the train noise. I don't know.
Oh, I love it.
Okay.
So on this slide, you're looking at 25 years of Oregon short line railroads, carload volumes, and gross revenue. And so this starts on the year 2000. It's up through 2024. So it basically covers the first quarter of this new century. And it started out pretty well for the short lines, but then 6 years into it, there in 2005, you can see where the carloads peaked at that 185,000. And then you can see the recession, you know, of 2008 clearly on this graph. And then at the end here at 2024, the carloads have dropped to about half of what they were in 2006. So in 2024, it was like 92,000 carloads that short lines in Oregon handled. So the problem here is that railroads thrive on volume, and they need a certain amount of business just to cover their fixed costs. And as the carloads continue to go down, we're going to be reaching the point where in some of these short lines, they just aren't going to have enough revenue and enough business to justify their cost of doing business, you know, cover their fixed costs and with a little bit of variable for a profit. And we're going to start losing these lines. And that's a problem that has a number of causes, but it's one that we need to be aware of.
Bob, how many bridges do the short lines have?
How many bridges?
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah.
I mean, we could get you a number, but I mean, there are hundreds of bridges.
And most of them wouldn't.
A lot of them are timber, yes.
Yeah.
If I could add just 12 seconds of commentary. Thank you, Bob. I was noticing that the chart, Bob, I don't remember when you left the freight rail industry, but it's been in decline ever since you did, I think. But, you know, as I discussed yesterday, there's a number of causes for this, of course, none of which are attributed just to one thing, but kind of larger macroeconomic trends, but also the short lines are just so exposed to what the local economy is. As we've moved less wood products and timber products that we've harvested from Oregon forests, et cetera, you've seen just carload traffic decline, period. Also, some of the trends, as Bob mentioned, I mean, it's very expensive to take care of track. So largely, if we move at 10 miles per hour, well, that's difficult to say when your freight is going to be interchanged with the Class 1 railroad. So a customer may say, well, it's more expensive to go by truck, but at least we know we'll get there faster and might get there on time. And to your point, Commissioner, about wooden trestles, I mean, just in the last couple of years, we've had 3 different arson incidents, one near Milwaukee. And I'm like a politician, never say the 3 things because I'll never remember what they are. I don't remember the other ones off the top of my head, but, you know, that causes a service interruption that can be pretty significant. A couple of days, a week, a month. And that just kind of adds to that uncertainty for a customer not wanting to choose rail over a truck. Again, they may pay more for the trucking industry, but they're just not going to see the same level of uncertainty that they will from the short line side. And there are, again, things that we're doing. I mean, we took over the operations in the Eugene Yard from Union Pacific on our Central Oregon Pacific property. Now we're serving customers 7 days a week, where Union Pacific was only able to serve them 5 or even less. So we're seeing some customers bring their carloads back to short lines, and I think that's a good news story. But, you know, to get back to the peak in 2005, 2006, I'm not real confident we'll get there, to be honest with you.
On this slide, this is a national slide, not an Oregon slide, and it's a 10-year look back. But it shows the loss of market share for the railroads. That's the red line, and an increase in market share and for the trucking industry in terms of ton miles. And the little graph there on the left side with the trucks and the rail car indicates that, that typically a rail car is the equivalent or can handle the equivalent of about three to 3.5 to 4 truckloads. So you can carry a lot of freight in a rail car, but if it's moving by truck, then the ratio will be for every rail car that's not on the railroad, you're going to probably have 3 or 4 trucks on the highway. And so the implications for that are for our highway system aren't good. Rail needs inventory. About 3 years ago, we put together an implementation plan for the state rail plan. And as part of that project, we developed a rail needs inventory, which is simply a list of projects of things that are needed by the railroads in our state. And right now there's about 130 projects in the inventory. Some of them have been developed a little bit with some engineering and design, but most of them are more aspirational than anything else. But it's a dynamic list. I mean, we're in a position to add to it or take projects off of it on a regular basis. As things get done, there are projects that will get funded and be accomplished. And then there are sometimes occasionally when a project is withdrawn simply because it's no longer, the proponents feel it's no longer needed. So to help us with this in scoring projects for funding for the inventory, we've also developed a tool to use for ranking these projects. A lot of that depends on what kind of a grant funding source that we're going after, because and we're talking mainly federal grants here, but as you probably know, when a notice of funding opportunity comes out from the federal government, there's always a list of things, there are targets or objectives that they want to cover with the grant. And so those, of course, are important to match with the particulars of any project that we might want to submit for funding. So our rail inventory ranking tool allows us to take into account and add some weight factors in accordance with whatever the grant opportunity is looking for. So we're very anxious to be able to use that more. The problem is that we have very little opportunity for match money to go for federal funding. In most cases, it's a minimum of 20% match.
Which I think brings us back to the discussion we had earlier about Connect Oregon and the federal grant match program, the importance there. Nonetheless, the program has funded some really important work, and I'm going to yield my time to Ross here to talk about an example.
Well, thank you again. As part of our effort to capture more traffic that's moving by truck now, or more freight that's moving by truck, transloading is, I mean, it's been around a long time, as long as there's been railroads and trucks, but it's, I think, a new focus of the shoreline industry to try to attract new business. And so really at its most basic, if a customer doesn't have a rail spur or a siding, or they're not located on a railroad, a transload facility can be a place for them to have that onboarding experience. So with the help of Connect Oregon, relatively a small project is compared to some of the others, and the overall fund, just over $1 million in total project, and as shovel ready as you can be. We built a new transload facility in Dillard, in Douglas County. And we had customers lined up and said, we're excited to come use you all on the Central Oregon and Pacific Railroad. If you build it, we will come, which is somewhat rare for our business. So it's not very romantic in what it does. We built a warehouse, we built rehab some new track, we built some concrete pads for customers to locate. their wares on us. We can store it. Now they have access to the freight rail network. And I think the broader implication and benefit to taxpayers, right, is you see fewer trucks on Oregon roads. That traffic mirrors I-5. It also importantly adds an additional lane. So some of the traffic that was moving on like the Coos Bay rail link, if they were to have a service outage, well, this provides another option for those shippers to be able to come on to our railroad, excuse me. And then also importantly, I'm a political science major, so my grasp of economics is somewhat minor. But if you think about, you have lower rates generally when you have multimodal options. So when a customer says to their trucking partners or to the railroad, hey, I can move either way. Well, now there's an on-ramp that they can lower their rates overall for the transportation costs because now they can move by rail in addition to trucks. So a lot of the traffic that we're moving, believe it or not, it's leaving the state. So that's good news for manufacturing here. And it's also going hundreds of miles. So the benefit to these rail projects and those identified like in the state rail plan is it doesn't just benefit that local community, rather you see the benefits across the entire state of Oregon, lower emissions, lower congestion, et cetera. So this is just a number of great projects that were selected. And I think with a relatively minor investment from the state and a robust private match, you can do pretty cool projects.
Yeah, and I might add that this, on this particular project, Central Oregon and Pacific actually had a match of 50%, which made it a very good candidate for Connect Oregon.
Great. So I'll just kind of quickly, I'll show you next steps after this one, but basically ending on this, if there's any particular interests that you have that maybe didn't come up through the discussion, you want to make sure are covered in the rail plan or anything else prior to us bringing it back to you in December, certainly happy to track stuff down or focus on any additional things. So just the general timing is shown here on the slide, and happy to answer any questions or take any feedback.
Question. I think everybody's brain dead at this point.
Yeah, I know. It's a long day.
Oh, we do have a question.
It's not a question, it's just a comment, and we kind of talked about it a little bit yesterday. The discussion of trying to get trucks off the road has gone on for a long time, trying to get them on rail, and we obviously made some attempts, but they weren't very successful. And I think there's some merit, and I don't know, get some users and rail together and talk about that. Is there a way that we can do that? Is there a role, something we could do that could get the short lines more involved in bringing containers down out of the port that service people like, Target and Star and some of those that are in the area? I mean, there was always the hope that we could do that, but it never quite worked out. And some of that is because I think that as we went into those discussions, we didn't really understand the business very well, particularly the shipping side of it, getting them on and off of a ship. So I think there's some potential there. I don't know, Amanda.
I think with fuel prices, if they stay at this level, it's a real concern for truckers.
Well,
And that and licensing. So
you're losing.
we're losing a lot of drivers, and this may boost that piece of it. And if rail is smart, they'll start thinking about that, because I think it's going to be a real issue with CDL drivers in the future, and then the cost of fuel.
Yeah, I think Chair and Vice Chair, I think for the issues you mentioned, there's opportunity there. And as we noted yesterday, there's some capacity opportunity as well. I mean, there's pinch points and upgrades that are necessary here and there. And yet it is a functional system that we can look at spreading demand across for both freight and for people.
I think people, especially in the freight business, we have gotten really, I mean, I can't tell you how many times I look at Amazon and go, what do you mean I can't get in 2 days? And what I've seen lately, which is really interesting, I've just seen this in the last week, is that a lot of the prime delivery is now going out 4 or 5 days. And I think a lot of it has to do with fuel.
Well, it could be, but I mean, they just opened the new facility in Woodburn and they're in the process of building a similar facility in Eugene.
Well, and I think that it'll keep expanding, but we're a society where we want instant gratification on what it is we have. But there's a lot of opportunity. I think about the mills, the timber products in Medford, my son's operations manager in there, and he's like, they used to get their glue would come on a car, freight car and stuff. And they're looking at all those costs because it's killing them. And I guess I wonder about forest products. Did they shut down in Dillard? Or are they still running that mill? I wonder.
Well, years ago when the transitions was happening with class ones, I worked with a lot of timber companies and they just were very upset at the railroads because they couldn't get cars, they couldn't get service, and it took forever to get their product to the market that they wanted to do. And half the time, would have been Southern at that time, not UP yet. They lost the damn car for weeks, couldn't figure out where it was.
Well, maybe things will pick up.
And they want the trucks. Because as you were saying the other day, the class ones really don't want to do anything less than 500 miles.
Yeah, I'm not trying to keep the meeting going, but I would encourage, if you're interested in the technology of it, G&W and one of our railroads in the state of Georgia, we're partnering with a California-based firm, Parallel Systems, and they have autonomous rail bogies, they are called, and we are working on testing of those at a short line in Georgia. But they can move throughout the network, and they're meant to capture the whole idea behind the technology is meant to capture some of those smaller moves, like from the port to Woodburn, for example. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to put it on a rail car and move it, but if you can have an autonomous rail car that's moving one at a time or in a platoon of 4 or 5, I think there's some space there. And, as I said the other day, we're in the long-term optimist game. And so trying to re-permit a right-of-way just wouldn't be possible, but as long as we can keep the bare bones of a business going to pay for the infrastructure, we're confident eventually we'll get to a place where that right-of-way is valuable.
It's an interesting phenomenon. I know the Service Star Center in Springfield used to have a lot of stuff come in on rail. I haven't seen a rail car in there in years anymore. It's all trucks now.
Well, thank you. I'm sorry you had to be the last show of the day because it's
an interesting,
because it is. And thank you for coming in forth. We look forward to seeing the plan. And it's like, we look forward to seeing the plan. So thank you again. All right, just a reminder, May 26th, 8 a.m. We will see you all in Visual Land. Then again on June 5th. So stay proud.
I have one thing.
Okay.
Thanks to the Benton County
Yes.
commissioners.
Thank you.
You've been great hosts and we appreciate your hospitality a lot.
So good. Thank you.
Chair,
Thank you so much.
Chair, if
Yes.
I may. Thank you, commissioners, and Rick. It was really great to see you. Rick and I have grown up in state government together, so it was nice to reconnect. So thanks for hosting us.
Yes. Thank you for sticking out with us and hanging out and participating.
Anything else to
Appreciate
do
it.
today?
Okay, we are adjourned.